After the college entrance examination, I got drunk with my classmates and went to a hotel with a woman. When I woke up the next day, I saw a beautiful woman lying next to me. Her skin was as white as snow, her nose was as white as a pearl, her mouth was as beautiful as a cherry, and her hair was as long as a waterfall. She was so charming. I thought I was dreaming, but when I recalled it carefully, I found that I was forced. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When the woman woke up, she screamed at me to shut up and threatened that if I told anyone, she would make me disappear from the world. Then she left in a panic, leaving me alone in a daze. 4 years later, on the playground of Jiangqing University, my girlfriend Wang Bingbing, the school beauty, wanted to break up with me. She said in front of everyone that I couldn't give her the life she wanted, and that I was good for nothing except being handsome. I was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang in my ear, ding. Detection that the host was broken up by his girlfriend, the godly rich system was activated successfully. I looked at the attribute panel and saw that my wealth was 900 trillion. I was stunned. This late system gave me a big surprise as soon as it came. At this time, Wang Bingbing was still waiting for my answer. I came to my senses and agreed to break up directly. She was obviously stunned. I guess she didn't expect me to be so straightforward. At this moment, a cute kid ran over and hugged my thighs, calling me daddy. I thought she had recognized the wrong person, but the police came and told me that this cute kid was called Shi Xiaoxi, and she was my biological daughter. A paternity test was done, and the accuracy rate was 99.99999%. Oh my God, I'm going to be a father now. I have to be a nanny as soon as I become a super rich man. What's going on? After the police left, Xiaoxi said she was hungry, so I took her to the Magnolia Hotel near the school for a big meal. During the meal, I asked Xiaoxi what her mother's name was. Xiaoxi said her mother's name was Shi Mingyan, and she took out her phone to show me a photo. When I looked at the photo, Shi Mingyan was so beautiful, like a fairy descending from heaven. After dinner, Xiaoxi's Aunt Xiaoli came to pick her up, and I got in the car with her. I told Xiaoli that I was going to buy a car, and Xiaoli was surprised. After all, I was still in school. But I didn't care about that and went straight to the supercar club. Xiaoxi was so excited in the club that she finally chose a Devil's Son worth 80 million. I swiped my card and bought it without blinking, and Xiaoli was stunned beside me. After buying the car, I asked Xiaoli to take me to buy a villa. We went to Yulong Villa. I fell in love with the best building at first sight and bought it directly for 110 million. Xiaoli was impressed by my extravagance. I spent nearly 200 million in just half a day. Back at the villa, Xiaoxi went to visit, and I used the reinforcement points I just got to let the system redeem my basic cooking skills. I didn't expect that this basic cooking skill was so powerful, and the egg fried rice I made Xiaoxi very happy. The next day, I took Xiaoxi shopping. We were happily shopping at the Dior flagship store when Wang Bingbing and her 2 best friends showed up. They thought I couldn't afford to buy anything and made sarcastic comments. But when I swiped my card and spent 1.32 million, they were dumbfounded. When they saw my Devil's Son supercar after leaving the store, their jaws dropped. At this time, Xiaoli called me and said that Shi Mingyan was being held in a hangman feast. Xiaoxi begged me to save her mother as soon as she heard it. I drove to the private room of Kunping Hotel and saw Su Qianxue trying to bully Shi Mingyan and calling Xiaoxi a bastard. I went up and slapped Su Qianxue to the ground with 2 slaps, and warned her domineeringly that I would not be polite if she dared to do that again. Then I took Shi Mingyan and Xiaoxi away. Shi Mingyan still insisted that she had no good feelings for me, but Xiaoxi said that we were showing off our love, which made Shi Mingyan blush. Back at Yulong Villa, the property manager Li Jiren came to ask me if I was satisfied with the villa. I said Xiaoxi was afraid of light and wanted to ask if there were any villas for sale nearby. Li Jiren said there were 5 villas that no one had bought, with a total price of 350 million. I said I wanted all of them without thinking. Li Jiren was stunned and advised me to think about it. I transferred the money directly, and he believed that I was really rich after receiving the text message. Shi Mingyan saw me spending so much money on Xiaoxi and said I was crazy. Xiaoxi showed her what I bought in the morning. Shi Mingyan was a little surprised that I doted on Xiaoxi so much. At this time, Xiaoxi said she was hungry and asked me to cook. I used my superb cooking skills to make noodle soup. Shi Mingyan and Xiaoxi ate it up voraciously. Shi Mingyan still said it was okay. Xiaoxi exposed her, so she knocked Xiaoxi on the head. Xiaoxi was sleepy, so I carried her to the bedroom. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Shi Mingyan, who had just finished a shower and was wearing my shirt. The scene was so beautiful. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Shi Mingyan scolded me for being useless, but I saw that her face was also red. I thought to myself, this fate 4 years ago was really wonderful, and the days to come must be more interesting. Yixian. After saying a few words, Shi Mingyan's eyes fell on Yixian. Since you have entered Xiaoxi's life, then fulfill your responsibilities as a father. Pursing her red lips, Shi Mingyan looked determined, obviously having made some kind of decision. Of course. Yixian rolled his eyes at Shi Mingyan. He loved such a good daughter so much that he couldn't wait to see her. How could he be so irresponsible? During the conversation, it was obvious that the relationship between the two was no longer as hostile as before. You should go out first. It's time to go to bed. Seeing that it was already late at night, Shi Mingyan pretended to be calm while speaking, but she was extremely panicked inside. Although her children are already so grown up, but she is still a novice in love and has never had such close contact with the opposite sex. No. At this time, Xiaoxi was immediately unhappy. I want my dad and mom to sleep together. Mom, are you okay? While talking, she shook her mother's hand coquettishly and continued, Mama is the best. Well. Listening to the little guy's words, Shi Mingyan really had little resistance. This was undoubtedly her fatal weakness. After all, I have felt indebted to Xiaoxi over the years, so naturally I don't want to let her down. Hey. Shi Mingyan sighed and pointed at the little guy's forehead with a green finger. I really can't do anything with you. Snort. After saying that, Shi Mingyan glanced at a certain guy and said, then you can sleep here tonight. Then, her face couldn't help but turn red. Just let that guy sleep for one night, is that okay? Yes. Hearing that he could sleep with his parents, Xiaoxi was extremely excited, and Mua kissed Zai Menjian's beautiful face. You, get out of the way. Shi Mingyan looked at Xiaoxi helplessly. Look at you, you drooled all over my face. We. Smelling the pleasant aroma and watching the erotic scene, it would be a lie if Yixian said he had no thoughts. The next day, early morning. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Shi Mingyan opened the door and saw it was Xiaoli, her assistant who brought her clothes. Miss, this is you. Xiaoli was halfway through his words when he saw his young lady wearing Yixian's shirt. The extremely seductive image made his mind buzz. For a moment, the second dimension thought about the scenes that might happen. Oh my God. No way, the relationship between the uncle and the young lady is developing too fast. What are you staring at? Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes at Xiaoli. Things are not what you think. I didn't bring any clothes, so I wore that guy's clothes. Oh. I see. When Xiaoli heard what his young lady said, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that the young lady was not such a casual person. Xiaoli, please. Yixian came out of the kitchen at this time and heard Xiaoli's voice asking. Hello, uncle. When Xiaoli saw his brother-in-law, he greeted him hurriedly. He didn't say anything when he heard him call Shi Mingyan. After all, it was not excessive to call him that given that guy's status. Haha, you come to deliver clothes so early. Seeing Xiaoli, Yixian smiled and said, by the way, you haven't eaten yet. It just so happens that we did a lot today, so let's do it together. As Xiaoli is Shi Mingyan's confidant, he will naturally be one of them in the future, so Yixian extended an invitation. This. Hearing her brother-in-law's words, especially the fragrance wafting into her nose, she was unable to move and looked at her young lady for advice. Look at what she does. We will be a family sooner or later. Xiaoxi listened to what her father said, smiling, and then ran over with her little feet. Auntie Xiaoli, come quickly. The food that Dad made is delicious. Just like that, Xiaoli was pulled to the dining table. Ahem, all right then. Xiaoli responded nervously, and was relieved when he saw that the young lady was not angry. Thank you, uncle. Then. Wensi tofu soup with kung pao chicken and stir-fried spicy chicken was so delicious that Xiaoli couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Eat it while it's hot. Yi Xian greeted Xiaoli, but after taking the first bite, Xiaoli became nervous. This. After all, Xiaoli had seen a lot of the world, and he looked at the 2 dishes and 1 soup in disbelief. Son-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Even 5-star chefs may not be able to make food this delicious. When Xi Mingyan heard Xiaoli's sigh, she rarely spoke, because what he said was the truth. This cooking skill is impeccable. Yeah. When Xiaoxi heard that Aunt Xiaoli liked Baba's food so much, she smiled and said, Aunt Xiaoli, then you should eat more. Thank you, young lady. Xiaoli nodded heavily. After all, her brother-in-law's cooking skills were so good, and she didn't know when she would be able to eat him next time. On the other hand, Xi Mingyan looked at Xiaoli's reaction and glanced at Yi Xian, letting that guy steal the spotlight again. Knock knock. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the villa, and then a group of people came in, led by Li Jiren, the person in charge of the villa. Gulp. As soon as I entered the living room, I was attracted by the rich and fragrant aroma of food, and I couldn't help swallowing. Huh. After a long pause, Li Jiren suppressed his thirst and said with a dry cough, Mr. Yi. Here are the contracts and keys for the 5 villas worth 350 million renminbi that you purchased yesterday. Please check and accept them. When I waved, the slim and good-looking property staff came with a tray carrying the contracts and keys of 5 villas, holding their breath and not daring to make the slightest mistake. Ha! After hearing this, Xiaoli looked at the 5 contracts on the tray in surprise. Her son-in-law must be too rich. You must know. Previously, the son-in-law spent nearly 200 million, and now it is 350 million. Xiaoli, take it. Yi Xian glanced at the shocked Xiaoli, but he didn't care about it. After all, such shock had many benefits. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva. Although he was shocked, he did not dare to slack off in his actions. Yes, son-in-law. Undoubtedly. Xiaoli was sincerely convinced when he called him son-in-law. I wonder how many people in Jiangqing can do this kind of work. When Xiaoli came back, Li Jiren and the others were no longer there. It was obvious that they were afraid that if they stayed too long they would disturb Yi Xian's meal. That's right. Yi Xian thought that with 3 of them now, it would be too monotonous to always drive that supercar. Bang. Then, a bank card fell in front of him. There are 200 million in this card. Take it to the club and help me buy 10 supercars to drive in rotation, including an extended version of the business car. Listening to Yi Xian's instructions, Xiaoli looked at the black card in front of him and felt confused. 200 million. 10 supercars. The son-in-law was sure that this was not a joke, and it was obvious that this scene had a great impact on her. Puffed, cough cough. Xi Mingyan was caught off guard by this action. She looked at someone in surprise. That guy was such a spendthrift. Good. Xiaoli solemnly put away the bank card. Although it was just a card, it weighed more than 1,000 pounds at this moment. Who is this son-in-law? Isn't he too generous? Sir, goodbye, miss. After breakfast, Xiaoli watched the family of 3 leave with envy in his eyes. 10 supercars, this is something we can't take lightly. Xiaoli then drove straight to the supercar club. Hee hee, it's great for Mom and Dad to go to the Lantern Festival together. Thinking of her parents accompanying her, Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. She was so happy. System, exchange skills. Not long after, the system voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his music ability to God level. Note, with this ability, the host's musical attainments are on par with God's. Wow. At this moment, the little guy's eyes fell on a beautiful Hello Kitty doll not far away and he couldn't take his eyes off it. It turned out that this was a Lantern Festival music competition and the winner could get a global limited edition doll. Moreover, the official auction price is as much as 100,000. Daddy, look at that doll, it's so cute. The little guy pointed at the doll with his little hand and liked it very much for a moment. A little. Yi Xian appeared on the stage and immediately attracted the attention of all the girls. After all, it was hard for such a handsome guy not to attract attention. Next, this original song is dedicated to the cutest little princess, and it's called Little Dimples. This guy. Shi Mingyan glanced at someone on the stage. Is it really okay to pamper the little guy like this? However, from this angle, the guy is actually quite handsome. As for Yi Xian, he would do his best to get what his daughter wanted. Then, Yi Xian captured the whole audience with his magnetic voice. Wow, handsome guy is awesome. The singing voice is so beautiful, it's 100 blocks better than those young singers. My male god, please stop singing and come home with me. As expected, Yi Xian won the competition in the confession room of the cute girl at the Lantern Festival. Hey! The song moved the whole audience, and Yi Xian handed the doll to Xiaoxi. Hee hee, daddy is awesome. Xiaoxi held the Hello Kitty doll, her eyes full of love, and she kissed her daddy's handsome face with a mwah sound. Thank you, daddy. He walked away for a while. Mom, look. Xiaoxi's excited voice sounded, and then pointed to the ring-tossing booth not far away. It's your favorite Pikachu. Don't talk nonsense. Shi Mingyan glared at Xiaoxi as if a big secret had been discovered. Who likes Pikachu? However, her slightly dizzy face says it all. Yeah. Yi Xian looked up and down at Shi Mingyan, who had a perfect figure. I didn't realize that you have the body of a queen but the heart of a girl. Snort. Listening to someone's joke, Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes at him and said, Why, do you have any objections? How could that be? Yi Xian said with a smile, he really underestimated her. Dad, can you help mommy catch Pikachu? Xiaoxi assisted from the side. Mom will be jealous if she doesn't have a gift. Listening to the little girl's words, Shi Mingyan almost choked on her saliva. Is this girl crazy? Why is she jealous? Haha, okay. Ignoring Shi Mingyan's reaction, Yi Xian quickly got a small basket of rings. Come on, Daddy. Seeing that Daddy was about to take action, Xiaoxi cheered him on with all her might, and that action showed her role as a caring and thoughtful little girl very well. Gulp. Seeing the cute little girl, the boys around were extremely envious. Oh my god, is this a little fairy? So cute. Let's be honest, I really want to take one home. You. Feeling the gazes from all around, Shi Mingyan pulled Xiaoxi and said, Calm down. At the same time, at Tianlai Music Headquarters. Office of the Director of Operations. Boss Mu. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and then a member of the operations department came in. I found a new song, it's going to be a big hit. Oh. Hearing what her subordinate said, Mu Ruoxue looked over and was surprised to hear the song Dimples sung by Yi Xian. After listening to a little, Mu Ruoxue's eyes sparkled. Check. Find his contact information as quickly as possible. Undoubtedly, the quality of this song far exceeds that of current major platforms. If Tianlai Music can sign him as an exclusive musician, it will surely become famous overnight and then open up the market. Yes, President Mu. The subordinate responded and hurried to check Yi Xian's information, but it was this video that changed her life. At the same time, I also discovered my best friend's shocking secret. Lantern Festival, in the middle of the venue. Mom, let's cheer for Dad together. Xiaoxi kept chattering away until she was shocked, but this made Shi Mingyan's face turn red all the way to the back of her ears, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Indeed, after hearing Xiaoxi's words, everyone looked at Yi Xian with envy. Oh my god. Such a stunning goddess was actually taken by that boy, and the child is already so big. No. Asshole, such a good cabbage was taken away like that. Whoosh. At this moment, the ring in Yi Xian's hand flew out and landed accurately on Pikachu's ear. A hit. This made the stall owner's heart sink, and he looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Wow, this guy is an expert. Yeah. Seeing her daddy's condom, Xiaoxi excitedly raised her little pink fist. Her cute appearance once again made everyone envious. Daddy is great. The little guy was jumping excitedly. Shi Mingyan sighed beside him. She had rarely seen him like this before. Handsome guy, that's awesome. The stall owner suppressed his frightened heart and took the Pikachu. It's yours. Yi Xian nodded and gave it to Xi Mingyan. Hey. Take it. You won't be jealous, will you? Hearing what that guy said, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at him, but looking at her favorite Pikachu, she didn't bother with him. Let's go. As the stall owner breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Xian took the mother and daughter and walked away, which made the stall owner secretly wipe away a cold sweat. Gulp. Watching Yi Xian's operation, everyone around was stunned and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Damn, that guy is simply a winner in life. Hee hee, mommy is laughing. Not long after they walked away, the little guy saw his mother's mouth curled up and smiled. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Xian looked over and saw the beautiful woman with a charming smile on her lips. Tang. Feeling the gaze of someone, Xi Mingyan's guilty face turned slightly red and her heartbeat quickened. No way. Xi Mingyan gritted her teeth and glanced at Xiaoxi. You are wrong. Seeing that her mother was being stubborn, Xiaoxi made a face, which made Xi Mingyan feel helpless. However, the happy look of the family stunned everyone around them. Even the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Isn't this heartwarming scene what they are striving for? However, at this moment, catch the thief! A scream was heard not far away, and several agile men rushed over with daggers in hand. Kid, get out of my way! Several men sneered and rushed towards Yi Xian without saying a word when they saw him, and also targeted Xiaoxi. Because these two people are exactly their target this time. You. Xi Mingyan frowned slightly when she saw this scene. The appearance of these people was too strange. Bang. However, before he could think about it, a man who was about to touch Xiaoxi was slapped to the ground by Yi Xian. Bang. Then, he stunned the others with a few moves. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, with just this little ability, you want to steal things like others. Dang. The daggers were scattered all over the ground, and several people lying on the ground wailing looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Third-rate master. That kid is at least a third-rate master. You have to know that they are from the Su family in Jiangcheng. Although they are not up to par, they are far better than ordinary people. As for Yi Xian, now that his cooking skills are top-notch and his body has been transformed, his strength has far surpassed that of ordinary people, so it is naturally no problem for him to deal with those people in front of him. Pa. When everyone at the Lantern Festival saw this scene, they all applauded. After all, there are fewer and fewer people who are brave enough to stand up for justice nowadays. You are so good at fighting. Xi Mingyan looked at the people in the field and vaguely guessed something. These people are not ordinary thieves. Yi Xian glanced at the few people. From their actions, it was obvious that their purpose was to target them. Oh. After hearing this, Xi Mingyan looked at Yi Xian and said, you figured it out. I'm not blind. After thinking for a moment, Xi Mingyan continued, do you remember Su Qianxue in the box last time? I'm afraid these people were sent by her. After a farce, Yi Xian took the two back to the villa. Night is falling here. Squeak. The supercar stopped, and after the family got out of the car, they saw a woman who had been waiting for a long time. Huh. After seeing the person coming, Xiaoxi was full of surprise. Aunt Ruoxue, why are you here? Xiaoxi. Mu Ruoxue was full of surprise when she saw Xiaoxi, and then her eyes fell on the girl next to her. Mingyan, you are here too. This. Indeed, the scene before her made Mu Ruoxue completely confused. Yi Xian. Soon, Mu Ruoxue realized the key point, which was Yi Xian, her target this time. Aunt Ruoxue, do you know Daddy? When Xiaoxi said this, Mu Ruoxue was stunned, and then looked at her best friend, Mingyan. That person back then was him. When Xi Mingyan was discovered by her best friend, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she still nodded reluctantly. Hiss. After getting the answer, Mu Ruoxue took a breath of cold air. Wow, this is such a coincidence. The person I want to sign a contract with is the guy I met my best friend 4 years ago. In the villa. Meng Yan. You are so mean. Mu Ruoxue glanced at her best friend. Such a big thing, you didn't even tell me. Xi Mingyan wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. After all. Her current relationship with Yi Xian is also very subtle. That's right. After a brief conversation, Mu Ruoxue finally realized her purpose. Yi Xian, this song is sung by you, right? While talking, Mu Ruoxue played the video on her mobile phone, and it was undoubtedly the song that Yi Xiandeng could sing. Aunt Ruoxue, you know it too. Xiaoxi saw the handsome dad in the video and said, hee hee, dad is awesome, right? Yi Xian, I'll just say it straight. Mu Ruoxue pondered for a moment and got straight to the point. I want to sign you as the exclusive musician of Tianlai Music. Ahem, although you may not be short of money. Having said that, Mu Ruoxue coughed dryly. After all, she recognized both the villa in front of her and the son of the devil. Well. Shi Mingyan was stunned and looked at her bestie in surprise. Ruoxue, you want to sign him as an exclusive musician? Yes. Mu Ruoxue nodded seriously. Why do you think I came all the way here? She rolled her eyes, and she still felt like she was dreaming. Sign a contract. Yi Xian was stunned after hearing what Mu Ruoxue said, but he was not interested in the music industry. Compared to this, he prefers to spend money. This is not impossible. But I have a condition. Yi Xian said this with a smile on his face, and Mu Ruoxue's eyes lit up when she heard it, obviously knowing there was hope. What conditions? Mu Ruoxue knew very well that Yi Xian had a great talent for music, although he was not short of money. The conditions are simple. Yi Xian then smiled and said, I wonder if you guys are selling Tianlai Music. I want to buy it. Puff. As soon as these words came out, Mu Ruoxue spat out all the tea in her mouth and looked at Yi Xian in shock. What did you say? Acquire Tianlai Music. Shi Mingyan was also stunned when she heard this, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at someone, wondering if this guy was crazy. They want to sign you as a musician, but you are obsessed with their platform. Why, no way. Yi Xian didn't want to work for others, so he continued, money is not a problem. Ahem. Mu Ruoxue was really shocked. She didn't expect it to develop like this. Yi Xian, we are not outsiders. I will be honest with you. Tianlai Music is facing a big problem with its capital chain and is in urgent need of reversing the situation. If they really want to acquire it, it's not impossible. After a pause, Mu Ruoxue continued, however, I still need to ask the boss for instructions. Can. Yi Xian was not in a hurry and smiled. Then, Mu Ruoxue called the boss of Tianlai Music. Hello, boss. I have a friend who wants to acquire Tianlai Music, take a look. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Mu Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief. The boss said that he would discuss this with other partners and go to the company tomorrow to discuss it in detail. Okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly, there was no rush for this matter. Half an hour later. Meng Yan, you have found a treasure. Mu Ruoxue ate the noodle soup, full of disbelief. This noodle soup is amazing. Honestly, it's hard not to like such a handsome, rich and super spoiled boy. Mu Ruoxue sighed as she recalled the superb cooking skills. Ruoxue, what are you talking about? Listening to her best friend's words, Shi Mingyan glared at her. What do you mean she found a treasure? It's just that the food she made is more delicious. What's the big deal? Xiaoxi, would you like to sleep with your aunt tonight? Although it was their first meeting, Mu Ruoxue was completely conquered by Yi Xian. To be honest, if he wasn't her best friend's husband, she might have fought for him. I must help my best friend to win over such an outstanding man. The strange voice nodded, and then said goodbye. Dad, Mom, I'm going to sleep first. Seeing Xiaoxi's actions, Mu Ruoxue gave the little guy a thumbs up. Well. When Shi Mingyan saw the two people, one big and one small, operating the machine, her face couldn't help but turn red. At the same time, heavenly music. Boss room. Zheng Mingyang, Lao Zhang, Lao Yu, Ruoxue called today and said that someone wants to acquire our Tianlai Music. Although I am the major shareholder, you also have shares after all. I want to hear your opinions. Zhang Yifeng, acquire Tianlai. Who? Yu Tiancheng, yes, I am also curious. Although Tianlai Music is not a large platform, it is also worth more than 1 billion. Jing Mingyang, well, that's him. As he spoke, Jing Mingyang placed 2 documents on the table. Jing Mingyang, his name is Yi Xian, a graduate of Jiangqing University. However, he owns dozens of supercars worth nearly 300 million yuan and 6 villas worth more than 500 million yuan. However, the information shows that he has an ordinary background. Yu Tiancheng, oh. Interesting. Zhang Yifeng, that's right. This Yi Xian's identity must be extraordinary. Today, Tianlai Music is facing a huge problem in its operation. If there is no chance to turn things around, I'm afraid it will be closed in half a year at most. Yu Tiancheng, Lao Zhang, do you mean to agree to the acquisition? Jing Mingyang, if you agree, the next question is the purchase price. This Yi Xian is not simple and his origin is mysterious. If we can get in touch with him, we will have great potential in the future. How about setting the purchase price at 1 billion? After some discussion, Jing Mingyang and others set the price at 1 billion. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room, shining on a beautiful face. She struggled through her sleepy eyes and woke up. At a certain moment, I felt something pressing on me, so I pushed it away and looked around. She was seen sleeping with her arms around someone, with her beautiful face pressed against him. This made Xi Mingyan blush, wondering what she had done. After finally breaking free, he tiptoed out of the room. Meng Yan, you're awake. At this moment, Mu Ruoshua's voice came from not far away, and then she looked at her bestie in confusion. What's going on? Your face is so red. Could it be that you? Shoo. Hearing Mu Ruoshua's words, Xi Mingyan quickly covered her mouth. Speak softly, don't wake him up. Oh. Mu Ruoshua's eyes widened and she was shocked. Her best friend hasn't woken up yet. This is too much. Look how tired the handsome guy is. Mu Ruoshua, what's that expression on your face? Xi Mingyan frowned and looked at her best friend, her face flushed. Things are not what you think, nothing happened last night. Really? I understand. Mu Ruoshua looked like she understood, no need to explain. However, the playfulness on her face made Xi Mingyan speechless. That stinky Ruoshua must have had some wrong ideas. What should she do? After a little while. Squeak. The door opened, and Yi Xian came down from upstairs and saw the 2 women who had just washed up, but he felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Yi Xian, good morning. Mu Ruoshua greeted him warmly. Did you sleep well last night? Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then moved his hands. It's just that my hand hurts a little. Pooh, cough, cough. Xi Mingyan drank some water to calm herself down, but accidentally spat it out, which made Mu Ruoshua look at her. Is it because I move my hands too much? Seeing her best friend's guilty look, Mu Ruoshua imagined some scenes in the 2nd dimension. My goodness, how much exercise would it take to make one's hands hurt? You guys play for a while, I'll make breakfast. After saying that, Yi Xian walked towards the kitchen, while Xiaoxi was still sleeping soundly. Meng Yan. Seeing Yi Xian busy in the kitchen, Mu Ruoshua came to her best friend and reminded her, you should also be more restrained. Look how tired you make me. I exercise moderation, TSK. When Xi Mingyan heard what her best friend said, her face turned red. Control yourself, you big head. Obviously, Xi Mingyan understood what her best friend meant. She had misunderstood again. What should she do? How should she explain it? Even if she explained that she slept with that guy's hand all night, she wouldn't believe it. So annoying, what should I do? Mu Ruoshua naturally wouldn't listen to her bestie's excuses, and continued, besides, asking someone to make breakfast is a bit too much. Mu Ruoshua, come here and I promise I won't beat you to death. She tried to pinch her best friend's hand, but Mu Ruoshua dodged it skillfully. It was obvious that she had anticipated this. Hateful. Good for you, Mu Ruoshua, what is this girl thinking about? After breakfast, Yi Xian drove the son of Demon and took Mu Ruoshua to the Tianlai Music headquarters. As for Shaoli, he had already parked 10 supercars in front of the villa, which was quite pleasing to the eyes. That's right. On the way there, Mu Ruoshua thought of something. Yi Xian, the boss sent a message this morning saying that they agreed to sell Tianlai. Yeah. Yi Xian responded with a smile. As long as he could spend the money, it didn't matter to him how much. Ruoxue, I heard yesterday that you are the operations director of Tianlai, right? Thinking about what happened yesterday, Yi Xian asked. Good. Mu Ruoxue nodded, and Yi Xian then asked, then I wonder what kind of person is the president of Tianlai Music? Oh. Hearing this, Mu Ruoxue was stunned and thought for a moment. His ability is average and his approach is conservative. He bears a lot of responsibility for the current situation of Tianlai Music. During the conversation, the two arrived at the headquarters of Tianlai Music. Boss Mu. As soon as I arrived at the headquarters lobby, an assistant was already waiting. The three bosses have been waiting in the conference room for a long time. Mu Ruoxue nodded slightly, but was shocked in her heart. The three bosses rarely waited for people on their own initiative. It seemed that they attached great importance to this acquisition. Yi Xian, this way. Mu Ruoxue led the way and they soon arrived at the meeting room. Squeak. As the door opened, Jing Mingyang and the other two in the meeting room all stood up to greet them. Ruoxue, this must be Mr. Yi. Yes, boss. Mu Ruoxue looked at the three people's serious expressions and was somewhat confused. My name is Jing Mingyang, and I'm a major shareholder of Tianlai Music. Jing Mingyang introduced them first, and then introduced Zhang Yifeng and the other person. I heard from Ruoxue that Mr. Yi wants to acquire Tianlai Music. How about this, a flat price of 1 billion? Mu Ruoxue was stunned when she heard this. You know, even if Tianlai Music's business is not doing well, its market value is still tens of billions. Oh. Seeing the expressions of the three people, Yi Xian naturally understood their intentions. Good. Without pointing it out, Yi Xian accepted the favor. A few minutes later, after Jing Mingyang and the other two received the payment, their eyes changed slightly when they looked at Yi Xian. Because from beginning to end, they didn't notice the slightest emotional fluctuation. Huh. Jing Mingyang and the other two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they had successfully established this connection. However, they didn't know that it was this decision that changed the rest of their lives, but that's a story for later. Ruoxue. Yi Xian then looked at Mu Ruoxue, are you interested in becoming the president of Tianlai Music? Ah, this. Mu Ruoxue, who had just come back to her senses, was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Yi Xian in disbelief, trying to make sure she had heard it right. Yi Xian, you, let me be the CEO of Tianlai Music. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then said, I don't have any acquaintances at Tianlai Music, so I'll leave it to you to take care of it from now on. Certainly. At this point, the corners of his mouth curved up, if you don't want to, forget it. Willing. Mu Ruoxue spoke up hurriedly. How could she give up such a good opportunity? Her career had been at a bottleneck, and the appointment as president was undoubtedly the best way to break the bottleneck. Very good. Yi Xian's eyes then fell on Mu Ruoxue. Next, reorganize the platform according to your ideas, and everything else remains the same. Good. Mu Ruoxue nodded heavily, but it felt like a dream. She had become the president of Tianlai Music. And my best friend's husband became his own boss. The most important thing is that he gave all the rights of Tianlai Music to himself. This trust made him feel pressured, fearing that he would not do well and disappoint Yi Xian's expectations. After giving a few instructions, Yi Xian left Tianlai Music without staying for long. Because he has more important things to do. System, exchange skills. Back in the supercar, Yi Xian spoke in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elementary martial arts ability, consuming 1 enhancement point. Note, this ability is comparable to that of a second-rate master. Buzz. Then, Yi Xian felt a warm current surging from his body, and his physical condition became much stronger than before. The feeling was so magical that it was impossible to describe it in words. The power is also much greater than before. However, it is not over yet, and my various skills have been improved a lot. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, special martial arts. Wealth, 899998279981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 4. Feeling the changes in his body, at this moment his martial arts ability was upgraded to the special level, his strength was greatly improved, not to mention his cooking and musical abilities, which were directly upgraded to the highest God level. After coming back to his senses, Yi Xian just drove away when he found someone following him, and there was a strong murderous intent behind him. Obviously, this was directed at him. Okay. Looking at the car following in the rearview mirror, Yi Xian raised his head and took the opportunity to test his current strength. Next, wait for the show to begin. On the way back to the villa, you must pass through here. Squeak. With the sound of sudden brakes, the supercar stopped, and in front of it there was a sand truck blocking the road. Then, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, and soon Yi Xian saw a familiar face. Boy, you were lucky last time. This person was Su Qianxue, who was surprisingly the mastermind behind the thieves at the last Lantern Festival. Humph. Looking at Yi Xian in front of her, Su Qianxue was filled with jealousy. Why did everyone like that bitch Xi Mingyan? Destroy him for me. At Su Qianxue's command, all the surrounding Su family masters rushed forward, including several third-rate masters. Bang. With one slap, the person in front was knocked 4 or 5 meters away. Boy, how outrageous. At this moment, a third-rate master narrowed his eyes and pounced towards Yi Xian. However, with a bang, the man was knocked to the ground and fainted on the spot, just like before. What? The faces of the remaining third-rate masters changed drastically, and then the slaps in their eyes became bigger, and then without exception, they were beaten unconscious by Yi Xian and fell to the ground. In an instant, Su Qianxue was the only one left on the field, staring at the field in dumbfounded eyes. How could you? Scared. At this moment, Su Qianxue was completely scared. Several third-rate masters were no match for her. Only then did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. What are you going to do? I warn you, I am the daughter of the Su family in Jiangcheng. Let me go, I can do anything for you, including myself. As she spoke, Su Qianxue took off her clothes. However, before he could make any move, Yi Xian slapped him in the face, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away and hitting the ground hard. He then fainted, and it was unknown how many of his ribs were broken. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang and I saw an incoming call. Hey, boss. As soon as the call was connected, the voice of Wang Zihang, the second oldest in the dormitory, came from the other end. You are so awesome. I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm glad you're a father now. Hi. It's a long story. Yi Xian briefly explained it, but Wang Zihang was shocked. What? Boss, you slept with a goddess 4 years ago. Indeed, Wang Zihang was no longer calm. That's right. Wang Zihang then asked, Cyan and Haozi were just talking about this, why are you not in the graduation photo today? After saying a few simple words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Graduation photos, this is a good opportunity to spend money. Second brother, help me contact my classmates. He paused and smiled, it's tonight at Kunpeng Hotel. I'll treat the whole class to a banquet. Ha! As soon as these words came out, Wang Zihang on the opposite side was stunned. Kunpeng Hotel banquet, boss, you are crazy. Just send a message. I'll pay for the class's consumption tonight. Ahem, boss is so generous. After chatting for a few words, Yi Xian drove towards the Kunpeng Hotel. At the same time, class communication group. What? Yi Xian Kunpeng Hotel invites us to dinner. Hey, I heard Yi Xian has become rich. Yes, I heard that nowadays people drive luxury cars and have villas. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him for a few days. For a moment, a lot of heated information emerged in the class group, but the news was soon known to Wang Bingbing. Night falls and the lights come on. Daddy. As soon as I parked the car in front of Kunpeng Hotel, I heard Xiaoxi's voice coming over, and she was waving her hand to say hello. At this moment, there is a girl next to Xiaoxi, who is the assistant Xiaoli. "Hello, uncle." Xiaoli bowed and greeted him, and as they got to know each other better, she became more and more respectful to her brother-in-law. Yi Xian nodded, and then Xiaoli continued, "Everything has been arranged, and the box has been booked at Wulongswen." As we were talking, we arrived at the hotel lobby. "That's right." Xiaoli then took out a card. "Son-in-law, this is a hotel recharge card. To pay for meals." "Oh." Taking the card, Yi Xian handed it to the cashier. "Please help me top up some money." "Sir, how much do you want to charge?" The cashier asked patiently. After all, this was a big customer today. "First, charge 100 million. Yi Xian said a number. "Now is the best time to spend money and cannot be missed." "Mr. 100 million, are you sure?" When the cashier heard this, she was shocked. How could she have such authority? "Xiaoli, what's wrong?" Just then, the hotel manager Chen Bingquan came over. "Mr. Chen." Seeing the person in charge coming, the cashier breathed a sigh of relief. This customer said he wants to top up 100 million. "Oh." After hearing this, Chen Bingquan looked at Yi Xian in surprise. 100 million. "Sir, let me help you with that." Beep. Soon, with Chen Bingquan personally handling the matter, the payment was successfully completed. "Boss, you." Wang Zihang and the other two arrived at the scene in shock, and happened to hear the scene of the boss successfully paying the bill. "Recharge 100 million. Boss, you're crazy." Sun Hao and Li Mingyuan looked at each other, as if they had just heard hallucinations. Most importantly, it succeeded. Well enough. Yi Xian was not surprised by their reaction. After all, the contrast was too great. "Just order whatever you want. I'll pay for it." Gulp. Seeing the boss who seemed like a different person, Wang Zihang and the other two swallowed hard. The boss was really a hidden second generation and he hid it too deeply. Oh. Then Wang Zihang and the other two looked at Xiaoxi and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Boss, this is my niece, Xiaoxi." Yi Xian introduced with a smile. "This is your Uncle Wang, Uncle Sun, and Uncle Li." "Hello, three uncles." When the polite, tender and pleasant voice reached their ears, Wang Zihang and the other two were truly moved. The elder Xiao Mianeo's voice was just too sweet. "Hello, niece." Wang Zihang and the other two greeted Xiaoxi enthusiastically. It is hard not to like such a cute fairy-like child. Oh my god, is the boss trying to trick them into giving birth to a daughter? Soon, everyone arrived one after another, and there was a lot of discussion in the box. And no one in the entire class was absent. After all, the average consumption per person at Kunping Hotel was at least tens of thousands, and with more than 50 people, the total cost would be at least 500,000. They didn't want to miss such a grand banquet at all. "What, Lao Wang? You said that Yi Xian recharged 100 million at Kunping Hotel." When the squad leader heard what Wang Zihang said, he screamed in shock, and it turned out that this was exactly what Wang Zihang did on purpose. Certainly. Wang Zihang was very confident, and then he took out the receipt. "Look, this is what I just printed." After a while, the whole audience was shocked. Then the way they looked at Yi Xian changed. They couldn't believe it at all. They knew that Yi Xian, who came from an ordinary background, was actually a super-rich second generation. For a moment, everyone's mind couldn't help but emerge with the breakup scandal on the school beauty playground some time ago. Wang Bingbing was going to suffer a lot this time. If he saw this scene, his expression would be very interesting. "Come." Wang Zihang raised his glass and said to Yi Xian, "Let's toast to the boss and thank him for the generous banquet." Cheers. In the box, the students were all drinking. "Everyone eat and drink well, and don't go home until you are drunk." Yi Xian said proudly, "It's okay to be drunk. I've already told them to stay at Kunping Hotel tonight." "Thank you, boss." All the students were immediately delighted. Kunping Hotel. Not only were they having dinner here today, but they could also stay overnight at the Kunping Hotel. If I tell this to others, I can brag about it for at least half a year. Big niece. Wang Zihang approached his niece and said slyly, "Your mother must be super beautiful." Of course. Xiaoxi had no idea what Wang Zihang was thinking. She raised her chin proudly. Mama was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. "Well, can you let Uncle Wang see your mom's photo?" Sun Hao at the side echoed, "That's right, it would be bad to meet someone you don't know on the road in the future." This. Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought about it carefully. She felt that what he said made sense. Okay then. Then, Xiaoxi fiddled with her phone and opened the photo album. "Hey, this is my mom." As they were talking, Xiaoxi handed Wang Zihang a photo of her mother. However, the moment Wang Zihang saw the photo, his pupils shrank, and the slight drunkenness he had just felt disappeared instantly. Wang Zihang stood up from his seat in an instant, his eyes fixed on his phone. "Oh my god, this is not my sister-in-law, she's clearly a fairy." Snap. Wang Zihang immediately took a high-definition photo with his mobile phone. "Boss, you are awesome." Sun Hao and the other men came over and began to doubt their lives after seeing his sister-in-law's beauty. Her looks completely refreshed their perception of beauty. Ding dong. Just then, a photo was sent to the class communication group. "Is this Sister Yi?" The students who were drinking together all lost their composure when they saw the photos in the class group. If you say you are not envious, even a fool would not believe it. Boss Yi, awesome. The students were filled with emotion, as this was the goddess they dared not even dream of touching. After 3 rounds of drinking, I was feeling tipsy. Goodbye, boss. After Wang Yihang and the other 2 saw them off, Xiaoli drove her brother-in-law back to the villa, and the graduation party ended. Looking at the direction the car was leaving, Chen Bingquan breathed a sigh of relief. The men had finally left. VIP card recharge 100 million. Who exactly is this Yixian? Looking back on the card application process, he transferred 100 million without even blinking an eye, which is enough to explain everything. Afterwards, Chen Bingquan made a phone call. "Hey, Lao Zheng." After dialing the phone, Chen Bingquan shared his feelings. "Today I met a strange person. You may not believe this, but he topped up 100 million in our hotel." Then, Chen Bingquan started to complain, but soon he lost his composure. "Are you sure that person's name is Yixian?" Zheng Mingyang on the opposite side coughed dryly, and then asked about the appearance characteristics. "Old Chen." Zheng Mingyang smiled bitterly, then said, "Do you remember the acquisition of Tianlai Music? The person who acquired it was Mr. Yi." Boom. Hearing this, Chen Bingquan's pupils suddenly shrank. "Old Zheng, what did you say?" "The person who acquired Tianlai Music is Yixian." After saying this, Chen Bingquan couldn't help but take a breath, then looked in the direction where the supercar left, and shock appeared in his eyes. 1 billion. Tianlai Music was acquired for 1 billion, and now it is recharged with hundreds of millions. TSK, who on earth is this Yixian? And the fact that Yixian could make the usually sharp-eyed old Jing show such goodwill seemed to indicate that he was much more mysterious than he had imagined. He had to maintain a good relationship with him at all costs. "Mr. Chen." At this moment, one of his men ran over and opened his phone. "It's her. The woman Yixian is her, the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing 4 years ago, Xi Mingyan, the president of Xi Group. It's her." When Chen Bingquan saw Xi Mingyan, he gulped and said, "She's family in Jiangqing." They almost became a second-rate family back then. After staring blankly for a long time, Chen Bingquan looked in the direction where Yixian left. The person who made the Xi family lose face back then was actually him. If this news gets out, it will definitely shock the entire Jiangqing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his drinking ability to the special level. It consumes 4 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and 10,000 cups without falling down. There was a system sound in my ears. Immediately afterwards, the original drunkenness dissipated and the effect was immediate. With a sigh of relief, Yixian looked out the window of the extended supercar. The future is really exciting. On the other side, Jiangqing University. In the dormitory. Ding dong. The message came, and then my best friend Xiaolu received the message. "What? this. After seeing the news, Xiaolu was shocked. What's wrong? Wang Bingbing and another girlfriend came over, and Xiaolu swallowed her saliva and said in surprise, Bingbing, Yixian invited everyone in the class to the Kunping Hotel, and they all stayed in the hotel. What? As soon as these words came out, Wang Bingbing's best friend's eyes widened. Kunping Hotel, how is this possible? That's the top luxury hotel in Jiangcheng. It's said that the meal alone costs at least tens of thousands per person. With accommodation included, it's probably at least 20,000 per person. More than 50 people, that's millions. That's not all. Xiaolu took a deep breath and continued, my friend said that Yixian recharged 100 million yuan on the Kunping Hotel VIP card. Pooh, cough, cough. Wang Bingbing, who had wanted to drink some water to calm down, spat out all the tea when she heard this, her eyes full of regret. 100 million, this. Wang Bingbing's best friend swallowed hard and said, oh my god, this is such a waste. Also. Xiaolu took a deep breath and then pulled out a photo. Bingbing, this is the woman who had a relationship with Yixian 4 years ago. The competitive Wang Bingbing and her best friend looked over there, but they were shocked by the fairy-like girl in the photo. It's so beautiful. Wang Bingbing's best friend couldn't help but sigh. After making the comparison, Wang Bingbing found that she was completely defeated, with her looks, figure, and temperament all being inferior. Total defeat. This was the conclusion she came to. No wonder he had been lukewarm towards her since then. It was all because of this woman. No. All of this should have been mine, I regret it so much. Jiangcheng Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Su Qianxue woke up with bandages wrapped all over her body. At this moment, she felt unprecedented pain, and then the intense fear made her pupils shrink suddenly. I am still alive. That Yixian is a devil. Even third-rate masters can't be his match in one move. His skills are so strong that the Su family of Jiangcheng cannot afford to provoke him. Qianxue. Just then, a middle-aged man came to the scene. This man was Su Qianxue's father, Su Jinlong. Tell Dad who hurt you like this. Su Jinlong was furious, no matter who he is, Dad will seek justice for you. Dad, I don't remember. Su Qianxue pretended to be in pain and covered her forehead, my head hurts. Of course she wouldn't say it, because she knew her father's temper too well. By then, the Su family in Jiangcheng would be in great trouble because of her. What? Doctor, this. After hearing this, Su Jinlong looked at the doctor beside him in confusion. No problem. After an examination, the doctor nodded, Mr. Su, Miss Su suffered a head impact and should have temporary amnesia. After Su Jinlong heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, it's good that you're okay. Son of a bitch. After the doctor left, Su Jinlong slammed his fist on the bed. His daughter now had damaged memory and 7 or 8 broken ribs. This kind of grudge could never be resolved peacefully. Dad, I'm fine. Su Qianxue was really scared of being beaten. That guy was not something the Su family could deal with. That's right. Then he thought of something and looked at his father. Dad, is my brother still obsessed with Xi Mingyan? Hey. Su Jinlong sighed and nodded. Really? Seeing her father's reaction, Su Qianxue's heart tightened. Xi Mingyan was the woman of that ruthless man. Dad, I really don't like Xi Mingyan. Su Qianxue clenched her fists, please don't let my brother pursue Xi Mingyan again, okay? Good. Dad promises you. When Su Jinlong saw his daughter's expression, he agreed immediately. If it was 4 years ago, he might have supported it, but now Xi Mingyan had a 3-year-old child and he would not agree no matter what. Thank you, Dad. Su Qianxue took a deep breath and then lost in thought, I want to be alone. The next day, early morning. Hiss. A slight pain came over Xi Mingyan, and when she noticed it, her face turned red because someone had been holding her in his arms and sleeping all night, with his big hand still there. Hateful. Seeing that someone didn't wake up, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and left the room carefully. However, Yixian opened his eyes after Xi Mingyan left. It's soft and feels good. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he woke up in the morning, he found that it was just like that. It turned out that yesterday's dream was true. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang, and the caller was Muruoshige. "Hey, Master Yi." After weighing the pros and cons, Muruoshige called Yi Xian. After all, he was her boss now and it would be inappropriate to call him by his name. "Did I disturb you and Mingyan's sleep?" "Something's going on." Yi Xian smiled slightly. This Muruoshige has a keen eye. "That's right." Muruoshige thought for a moment, then continued, "Tianlai Music is now on the right track, what should we do next?" "What's the next step?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then curved his lips and said, "I'll write a few songs for you later, and you can ask the singer to record and upload them." "Good." Muruoshige naturally knew that Yi Xian was a talented writer, and the song he sang last time was the best proof of that. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian took a pen and paper and started to write and draw. He soon created Jiangnan, dusk, non-face makeup, blue and white porcelain. He then took a photo and sent it to Muruoshige. As for how it would proceed next, it was not his concern. On the other side, the office of the president of Tianlai Music. This is. Looking at the more than 10 songs she received, Muruoshige was stunned. In such a short time, so many classics were created. Having worked as operations director for several years, she could naturally tell what kind of songs would become popular. Very good. Looking at the songs on her phone, Muruoshige was full of confidence. With these songs, Tianlai Music will surely be able to turn the situation around. Ding dong. At this moment, Muruoshige received a message on her phone. "Dear CCB user, 300 million renminbi has been deposited into your account ending in 4273 on September 25, 2024. Please check it. CCB." Looking at the text message, Muruoshige was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 300 million. After counting, Muruoshige couldn't believe what she saw. Then, Muruoshige received another message on her phone. "Tianlai Music is in operation, these are for operational purposes." Huh. Seeing the message sent by Yi Xian, Muruoshige felt like she was dreaming. 300 million for operation purposes. In fact, Muruoshige was a little shocked to find out what kind of man her best friend had had a relationship with back then. However, Muruoshige quietly felt that the burden on her body was heavier. After sending the message, Yi Xian smiled slightly and successfully consumed the 3 small goals. Just then, the phone vibrated with a buzz. Huh. Looking at the live push notification of Lear Little Fairy, "Is this that girl Xiaoli?" She clicked in casually, and at the moment she was playing PK with someone. "Long time no see, cousin gives you a big gift." Looking at Shenlier in the live broadcast room, Yi Xian smiled and registered a Douxia live broadcast account with the ID name, "Ride a Pig and Watch the Sunset." My cousin Shenlier, who was having breakfast live in the dormitory, didn't know about this scene. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. "Brothers, hold on. There is only half a minute left, and the goddess Lear is going to lose. Oh no, the enemy is about to charge. It's the last 20 seconds. I'm sorry, Little Fairy Lear. Lear, the other party is too strong, we can't do anything." As time went by, the fans became increasingly annoyed, while the fans in the opposite live broadcast room had smiles on their faces, but they didn't have time to think about it. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the Little Fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X66. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the Fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X88. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the Fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X99. The sudden reward shocked everyone. This is. Shenlier in the dormitory was stunned and looked towards the live broadcast room in disbelief. Has a big boss rewarded me? The progress bar directly crushed the opponent, which made the little internet celebrity in the opposite live broadcast room dumbfounded on the spot. Oh my god. Shenlier's roommate looked at the live broadcast room in confusion. "Lear, you are fighting back. Ride a pig and watch the sunset, this is definitely a boss. Look, the reward isn't over yet." At this moment, everyone looked around and saw more intense super rocket rewards appeared on the screen, but this was just the beginning. The roommate then looked at the live broadcast screen and saw that the rewards were still increasing. Lear, who are you, Sunset Boss? Looking at the rewards on the screen, the dormitory friends were really shocked. All the curious babies stared at Chandelier, eager to know the answer. Well. Feeling the gaze of her roommate, Chandelier's face turned red. Ahem, I don't know that either. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Liar Fairy Super Rocket X111. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Liar Fairy Super Rocket X222. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Liar Fairy Super Rocket X333. With the rewards soaring, the first PK game ended, and Chandelier's live broadcast room quietly had more than 5,000 fans. Lear, you're so angry. The dormitory companions looked at the soaring popularity of the live broadcast room, and they were all envious, especially the reward from the Sunset Boss. Lear could get a large amount just by dividing it. Thank you, Sunset will give you a big reward. Chandelier looked at the reward for riding a pig and watching the sunset, and thanked him excitedly. This was the first time someone had been so generous. While talking, the second round of PK quietly started. In the other party's live broadcast room, they came up and rewarded tens of thousands of people with great efforts. However, before they could recover, they were completely crushed by the rewards while riding a pig to watch the sunset. Look, Sunset Shenhao's rewards haven't stopped yet. Ahem, you are indeed a great boss. Little Fairy Lear has endured it all. Finally, a big boss came to save her. Hey, Boss Sunset did a great job, let's make the explosion defense more intense. The small bench has been moved, wait for the sunset to show off. In Chandelier's live broadcast room, fans couldn't stop complaining because the opponent's health bar was pushed unilaterally and they had no ability to resist. All because the reward for riding a pig to watch the sunset is too crazy, and the super rocket output is free of charge. Lear, it's broken. While the live broadcast room was boiling, Chandelier's roommate stared at the screen in disbelief, shocked. Goodoo. The other companions all swallowed their saliva, the shock in front of them was indeed quite big. One super rocket costs 2,000, and 1,000 is 2 million. No, even if the platform takes 50%, Lear can still get 1 million. There was a lot of chatter in the dormitory, and Chandelier's eyes were full of envy. Oh my god. It's difficult to make millions from one live broadcast. Ahem, this. Chandelier was in disbelief, and then she sent a private message to ride a pig and watch the sunset, hoping that the boss would stop rewarding her. After all, if the reward is too much, she will be burdened, and who knows who is riding the pig to watch the sunset. She clicked on riding a pig to watch the sunset with her delicate hands, but Chandelier was stunned by the avatar. This avatar. Cousin Yishen. There is no doubt that Chandelier recognized the person with the profile picture. That was her favorite cousin Yishen. How could he admit his mistake? Isn't it possible? Swallowing, Chandelier took a deep breath. Cousin, is that you? As I fiddled with my fingers and typed, I felt really uneasy. Just how could my cousin have so much money? In the villa, Yishen received the message. Oh, I recognized it so quickly. After seeing the message, Yishen raised the corners of his lips. Xiao Lear, I haven't seen you for half a year and you are much more beautiful. Yeah. When Chandelier saw the familiar title and joke, she stood up from her seat. Oh my god, what a cousin. Fortunately, Chandelier turned off the sound of the live broadcast at this moment, otherwise it might cause too much trouble. What? As soon as these words came out, all the roommates in the dormitory were stunned, and then they looked at each other, their eyes shining brightly. Oh my god. What Lear just said, that Mr. Shiyang is her cousin. Chandelier ignored her roommate and continued to send messages to her cousin. Cousin, where did you get so much money? Chandelier pondered for a moment, then typed, let me tell you, if you do anything illegal, my uncle and aunt will definitely break your legs. What are you thinking about? Yishen smiled slightly and then typed, your cousin, I made some money part-time before, and then partnered with a friend to acquire a company. You know Tianlai Music, your brother is the boss now. Oh. After hearing her cousin's explanation, Chandelier finally understood, but she still couldn't react, which meant that her cousin was very rich now. Hee hee, that's great. After knowing that her cousin was rich, Shenlier felt particularly happy. Then I won't be polite to your reward, hee hee. Don't worry, keep it. Looking at Shenlier in the live broadcast room, Yi Xian's mind recalled the little slug that followed him when he was a child. He was really a woman, and he didn't know who would take advantage of him in the future. Yeah. /kiss.jpg. After sending the message, Shenlier's face was filled with happiness. Originally, she was worried about someone who had evil intentions towards her, but it turned out to be her cousin, Lier. However, after seeing Shenlier's typing conversation ending, the roommates started to disturb her. Then riding a pig and watching the sunset, is he really your cousin? Of course. Seeing the looks of her roommates, Shenlier said arrogantly, that's the cousin Yi Xian I showed you before. Now he is the big boss. To be honest, it feels like I'm dreaming. Wow. Hearing Shenlier's words, handsome figures appeared in the minds of the roommates, especially several of them who were acting as screensavers. It turned out to be that super handsome cousin. I feel like I like cousin Lier more. What should I do? Yeah. At this moment, one of the roommates stared at the live broadcast room with wide eyes and screamed, oh my god, Lier, your cousin has rewarded me again. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Lier Fairy Super Rocket X1211. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Lier Fairy Super Rocket X1356. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with a reward of Lier Little Fairy Super Rocket X1487. This scene really shocked all the girls in the dormitory. Shenlier glanced at it, and when she saw it, her mouth was wide open, and she looked very good-looking. Cousin, this. Oh my god. Seeing her cousin's reward, Shenlier felt like she was in a dream. No matter how rich you are, this is too wasteful. Good-oo. Swallowing hard, Shenlier took a deep breath and hurriedly sent a WeChat message, cousin, are you still giving me rewards? Of course, I haven't seen you for half a year. Yi Xian smiled slightly. How could he miss such a good opportunity to spend money? Of course my cousin wants to give Xiao Lier a big gift. Yes, this. If my parents find out, they will definitely beat me to death. Swallowing secretly, Shenlier sent a message in reply. Fine. Yi Xian smiled slightly and raised the corners of his lips. I'll tell my second aunt and uncle when we get back. After chatting for a few words, Shenlier's face turned red with excitement as she stared at the live broadcast room, looking at the super rocket rewards that were still soaring. My cousin is so doting, so I'm not afraid of being proud. Call. Several people in the dormitory were really shocked. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the second PK game being won perfectly. But the eyes looking towards the live broadcast room were full of complexities. Shock. Stunned. Shocked. All kinds of emotions emerged in their hearts, and then they all turned into deep love and admiration, even though they had only seen the photos. Perhaps it's due to money's ability. 666666, Mr. Sunset is invincible. Oh my god, there are already more than 2,000 super rockets. Damn, over 4 million in rewards, you are awesome. Hey, the opponent was instantly turned into slag. If heaven hadn't given me the sunset boss, the rewards would have been like a long night forever. Oh look, Mr. Sunset hasn't stopped yet. Seeing the heated discussion in the live broadcast room, everyone was really shocked. They still wanted to continue with more than 4 million. Are they crazy? The third round of PK begins quietly. The opponent's progress bar was wiped out the instant he came on stage. At this moment, tens of thousands of fans on the opposite side were all stunned, looking at the continuously soaring progress bar in shock, and the entire live broadcast room was silent. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the Fairy Lier with a Super Rocket X3346. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the Fairy Lier with a Super Rocket X3356. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the Fairy Lier with a Super Rocket X3387. Unprecedented shock filled the live broadcast rooms of both parties. Good-oo. The friends in the dormitory were filled with sighs and sighs. They watched the live broadcast room quietly and could not express any emotion at all. Everything was left unsaid. But they looked at Shenlier with nothing but envy. Oh my God. So doted on, they also really want such a powerful cousin. Lier, let's show our cards, I want to be your cousin-in-law. And me. The roommates who kept saying nothing but never stopped finally gave up their last reserve. What broke them was not the last straw, but every step in the reward process. Roll. Seeing the unscrupulous roommates, Shenlier coughed dryly, my cousin is not interested in Lolita, and I don't know if my cousin has a girlfriend. No. Lier, you're the best, please push your cousin's WeChat account to me. Yes, I will give you clothes for a month. The sound of shouting and shouting rang out, Shenlier covered her head, and sure enough, this scene still happened. Original. The cousin has already made their hearts belong to them. Now that the cousin is so rich and doted on, it would be strange if they don't like it. Even if it weren't for the blood taboo, she might not be able to hold it back. Who makes my cousin so handsome and outstanding? Hey. However, this time my cousin made me stand out. From now on, who would dare to look down on me when my cousin is watching? In one sentence, with my cousin in hand, I have the world. That's it. After 3 rounds of PK, the roommates looked enviously and rewarded each other. Finally, they spent 5,000 super rockets, worth up to 10 million renminbi. Cousin, I love you so much. Seeing the super rocket with a reward of tens of millions, Shenlier was extremely excited. /hug.jpg. Girl, I just realized how good your cousin is. Yixian typed something and thought of the little girl following the slug behind him. Time flew by so fast. Humph. Shenlier snorted with a smile on her face. The roommates who were envious of this scene almost cried. Cousin, I haven't even seen you yet. I want the video. After saying that, Shenlier smiled evilly and secretly thought that her cousin must have dumped her even more now. Soon, Yixian received the sound of the video call. This girl. Clicking to connect, I was surprised to see a girl who was even more beautiful than the one in the live broadcast. It was Shenlier. Wow. However, at this moment, the friends in the dormitory were no longer calm and hurriedly gathered around him, but they did not dare to appear in sight due to shyness. Just like that, watching quietly. Wow. My cousin is more handsome than before. Yeah, I love it so much, I feel like I'm in love, my heart is beating so fast. Several Lolita chattered, but luckily the voices were lower, otherwise if Cousin Lier heard it, he would be eager to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. You guys, calm down. Shenlier rolled her eyes at her roommates and said angrily, so what if I like my cousin, but I can't get it? Xiao Lier, what are you talking about? Yes, everything is possible. He was chirping at Shenlier, but while the brother and sister were talking, a pleasant lark-like voice came over. Daddy, what are you doing? As Tiantian's voice sounded, a cute little guy appeared on the screen. It was Xiaoxi who woke up. Wow, what a beautiful sister. When Xiaoxi saw Shenlier, her eyes were full of love. This young lady is really super beautiful. Oh. The roommates were all stunned by the sudden scene, and then their hearts filled with girls. What a cute little fairy. Cousin, who is this? Shenlier was obviously stunned by Xiaoxi. She was so cute and cute, like a delicate porcelain doll. Just now, she actually called you daddy. Ahem. Yixian coughed dryly and forgot about the little guy, but since he saw it, he didn't hide anything. Xiao Lier, this is my daughter and your eldest niece. Ha. When Shenlier heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. As for the roommates, their hearts were broken, and they all looked to the opposite side with pale faces. How is it possible? Lier's cousin's child is already so old. Xiaoxi, this is your Aunt Lier. Yixian lovingly rubbed the little guy's head and introduced him. Hello, Aunt Lier. Xiaoxi's sweet and cute voice sounded, which made Shenlier's heart melt, and she immediately liked her so much. Hello, Xiaoxi. Oh my God, you are so cute, I love you so much. Hee hee. Knowing that Daddy has a good relationship with this aunt, Xiaoxi also said sweetly, Xiaoxi also likes Aunt Lier very much. Right. After chatting for a while, Shenlier looked at her cousin. Cousin, when did this happen? Why didn't I know? Well, it's a long story. Xiaoxi leaned in Dad's arms, and Yixian came next. That was one night 4 years ago. Listening to her cousin's words, Shenlier's eyes became confused. It turned out that her cousin and sister-in-law actually had such a beautiful encounter. I was so envious. So that's it. Shenlier nodded heavily, and then asked curiously, what about that? My uncle and aunt don't know about this. If my uncle and aunt had known about it, my cousin would definitely not be as relaxed as he is now. Ahem, I don't know yet. Yixian coughed dryly. He didn't expect when his parents would recognize Xiaoxi. Let's wait until later. Rest assured. Shenlier promised, cousin, I will keep it a secret for you. After hanging up the phone, Shenlier breathed a sigh of relief. 4 years ago, my cousin was not even as old as me. That's amazing. However, my niece is so cute, I really want to pinch her. Ding dong. In the villa room, not long after hanging up the phone, Yixian received a WeChat message. Dear cousin, we are going to visit Jiangqing University tomorrow, remember to pick me up at the station, kiss.jpg. This girl. Looking at the message on his phone, Yixian smiled helplessly, then typed back, okay. Daddy, Aunt Lear is so beautiful. Xiaoxi likes it very much. Seeing his dad turning off his phone, the little guy said cutely. Yeah. He rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly and continued, then how about going to the station with Dad to pick up Aunt Lear tomorrow? Really? Hearing what her father said, Xiaoxi was extremely happy. It's great to meet the beautiful Aunt Lear. The father and daughter enjoyed some dog food for a while before washing up and coming out of the room. Da-da-da. As soon as I arrived in the living room downstairs, I heard the sound of busy work in the kitchen, and then I saw that the dining table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Huh. Seeing Xi Mingyan finishing breakfast, Yixian was curious. I didn't expect you could cook. Snort. Xi Mingyan snorted, then her face flushed as she thought of something and turned her head away. Who are you looking down on? Yes, Dad. Xiaoxi smiled and said, it was always Mommy who cooked before. But Dad's cooking is still the best. Xiaoxi commented seriously, but Xi Mingyan was upset when she heard this. She really loved this little guy in vain. Eat it if you want. Glaring at Xiaoxi, Xi Mingyan was really angry. This father and daughter only knew how to bully her. Cooking skills, not bad. While eating the breakfast prepared by Xi Mingyan, Yixian commented on it, which made Xi Mingyan feel a little better. After all, it was not easy to be praised for this guy's cooking skills. You're smart. Xiaoxi smiled at her mother, but Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes. Ding-a-ling. During the meal, Xi Mingyan's cell phone rang. When she saw that the caller was her mother, her heart jumped into her throat. After all, my mother doesn't know Yixian's existence. Hello, Mom. When the call was connected, Xi Mingyan addressed him enthusiastically, obviously trying to cover up her guilty conscience. Xi's mother on the other side responded and continued, by the way, Xiaodao's head teacher just called and said that he got into trouble at school and asked his parents to come over. Your father and I are in Shanghai discussing business and don't have time. You can go over there. What? That brat got into trouble again. Beep beep. Before Xi Mingyan could finish her words, her mother hung up the phone, which made Xi Mingyan's beautiful face look bitter. She knew something bad was going to happen to her parents. Ahem. Xi Mingyan then looked at Yixian, coughed dryly and continued, Yixian. Xiaodao's homeroom teacher is calling parents. I have an important meeting later. How about you go there for me? Yeah. When Xiaoxi heard this, she looked at her mother and said, Mom, Uncle Xiaodao is in trouble again. Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Xiaoxi reveal the truth, Xi Mingyan was caught off guard and could only make the best of it, just to understand the situation. Is it okay for you to go as brother-in-law? Xi Mingyan's face turned red. Thinking about what that guy did in the morning, she gritted her teeth and said that this could be considered a revenge. Oh. Hearing this, Yixian smiled. My brother-in-law was called the head of the family. Yi Xian was of course not stupid. This girl didn't have a meeting at all. It was obvious that she just didn't want to go. Since it concerns my brother-in-law, there is no problem. Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at someone and didn't care about calling him brother-in-law. After all, she had to give this guy some sweetness to get him into the trap. Thanks. Xi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to go to that brat to call his parents. Bye, Mom. After breakfast, Xi Mingyan rarely saw the father and daughter off, as if she knew what would happen on their trip. She had heard the class teacher scold her every time she went there before. After all, who made that brat always get into trouble? Dad, this is my first time going to my uncle's school. Xiaoxi was looking forward to it excitedly, feeling that everything was so new and happy. Everything had become different since she had been with her daddy. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and learned from the message sent by Xi Mingyan that this brother-in-law had just entered the first grade of junior high school, but he had called his parents more than 10 times and was a real troublemaker. All right. Looking at the message from his brother-in-law, Yi Xian smiled slightly. This brother-in-law seems to be quite interesting. Soon, the elite aristocratic school arrived. Xi Xiaodao, do you admit your mistake? As soon as I arrived at the office door, I heard a scolding voice, and the person being scolded was my brother-in-law Xi Xiaodao. Why? Then, I heard a voice full of dissatisfaction. He was the first to hit me, is it wrong for me to resist? You. Knock knock. Just then, after Yi Xian learned the whole story, a knock on the door attracted the attention of people in the office. Who are you? Before the teachers in the office could ask, Xiaoxi had already run over. Uncle Xiaodao. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Xi Xiaodao saw Xiaoxi's face full of surprise, but then his gaze fell on Yi Xian who came with her. Get out of the way and don't step on my shoes. At this time, a kid who looked similar to Xi Xiaodao looked at Xiaoxi with disdain and raised his hand to push her. Bang. But at this moment, Xi Xiaodao suddenly became unhappy and slapped her directly. Try to touch Xiaoxi. Your teacher, Xi Xiaodao hit me again. The child immediately complained, which made Yi Xian stunned. This brother-in-law is quite protective of his child. Hello, teacher. I am Xi Xiaodao's brother-in-law. Coming closer, Yi Xian nodded to his brother-in-law, but his brother-in-law was confused after hearing it. Brother-in-law. What the hell? He didn't even know he had a brother-in-law. Uncle Xiaodao, he is my dad. Xiaoxi whispered to her uncle, but Xi Xiaodao's eyes widened. Damn, my sister brought that scumbag here. Is she crazy? Don't be afraid, the old man will have a heart attack. Hello, brother-in-law. Knowing that he had caused trouble, Xiaodao naturally did not dare to offend this nominal brother-in-law, although he did not know why his elder sister asked him to come. Oh. You are Xi Xiaodao's parent, right? The head teacher glanced at Yi Xian and didn't hold back at all because of his handsome appearance. He looked like he was in menopause. Your Xiaodao gets into trouble every day, and today he even got into a fight with someone. I don't. Before the head teacher finished speaking, Xi Xiaodao suddenly became angry. He was the first to attack, so I attacked him. Still making excuses. The head teacher immediately got furious and stood up angrily. Xi Xiaodao, what did I tell you? It's wrong for him to hit you, but it's wrong for you to fight back. Bang. Unable to bear it, Yi Xian slapped him directly. What kind of scumbag is this head teacher and teacher who is misleading the students? The sudden scene stunned the brother-in-law. The brother-in-law directly defeated the head teacher. What a great move. As for the child who had previously clashed with Xi Xiaodao, he was extremely frightened. Asshole. Xi Xiaodao's class teacher was furious. She looked at Yi Xian like a shrew and was about to fight back. Why did you hit me? At this time, other teachers in the office tried to persuade Teacher Xiaodao to stop fighting because they knew his fighting ability too well. Why did you fight back when I hit you? He glanced at the misleading class teacher and said, didn't you say that fighting back is wrong? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Even the head teacher who was shouting at her stood there in a daze. Xi Xiaodao felt so happy. Where did my dear sister find this weird brother-in-law? He is so awesome. You. For a moment, the beaten head teacher stammered for a long time and couldn't say a word, and almost fainted from anger. If she doesn't get back at him today, how can she survive in this aristocratic school? Does she really think she's Master Miju is just a waste of time? Boy, this matter is not over today. What's wrong? The noisy noise immediately attracted the principal of the aristocratic school. Principal, you have to make the decision for me. Teacher Xiaodao was so aggrieved that she exploded. The evildoer complained first. This guy, it was him who actually beat someone up in public in the office. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. I suggest that Shi Xiaodao be expelled and given a serious punishment. After saying that, he glared at Yi Xian fiercely, then a look of smugness appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if to say, "You are too young to fight me." You know. She is not only the class teacher, but also a relative of the board of directors of the aristocratic school. Nonsense. Shi Xiaodao couldn't help it and said, "It's obviously the class teacher who is biased. My brother-in-law is just explaining things to him. Other teachers can testify to this." When the other teachers in the office heard this, their faces changed. After all, they knew that Teacher Xiaodao had a strong backer. If they offended Teacher Xiaodao, they would probably end up in this job. This gentleman. Principal Zhao Zifang breathed a sigh of relief and tried to smooth things over. It's wrong to hit someone after all. Why don't you apologize to Teacher Zhang first? Yeah. Listening to the principal's words and the reactions of other teachers in the office just now, Yi Xian roughly guessed that this Teacher Zhang had an extraordinary background. But it didn't matter to him. On the contrary, he suddenly had a bold idea. Principal, do you sell it in your aristocratic school? Yi Xian raised an intriguing expression and looked at the principal. I want to buy it. Boom. When these words were spoken, everyone including the principal was dumbfounded. Shi Xiaodao was even more incredulous. He did not expect that his cheap brother-in-law would suddenly ask such a question. This, cough. Principal Zhao Zifang saw that Yi Xian had an extraordinary bearing and coughed dryly. To be honest, sir, the board of directors of the noble school has indeed been planning to sell it for more than a month, but no one has taken it over yet. Only. At this point, Zhao Zifang reminded, elite noble school is considered top-notch in Jiangcheng. The purchase price is about 2 billion. Are you sure you want it? 2 billion. After Yi Xian heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. That's great. I want it. Yi Xian casually took out a black card, swiped the card. This. Zhao Zifang was stunned when he heard this, and then he coughed dryly. Well, let me ask for your instructions. After all, he is only responsible for managing the aristocratic school, and the real decision-maker is the board of directors. Beep. After Zhao Zifang signed the contract on behalf of the board of directors, the payment was received. Mr. Yi, from now on you will be the only director of the elite noble middle school. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but Teacher Zhang not far away looked as pale as death. She was scolded by a relative of the former school director, which made her completely confused. That guy really bought an aristocratic school. Well, let's get back to the topic we just talked about. Then he looked at Xiaodao's homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. Should I still apologize to this Mr. Zhang? Well. Everyone, including Principal Zhao, had their mouths twitching. You are the boss of an aristocratic school, why are you still apologizing? Gulp. Shi Xiaodao was really confused when he saw this operation. Oh my god, it can be done this way. Brother-in-law. Awesome, awesome. This method is totally beyond the reach of ordinary people. If anyone wants to snatch such an awesome brother-in-law, I will fight him to the death. Ahem, Mr. Yi is joking. Zhao Zifang coughed dryly and continued, including me, everyone in the noble school will be decided by you alone. What about an apology? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked, especially Teacher Zhang who had just shouted. He felt like crying but had no tears. What a guy, now the positions are reversed and the other party has become his boss. Joke. How could he still be so tough? He even wanted to die. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this answer. Of course, Principal Zhao did not dare to be arrogant. After all, the power of life and death was in Yi Xian's hands. Mr. Zhang, right? Yi Xian's gaze fell on him, which made Teacher Zhang tremble and almost fall to the ground. Mr. Yi. Guldo swallowed his saliva. You know, she had to beg and plead to get this job. If she was fired, where would she find a job with such good treatment? Do you still need to apologize? Ahem. Teacher Zhang was extremely embarrassed and waved his hands hastily. No, no need. How dare you? After taking a deep breath, Teacher Zhang looked at Shi Xiaodao with a more favorable attitude. Student Xiaodao, you usually perform well. The teacher misunderstood you just now. Don't take it personally. When Shi Xiaodao heard the teacher who had always made things difficult for him speak so humbly, he suddenly felt so happy that he felt like he was floating in the sky. Snort. However, she couldn't lose face for her brother-in-law. I'm doing this for my brother-in-law's sake, otherwise I'd ask you to get out right now. Yes, yes. Teacher Zhang flattered, and then Yi Xian glanced at him. Since you have decided to continue working in the school, you should correct your attitude. If something like this happens again, leave by yourself. Understood, Mr. Yi. Taking a deep breath, Teacher Zhang did not dare to be careless at this moment, and even did not dare to act domineeringly next time. However, considering your bad behavior this time, I think it's okay to fine you 3 months' salary. His eyes fell on Teacher Zhang, which made his whole body tremble, and he almost knelt on the ground. No, no objection. Gulp. Many colleagues around me swallowed their saliva. My goodness, 3 months' salary is nearly 100,000 yuan. Then, he looked at Shi Xiaodao and decided not to offend this little ancestor in the future. Let's go. Then, Yi Xian took his brother-in-law and Xiaoxi out of the office. Only when they disappeared from sight did the principal and others breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhang even fell to the ground with a thud. Happy. After leaving the office, Shi Xiaodao was extremely excited and looked at his brother-in-law with admiration. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Hee hee, of course. Xiaoxi looked at her uncle proudly and continued, Dad is the most powerful person in the world. I believe it. Shi Xiaodao nodded heavily, held a parent-teacher meeting to criticize the teacher, and spent 2 billion. Just ask. Who else can do it? Then Shi Xiaodao expressed his loyalty. Brother-in-law, don't worry. If my sister dares to bully you in the future, I will not let her suffer. Undoubtedly, a parent-teacher meeting directly turned my brother-in-law into a little fanboy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming and upgrading the car driving to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, this driving level beats the God of cars, just like beating up a child. Listening to the sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's mind then added new ideas about car driving. It can be said that Yi Xian's driving skills are now comparable to those of a god. Yi Xian is extremely skilled in various cool driving skills. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills. Wealth, 8999996169981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 16. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This feeling of becoming stronger was truly addictive. Wow! An exclamation interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts, and the owner of the voice was Shi Xiaodao. But at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the extended supercar in front of him. This is the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Seeing the extended supercar with its lights on, Shi Xiaodao was stunned. Brother-in-law, this is said to be worth at least 50 million. This is yours. Shi Xiaodao swallowed his saliva. He was really shocked. Even though he was the young master of the Shi family in Jiangcheng, he was still a child after all. Of course. After sitting in the car, Xiaoxi said proudly, Uncle Xiaodao, this is just Daddy's car. Dad has another 80 million demon son, and there are several more in the villa. Xiaoxi said this while counting on her fingers, but Shi Xiaodao was extremely shocked. Oh my goodness. Brother-in-law, how rich are you? You know. Just now, my brother-in-law spent 2 billion to acquire an aristocratic school, and now he has so many luxury cars. His net worth is much higher than that of my sister. Brother-in-law, where are we going now? Sitting in the stretched supercar of her dreams, Xiaodao felt that all she needed to reach the pinnacle of her life was a brother-in-law. Shopping, of course. Since it was their first meeting, Yixian naturally wanted to make good use of his brother-in-law. Then he looked at Xiaoxi and said, "By the way, ask your mother if she has time to go shopping with you." Really? Long live Daddy. After saying that, Xiaoxi skillfully dialed her mother's phone number. When she learned that the parent-teacher meeting had already been held, Xi Mingyan readily agreed. Half an hour later, at the shopping mall. Squeak. A cool red Ferrari stopped at the entrance of the mall, and then a stunning beauty got out of the car. It was Xi Mingyan. "Mom, why did you come so late?" Xiaoxi pouted and looked at her mother with dissatisfaction. They had been waiting for a while. "Okay, there won't be any traffic jam on the road." Yixian lovingly picked up the little guy to comfort him, and smiled slightly. "Come in. Whatever you want to buy today, I'll pay for it." "Yes." After hearing this, Xiaodao was the first to say with excitement, "Long live my brother-in-law." Well. Hearing Xiaodao's words, Xi Mingyan was stunned. "Stinky boy, stop yelling." "Got it, let's go, brother-in-law." After a perfunctory response, Xiaodao called out again, and it was obvious that he didn't hear a word his sister said. "You." Xi Mingyan wanted to explode, but Yixian stopped her with a smile. "It's okay, I feel fine." Humph. I glared at a certain guy. I originally wanted to say thank you to him or something, but now I have no intention of doing that at all. I even have the unprecedented urge to stab him. How abominable. That guy, can he die if he speaks nicely? Pay the bill, right? Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Xi Mingyan narrowed her eyes and said, "Look, I will make you bleed heavily today." Soon, the Hermès flagship store. "Yixian, how about this bag?" Xi Mingyan asked as she looked at the luxury brand bag worth 58,888. "Not bad. I bought it." Yixian naturally wouldn't care. After all, the more these three people spent, the happier he was. Xi Mingyan's lips curled up slyly, and then she said, "By the way, do you have other colors for this bag?" "Yes, miss." The beautiful shopping guide looked at Xi Mingyan with envy and explained patiently, "This one is black. There are also 4 other colors, red, white, pink, and purple." "I see." After hearing this, Xi Mingyan felt even happier. "Today, I will let you be my brother-in-law. I want them all." After finishing speaking, Xi Mingyan looked at Yixian. "Is everything okay?" "Certainly." Yixian remained calm. Seeing this, Xi Mingyan thought to herself, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Then, the three of them started shopping. 1 family. 3. 5. Seeing his wealth value drop sharply, Yixian smiled even happier, because the more he spent, the more he got. I don't know how much time passed. By the time we came out of the mall, it was almost night. Looking at the fully loaded extended version of the supercar, Xiaodao breathed a sigh of relief. "This is so exciting. Brother-in-law, I love you." Xiaodao expressed his love crazily, but this action made Xi Mingyan stunned. It seemed that the brat admired this guy even more. How so? It was just a parents' meeting, and the little devil who was the most troublesome thing in the family was so obedient. What happened at the parents' meeting? Thinking of this, Xi Mingyan glanced at someone and then asked her brother, "Xiaodao, how is the parents' meeting going today?" After some indirect questioning, it was obvious that he wanted to find out what happened at the parents' meeting. "Hey!" Hearing her elder sister mention the parent-teacher conference, Xiaodao immediately perked up. "Great! Sister, you don't know how awesome your brother-in-law is." Then, Xiaodao talked with relish about what happened at the parents' meeting, from her brother-in-law slapping the unscrupulous head teacher, to the later acquisition of the aristocratic school, as well as everyone's reactions, especially the head teacher's apology to her in the end. Listening to her brother's words, Xi Mingyan was confused. What the hell? Is this really a parent-teacher conference? Then, Xi Mingyan glanced at the person who was driving. you even beat up the teacher. In fact, Xi Mingyan felt like her brain's CPU was burning out. Well, she asked him to attend the parent-teacher meeting, but this guy was so good. Not only did he beat up the other person's class teacher, he also bought the other person's school. Really, it's not a big deal to be rich. However, the homeroom teacher was such a coward that he actually apologized to this guy and his brother. Make sure you are not dreaming. Night falls and the lights come on. In front of the villa. Oh. After getting off the car, Xi Xiaodao looked at the super sports cars lined up in a row, and the visual shock was unprecedented. Brother-in-law, awesome. Although he was prepared, Xi Xiaodao still gave a thumbs up, believing that no one could take this brother-in-law away. Xi Mingyan felt very uncomfortable when she heard him calling her brother-in-law all the time. What's so good about that guy? It's just that the Parent-Teacher Association will stand up for you. I don't know if it's right or wrong to let this guy attend the parent-teacher conference for his younger brother. After entering the living room, the little guy took his uncle to visit the villa, which made Xi Xiaodao's admiration for his brother-in-law even deeper. Ding-a-ling. Not long after the two little guys had been visiting, Yixian received a video call from his mother. Hello, Mom. When the call was connected, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared on the other end of the line. It was Ye's mother. At this moment, Ye's mother suddenly noticed the beautiful girl on the screen. Don't move, little brat. Just now, there was a girl next to you, right? After Xi Mingyan heard this, her heart rose to her throat and she glared at someone. Ahem, nothing. That's my girlfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, Xi Mingyan fell on Yixian. This guy is crazy. What? As an inspector, Ye's mother had a very good eye. Although it was only a moment, she saw that the girl was definitely very beautiful. You have a girlfriend. Come, let me see. After rolling her eyes at a certain guy, Xi Mingyan appeared on the screen and smiled. Hello, Auntie. Wow. Seeing the stunning beauty, Ye's mother couldn't help but be stunned. She was really beautiful. You have a good eye, little brat. So pretty. As Ye's mother spoke with emotion, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but blush as it was her first time meeting Yixian's parents, even though the two of them hadn't even started dating yet. Thank you, Auntie. Xi Mingyan's pleasant voice rang out. Auntie is also very beautiful. Haha, really? But I can't compare with you. With her extremely beautiful appearance and sweet mouth, Ye's mother was extremely satisfied with Xi Mingyan. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? At this moment, a voice appeared silently in the video, and it was too late when Xi Mingyan noticed it. Well. Seeing this, Ye's mother was stunned for a moment and then her eyes fell on the cute Xiaoxi. Who is this cute little kid? Xi Mingyan's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she glared at Yixian fiercely, as if to say, let you answer the phone here. Mom, listen to my excuse. Oh no, let me explain. Hearing someone's sudden words, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Yixian coughed dryly. Well, Mom, what I want to say is that you are a grandmother now. Remember the college entrance examination 4 years ago? I didn't go home that night. Soon, Yixian recounted what happened that year, but he didn't feel much burden. After all, he was a man with 900 trillion, so why would he be afraid of a showdown? You kid. After listening to her son's words, Ye's mother already believed it to about 70%. At first, she was surprised that the bad boy was absent-minded for several days after returning, but it turned out that he had a one-night stand with such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Auntie, I'm sorry. Xi Mingyan's face also flushed. Yixian and Xiaoxi just met some time ago. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Silly child, what are you talking about? Mother Yi naturally wouldn't be angry, but glared at Yixian. You little bastard, look at what you've done. Xiaoxi. Yixian held the little guy in his arms and introduced him. Come, call Grandma. Grandmother. The tender and sweet voice was so lovely that Ye's mother loved it and it was very healing. Hey. It is said that generations are closer, but Yixian felt numb when hearing Ye's mother's voice, and the son who called him was no longer attractive. You little bastard, give the phone to my granddaughter right now. Mother Yi directed her son, then smiled and said, I want to talk to my granddaughter. Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and the two of them continued chatting, which made Ye's mother laugh from time to time, and Xi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the phone was returned to its owner. Meng Yan, you have suffered over the years. Mother Yi glared at her son and said, if that boy dares to bully you in the future, tell your aunt and I will break his legs. Yes, auntie. Xi Mingyan held back her smile and finally hung up the phone. Thank you. Looking at the two little guys playing not far away, Yi Xian said with a smile, I didn't expect them to be so loyal. Then how do you want to thank me? Seeing the guy next to her, Xi Mingyan joked, after all, it was not easy to make this guy owe her a favor. Well. After thinking for a moment, he saw Xi Mingyan's rare expression and looked at her seriously, how about you pledge yourself to me? Roll. Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at someone and said unhappily, you're dreaming. There's no need to pledge your love to me. He glanced at a certain guy and then said, well, you teach me how to cook. After a few words, he agreed. Gurgle. Just then, the two little guys not far away cried out in protest. Dad, we're hungry. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes, which made Xi Mingyan burst out laughing. Wait, I'll cook right away. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at the beauty beside him, my dear wife Meng Yan, it's time for you to show off. Do I cook? Xi Mingyan asked suspiciously, but soon realized something and her face turned red. No, who is your wife? Her cheeks couldn't help but throb violently. She had never felt this way before, especially from her perspective at this moment. Yi Xian looked super handsome under the light. What else? Yi Xian naturally didn't notice Xi Mingyan's change, and knocked her head. How do you want to learn cooking? Xi Mingyan covered her smooth white forehead with her hands, her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Yi Xian in disbelief. You dare to knock my head? This flirting scene made Xi Xiaodao chuckle. His elder sister was being bullied. He was worthy of being his brother-in-law. Be a little more angry. Too little soy sauce. Lo mein. Under Yi Xian's hands-on instruction, Xi Mingyan's cooking skills improved at a visible speed. Soon, a tempting aroma wafted from the pot, and then Xi Mingyan tasted the soup. This noodle soup was made by me. Indeed, Xi Mingyan was surprised by her own cooking skills. Yi Xian sighed, my wife Mingyan, you have a good talent, don't you? That's how smart I am. Then, Xi Mingyan glared at Yi Xian, you are calling me that nonsense again. Is there? Seeing that someone was playing tricks on her, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes but didn't pursue it further. After all, she seemed to be used to this guy's shamelessness. I don't want to bother with you. However, the moment she turned around, the corners of her mouth curled up in a charming arc, but Xi Mingyan herself did not notice it. Sniffing the delicious aroma of noodle soup, Xi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister in disbelief. Sister, did you really make this noodle soup? It's delicious. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Xi Xiaodao did this. Aha. Xiaoxi also echoed, Mom is so awesome. Xi Mingyan's face flushed a little. To be honest, this noodle soup was made under someone's personal instruction. After dinner, Xi Xiaodao ate a big bowl of noodle soup, and then looked at Yi Xian with admiration. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. With just a little guidance, my sister's cooking skills have improved so much. As soon as these words were spoken, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes. Does this brat know how to speak? Uncle Xiaodao, I want to sleep with you tonight. Xiaoxi said this in a cute way. Xi Xiaodao naturally knew what her eldest niece meant. She looked at her elder sister and brother-in-law with her eyes rolling. Okay. I just happen to have something fun, let's play together. Xi Xiaodao then took Xiaoxi's hand and said, Sister, brother-in-law, Xiaoxi and I are going to the room to play first. You. Xi Mingyan couldn't help but panic when she saw the actions of the two little guys, and naturally knew what they were going to do. Hateful. What's so good about that guy that he bribed the two little guys so quickly? It's a shame that I have always loved them so much. A little bit, in the room. Crash. After the beautiful girl finished her bath, she walked out of the bathroom lightly wearing a misty gauze bathrobe. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the water drops rolled on her snow-white skin, shining with crystal light. Her face was a little misty, as if she was a fairy from the Moon Palace, pure and incomparable. Her eyes are gentle and deep, as if they can see into people's hearts, which makes people fall in love with her. Her every move is full of elegance and calmness, which makes people intoxicated. Gulp. Yi Xian couldn't stop swallowing his saliva, staring at the beauty who appeared in the room. What a nice view. Xi Mingyan's face was slightly dizzy, feeling the gaze of a certain guy. What are you looking at? Ouch. But at this moment, Xi Mingyan lost her balance and sprained her foot and fell to the ground. But Yi Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He put his arm around her slender waist and his other hand around her swan-like white neck. Hiss. Then, Xi Mingyan cried out in pain, and her ankle was slightly bruised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the bone-setting massage to the special level. Note, this level of bone-setting massage can heal more than 90% of the injuries in the world. As the system sound rang in his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Really? The system randomly generates skills based on your needs. Baihui, Shenk, Qihai, Guanyuan, Mingmen. Familiar with various acupoints and treatment methods. Just like. Born with it. Don't move. I looked at Xi Mingyan's delicate ankles, her skin as fine as the finest porcelain, with a slightly pink hue, like a goddess who was not in touch with the world. Her toes were as delicate as flower petals, and every movement revealed a silent charm, attracting countless eyes to follow her involuntarily. Let me give you a massage. Calming his mind, Yi Xian used his bone-setting massage skills to massage Xi Mingyan with his unique techniques. Xi Mingyan originally wanted to struggle, but she found that under the guy's massage, the pain in her ankle was decreasing at a visible speed. You also know how to give massages. Xi Mingyan looked at the handsome boy in front of her. Under the warm yellow light, she had to say that he was really handsome. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and couldn't help looking at the white and beautiful legs. I know a little bit. Tisk. Xi Mingyan naturally didn't believe it. After all, she knew many massage masters, so she glared at someone. I'm really curious, how many abilities do you have that I don't know about? Undoubtedly, at this moment, Xi Mingyan felt a strong curiosity about the man next to her for the first time. I want to know. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said playfully, it's not impossible, why not let my wife Meng Yan pledge herself to me? How about my husband tell you all his secrets? Puffed. Listening to the frivolous words of a certain guy, Xi Mingyan glared at him fiercely. Who wants to pledge their love to you? You are just dreaming. I don't want to. The slightly arrogant tone made Yi Xian's lips curl up. I can't control you, little bastard. At a certain moment, Xi Mingyan gave him a glare and said, be gentle. That's it. After a while, the swelling on Xi Mingyan's delicate ankle subsided. All right. Putting down his jade-like feet, Yi Xian said with a smile, Meng Yan, my dear wife, take 2 steps. Just when he turned around and wanted to let Xi Mingyan take a few steps, he happened to look into Xi Mingyan's beautiful face. At this moment, the distance between them was no more than 3 centimeters. Boom boom. Xi Mingyan stared at the men in front of her with her beautiful eyes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment and her heart was beating rapidly. Gulp. Looking at the absolutely beautiful woman so close to him, Yi Xuanbo couldn't help but kiss her red lips. Soft. It's cool. It feels very comfortable and has a long aftertaste. You. Xi Mingyan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the bold guy in front of her in disbelief. Ahem, what is that? Yi Xian coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. I couldn't help it for a moment, after all. Who made you so beautiful? After saying this, Yi Xian looked away, fearing that he would do something inappropriate again. I'm going to sleep first. Xi Mingyan's face flushed like a cloud. The kissing scenes just now appeared before her eyes. A sense of sweetness suddenly surged in her heart. And then there appeared the scene of that guy massaging her ankles. Thinking of this, my heartbeat, which had calmed down a little, started beating faster again. But before she could think about it, a big hand hugged her. Mingyan, my dear wife, is it okay for your husband to hold you while sleeping? You. Feeling the body temperature and strong heartbeat of that guy, Shi Mingyan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. That guy was so bold that he actually said that he would hold her while sleeping. Shi Mingyan agreed for some unknown reason, but she regretted it as soon as she agreed. How so? The villain in his heart was full of disbelief. Shi Mingyan, is this still you? You actually agreed to let that guy hold you while sleeping, are you crazy? Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian's mouth curved up, especially when he smelled the pleasant fragrance on her long black hair, which made him feel unprecedentedly calm. The feeling is so wonderful that it is totally indescribable. That's it. At some point, the two fell asleep one after another, and Shi Mingyan had a beautiful dream and slept very peacefully, with even a fascinating curve at the corners of her mouth. However, no one was able to appreciate this scene. The next day, early morning. The first ray of sunlight shone through the curtains, dappling on the girl's delicate face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, like butterfly wings, and slowly opened, revealing a pair of bright and deep eyes. Her skin is as white as snow, her lips are as red as cherry blossoms, and every movement exudes incomparable elegance. Her long hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, making her look like an elf walking out of a dream, making people fall in love with her. Shi Mingyan opened her beautiful eyes and was surprised to see the handsome boy in front of her. Her face turned red. This guy is pretty handsome when he calms down. As she murmured, her mind flashed back to what happened last night. That guy had taken advantage of her a lot, but why didn't she feel disgusted at all? Have you seen enough? At this moment, a voice rang in her ears. Shi Mingyan looked over and met a pair of starry eyes. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. When did you wake up? As she spoke, Shi Mingyan wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing that she was staring at that guy and was discovered. I've been awake for a while. He smiled at the beautiful girl in his arms and tucked her slightly messy hair behind her ears. I saw you were so engrossed in watching, so I didn't disturb you. What? After hearing this, Shi Mingyan felt even more ashamed. She had been awake for a while. Doesn't that mean she was discovered when she was staring at him just now? Mingyan, you haven't ever been in love before, have you? Seeing the beautiful lady, Yi Xian asked curiously. Who hasn't been in love? Shi Mingyan's heart tightened. She certainly couldn't let that guy know that she had no experience in love, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. Yeah. With a slight smile, Shi Mingyan's reaction said it all. Mingyan wife, how about playing a game? After last night, the relationship between the two had obviously improved a lot and was no longer as stiff as before. Game. What game? Shi Mingyan looked at that guy warily, not knowing what tricks he was up to. It's simple, a brain teaser. With a smile, Yi Xian started to dig a hole. Well, if I lose, I promise you one thing. Certainly. If you lose, how about being my girlfriend? You. When Shi Mingyan heard what someone said, her face turned red. That guy actually asked her to be his girlfriend. Good. Shi Mingyan was very confident in her intelligence. She snorted, if you lose, I'll make you wash my clothes for a year. No problem. After the bet was agreed upon, Shi Mingyan fell into the trap as expected. Then I'm going to start. After a dry cough, Yi Xian said, listen carefully. Among the 26 letters of the English alphabet, the letters E and T are gone. How many letters are left? That's it. Shi Mingyan smiled confidently and said, there are 21 left. E.T. drove the UFO away. After all, she is a top student, how could she not know the abbreviation of E.T., the alien? Wrong. Yi Xian shook his head and told him the answer, there are 3 left, because E.T. wore a J, turned on the GPS with 1000 Hz, went to KTV and spent 100 renminbi to buy a bottle of brandy XO, put on a VCD, went to the WC to play DNF, and killed a Q. You. Shi Mingyan was stunned after listening to someone's words. This guy was too shameless. Why, you don't accept it? Seeing Shi Mingyan's appearance, Yi Xian glanced at her and said, how about this, I'll give you a simple one. Which one of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Zhuge Liang is not a figure from the Three Kingdoms period? Hearing the question, Xi Mingyan frowned. Aren't these four people all figures from the Three Kingdoms period? What are they talking about? The answer is Cao Cao. I also wanted to smile, and then explained, because Cao Cao had always been the prime minister of the Eastern Han dynasty. Cao Pi established the Wei kingdom. Puff. Hearing what someone said, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. Huh. You used this method to chat up a lot of girls. With such a serious look, it must be said that few girls can resist such teasing. How could that be? Seeing the beautiful woman with a charming smile, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tenderness. There are thousands of beauties in the world, but my husband only flirts with my wife Meng Yan. Tisk. I don't believe it. Xi Mingyan, a novice in love, could not withstand such teasing. Her heart was beating like a deer and she felt a little difficulty in breathing. So, has my wife Meng Yan agreed to be my girlfriend? The time was ripe. Yi Xian stared at Xi Mingyan and asked. You. Feeling the gaze of someone, Xi Mingyan felt extremely nervous. But Yi Xian didn't give him time to think, and urged, okay, just give me a straight answer. Yi Xian, you. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mingyan's mind went blank. I agree. As she spoke, Xi Mingyan's voice became lower and lower, but it could still be heard clearly. Haha, really? Yi Xian's mouth curled up when hearing these words. Then you will be my girlfriend from now on. This way, I can take advantage of you openly in the future. Oh no, this is a show of affection. Humph. After hearing what someone said, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at him. It turned out that guy had no good intentions. But why, it feels a little sweet, and also a little bit of anticipation, so strange. If this scene is known to the outside world, I am afraid that the whole Jiangqing will be turned upside down. Joke. Who is Xi Mingyan? She was the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing back then, and countless young men from wealthy families longed for her. Now that she has agreed to be Yi Xian's girlfriend, you can easily guess what this means. Since you agreed, then. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful girl and said, Meng Yan, my wife, come and give your husband a kiss. Yi Xian, you. Xi Mingyan wanted to say something, but thinking about the established relationship between the two, she couldn't help but sigh, and gritted her teeth and kissed his handsome face. Are you satisfied? After the kiss, Xi Mingyan left like lightning, but her heart almost jumped out of her chest. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss someone. Yi Xian said this with reminiscence, thinking that if one is brave enough, one can ask the teacher to take pregnancy leave. It feels pretty good. The commentator said, and then sighed, it would be better if the time could be longer. Puffed. What are you thinking? Xi Mingyan pinched a guy's soft spot with her slender hand and glared at him. This guy is too shameless. Have no idea. Is it right or wrong to answer this guy's girlfriend? Never mind. After all, that guy is Xiaoxi's father, so he is just Xiaoxi's girlfriend, but what happened next was far beyond expectations. Of course, this is all later. Goodbye, my wife Meng Yan. After breakfast, Yi Xian waved goodbye to Xi Mingyan and her brother in front of the villa. Hee, goodbye, mommy and uncle. Xiaoxi was extremely happy to hear daddy calling mommy, but Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. Goodbye. With a wave of his hand, he sent the brother and sister away. However, in the red Ferrari supercar, Xi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister in surprise. Sister, you've been taken down by your brother-in-law already. Boom. As soon as Xi Xiaodao finished speaking, Xi Mingyan used a blood pressure suppression attack on his head, causing Xi Xiaodao to grimace in pain. What nonsense are you talking about? She glared at her brother, then warned him, your brother-in-law and I are only boyfriend and girlfriend right now. If my parents knew, you know the consequences, right? Under the threat, Xi Xiaodao coughed dryly with an unnatural look on his face. He knew his sister's methods best. In his memory, going against his elder sister would definitely lead to death. Ahem, I understand, sis. I will pretend I don't know anything about my brother-in-law's affairs with my parents. Shi Xiaodao promised, then raised 3 fingers and swore, if I reveal the secret, I will curse my sister to never escape the clutches of my brother-in-law. Puffed. Cough cough. Hearing these shocking words, Shi Mingyan almost vomited blood. Shi Xiaodao. Well, sister, I was wrong. After some commotion, the brother and sister drove towards the Shi family villa. Jiangqing Station, not far from the exit. Squeak. As the supercar stopped, Xiaoxi stood on tiptoes and looked out the window. Papa, where is Aunt Lear? Get out of the car and look for it. Chongrong rubbed the little guy's head. After the two got out of the car, they saw several cute girls not far away, among whom, as expected, Shen Lear was the figure. Aunt Lear. After Xiaoxi found the target, Shi Niu ran over excitedly. Xiaoxi. Several beautiful girls who heard the sound looked over and saw the cute baby approaching. Wow. After seeing Xiaoxi, several of Shen Liar's roommates' eyes lit up. Oh my god, this is even cuter than in the video. Oh my god, I really want to take her away and hide her right away. What should I do? Cousin Yixian. The two beauties looked at each other for a while, and then Shen Liar's eyes fell on her cousin, and she ran towards him with a flying jump. But Yixian held his head with one hand and said, Xiao Lear, you are so grown up, be more reserved. Snort. The flying attack failed. Xiao Lear pouted, smelly cousin, you are still the same as before. You are so handsome, why don't you let Lear hug you? Seeing the way the two greeted each other, Shen Lear's roommates were filled with envy. After all, the man in front of them was a sunset boss who rewarded Lear with tens of millions. Right. Shen Lear then introduced her beautiful roommate, my cousin, let me introduce to you, this is my beautiful roommate. They really like you. Lear. After listening to Shen Lear's words, several roommates immediately turned red in the face. Boom. Yixian got angry and knocked his brains out. Xiao Lear, what are you talking about? Shen Lear covered her forehead in pain and muttered, that's it. Hello. Yixian greeted politely and showed a handsome and charming smile. Hello, cousin. That smile is like the spring breeze blowing on your face. After all, you are still at the age when you are just starting to fall in love, and you like this kind of handsome guy the most. Yixian nodded slightly, knowing what they were thinking, but he was not interested. After all, he had fairy-like girlfriends at home, so he would not have any thoughts about them. The station is quite far from Jiangda, I'll give you a ride. Ah. After Shen Liar's roommates heard this, they were extremely excited for a moment, then, how can that be done? Hee hee, Daddy's car is so big. Xiaoxi also said generously at this time, after all, these are fans of Papa. Thank you, cousin. Several beautiful girls looked at each other and nodded. After all, it was not in vain for them to get a ride in the handsome boy's car they had a crush on. Let's go. Then, Yixian took Shen Lear and the four of them into the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Oh. After getting in the car, Shen Liar's eyes widened. Cousin, this car must be very expensive, right? How much does it cost? It's okay. Yixian smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, it's only 50 million. Ha! As soon as these words came out, the beautiful girl Shen Liar's roommates were all shocked. Oh my god. 50 million. Just fine. Goodoo. The three beautiful girls couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. They actually understood why he spent tens of millions of dollars in one reward. It turned out that Cousin Lear was much richer than they thought. But it was on the way to Jiangda. Hey, it's business again. Beside the green road, a woman with gray hair and deep wrinkles on her face was as deep as a knife, and her eyes shone with a cunning light. She was wearing an old floral dress with a faded apron tied around her waist. She looked like an ordinary old rural lady. However, when she saw a luxury car approaching, her eyes immediately became sharp. She quickly walked to the middle of the road and pretended to fall to the ground. It turned out that this was an old lady who was a habitual offender. Ouch. Accurately falling to the ground, she had already been very skillful in lying on the ground, wailing in pain, and even broke the blood bag she had prepared. I hit someone. Everything was ready, and the old lady Pinksy started acting at the level of a movie queen. Ah. Shenlier was shocked when she saw this, and the pretty girls and her roommate also turned pale. They had never seen such a battle before. Cousin, did you hit someone? Fine. The old lady's previous operation was already noticed by Yixian. You guys are in the car, I'll go down and take a look. After pushing the door and getting out of the car, the old lady Pinksy was performing even harder. Young man, how do you drive? Ouch. There was a glimmer of cunning in the eyes of the old lady who was trying to scam her. This was a big order and the supercar was obviously worth a lot of money. No, my head hurts and my waist hurts too. Young man, I won't make it difficult for you. Give me 100,000 and I'll have someone take you to the hospital. I won't bother you. The old lady who was trying to scam people became more and more excited as she spoke, as if the extortionate $100,000 had already been put into her pocket. Bang. However, just as he was fantasizing about making a fortune, he was slapped in the face and flew 5 or 6 meters away, hitting the ground hard. Is that second generation crazy? How dare you be so cruel to such a severely injured old lady? Boom. When everyone came to their senses, Yixian had already sped away in his supercar, and Shenlier and the other 4 were dumbfounded. Cousin, what have you done? The other 3 beautiful girls were also shocked, but at this moment, they faintly heard the confused old lady Pinksy suddenly collapsed like a corpse. Ah. The 3 beautiful girls looked behind, their eyes full of disbelief. Lear, that was, the old lady who just made porcelain. Old lady touching porcelain. Shenlier looked behind her, then looked at Yixian in astonishment. Cousin, did you know it from the beginning? Daddy, you're so handsome. When Xiaoxi saw this, she clapped her hands excitedly. Humph, that old lady is so mean. Deserve it. However, the old lady who was hit and dazed got up and started cursing. You're off to a bad start, don't let me see you, kid. That slap hurt me so much. The onlookers were all dumbfounded when they saw this. Just now they were thinking of helping the old lady, but it turned out that this old man was a scammer. Pooh. The old lady who scammed the car spitted and cursed, bad luck. And you guys, what are you looking at? As a habitual fraudster, the old lady glanced at the people around her who were pointing fingers and said, have you never seen an old lady commit fraud before? What a bunch of idiots. Bang. As soon as the scammer finished speaking, an angry young man slapped her in the face. I've tolerated you for a long time. Bang. Immediately, another friend joined the battle group. Count me in. And me. I'm coming too. Bang 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 bang. Then, the old lady Pinksy was beaten by the angry people until her nose was bruised and her face was swollen, and her orifices were bleeding. After the people dispersed, the old lady Pinksy began to doubt her life. My whole body was in pain, and I didn't know how many bones were broken. I couldn't afford tens of thousands of dollars just for medical treatment. Hateful. The old lady Pinksy not only showed no regrets, but was full of resentment. But this time Pinksy really made her suffer and went to her grandma's house. A quarter of an hour later, in front of Jiang University. Gigi. The extended Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the school gate, and then Shenlier and others got out of the car. Hello, 3 uncles. When Xiaoxi saw Wang Zihang and the others, she greeted them warmly and cutely. Hello Xiaoxi. The trio looked at Xiaoxi, their eyes full of love, but when they looked at the 4 beautiful girls Shenlier, they wanted to kiss the boss. This was so interesting. Is this Lier's cousin? Wang Zihang and the others greeted them warmly. Shenlier had known about the existence of Wang Zihang and the others for a long time and was clear about their cousin's actions. Hello, 3 senior brothers. Shenlier smiled sweetly, and then introduced the roommates beside her. This is my roommate, please take good care of the 3 senior brothers. Haha. Listening to the words of the eldest cousin, the 3 Wang Zihang couldn't help but glance at the beautiful girl. Don't worry, cousin, we will take care of it. 3 future junior sisters, just leave the rough work of saluting to us. Thank you, senior brother. The faces of Shenlier's 3 beautiful girl roommates were flushed. They had never been so close to such a boy. Seeing this, Shenlier laughed at Wang Zihang and the others. 3 senior brothers, none of them have ever been in love. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Wang Zihang and the other 2 people shone brightly, and then they looked at Shenlier with gratitude. Cousin, thank you. Right. Yi Xian glanced at Hong Xian's cousin, and then took out a card. Xiao Lier, take this card to Kunpeng Hotel and stay there. Okay, cousin. Shenlier nodded and said, not knowing what this card meant. Well, I have something else to do. Yi Xian saw the end of picking up his cousin, and then said, I'm leaving first. Goodbye, cousin. After saying a few words, Shenlier and the 3 beautiful girls reluctantly watched her leave. Cousin Lier, let's go. Take you to visit the school. The 2 Wang Zihangs were very motivated. They immediately asked the 3 beauties to use WeChat. With this contact information and the relationship with the boss, they were afraid that they would not be able to win over the girls. Thank you, 3 senior brothers. Seeing the happy expressions of the 3 of them, Shenlier smiled slightly. She was worried about the happiness of the 3 beautiful girl roommates in the rest of their lives. On the other side, there is a stretched version of the supercar. Papa, where are we going? Xiaoxi asked expectantly. It's so fun to be with Daddy, there's always something interesting happening. Go to the group to find Mom. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, and Xiaoxi was stunned when he heard it, really. But if Mom doesn't let Xiaoxi go, she will be angry. Then, Xiaoxi's face turned bitter and she said with disappointment. Fine. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. That was before. Now we have Daddy. Aha. Xiaoxi couldn't help but be filled with joy when she heard this. That's great, I can finally go to my mom's workplace. Xiaoxi has never been there. Hee hee, Mom must be very surprised. As they were talking, the She group had already arrived. Wow. As soon as she arrived downstairs of the group, Xiaoxi saw not far away, Dad, it's so beautiful there. Someone confessed to Mama. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Yi Xian looked over. Shockingly. I saw a handsome young man in a suit and tie, holding flowers to confess his love. Next to him was a valuable supercar, and on the ground there were 9,999 rose petals that he had specially ordered. The scene was quite romantic. A love rival. Yi Xian made a curve, then stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. Squeak. Just like that, the bouquet of flowers that cost a lot of money at the confession scene was crushed to pieces, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Yi Xian, why is he here? When Xi Mingyan saw the car, she recognized it at first sight. She thought that guy wouldn't misunderstand anything. Song Tianming. I made it very clear, I don't like you. Xi Mingyan sternly refused, but Song Tianming tried to persuade her to stay. Mingyan, don't you understand my feelings? I really like you. Snap. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yi Xian came to the center of the field, and Xi Mingyan panicked when she saw Yi Xian. However, this reaction made Song Tianming frown. Mingyan, my wife, can't you see that you are quite popular? Coming closer, Yi Xian said with a smile, but Xi Mingyan naturally noticed that he was unhappy. Yi Xian, don't misunderstand. Things are not what you think. Before Xi Mingyan could finish her words, Yi Xian put his big hand around her slender waist and pulled her to her side, full of provocation. No nonsense, just declare sovereignty directly. Such a scene shocked the people around. My God, that boy actually put his arm around President Xi's waist in public. Who are you? When Song Tianming saw the provocative scene, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, and his murderous eyes fell on Yi Xian. Isn't it obvious? Yi Xian looked at Song Tianming opposite him with interest, Meng Yan's boyfriend. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Xi Mingyan on her red lips in front of everyone's shock. He took a sip and the whole place burst into laughter. President Xi is in love, and the boy is very handsome, but they are quite a good match. You. Seeing the girl he pursued being kissed by Yi Xian like this, Song Tianming's face turned pale and threatened. Boy, you'd better stay away from Meng Yan, otherwise I will make you disappear from Jiangcheng. You dare. After hearing this, Xi Mingyan's eyes narrowed. If you dare to touch him, Shi Mingyan, will fight to the death with your Song family. Fight until death. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that this girl had such a side. Oh my God. Seeing this, the people around were stunned and looked towards the field in disbelief. Oh my God. What did they see? President Xi was willing to break up with the Song family in Jiangqing just for that person, and they were determined to fight to the death. He was really protective of his child. But this seemed like President Xi's style, and Song Tianming looked pale. He knew Shi Mingyan's character and knew she would do what she said. Envy. Unprecedented jealousy made Song Tianming's mentality twisted. Why? Why did that boy deserve such treatment from the woman he pursued? Fight till death. Song Tianming was obviously provoked. What a fight to the death. Meng Yan, do you really think the Shi family is a second-rate family in Jiangqing? Snort. Shi Mingyan snorted coldly and looked at Song Tianming. You don't have to worry about this. Meng Yan's wife. At this time, Yi Xian held the beautiful woman's shoulders. As a man, how could he let a woman charge into battle? I'll take care of this matter. Joke. In terms of financial resources, he has 900 trillion, and in terms of strength, he is now a martial arts master. He is afraid of a ball. Yi Xian, you. Shi Mingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. After all, the development of the Song family in Jiangqing in recent years was no weaker than that of their Shi family, and they had great influence in Jiangqing. Oh. When Song Tianming saw Yi Xian stand up on his own, his mouth was full of sarcasm. Why, you don't hide behind a woman anymore. Sometimes, hiding behind a woman is also a sign of strength, right? The playful and teasing voice really disgusted Song Tianming, and this wave irritated him greatly. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. But I want to see how you deal with it. Song Tianming glanced at Yi Xian, but everyone around him looked at Yi Xian and was really worried for him. You know, the Song group is not weaker than the Shi group at all. Just now, you said that I should disappear from Jiangqing, right? Yi Xian looked at Song Tianming in front of him and said with a smile, now that Shi Mingyan is his girlfriend, he naturally has to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and Song Tianming in front of him is undoubtedly the best target. Snort. So what? With a cold smile, Song Tianming didn't take Yi Xian seriously at all. Then stepped forward. Yi Xian spoke calmly, but his words puzzled everyone, including Shi Mingyan. Take a step forward. Song Tianming looked at Yi Xian with contempt and took a step forward. If I take a step forward, what can you do? He has a strong sense of superiority. He is the eldest son of the Song family in Jiangqing. How can his status be compared to that of a young boy? Bang. Without any fancy moves, Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped Song Tianming, sending him flying. A scarlet slap mark immediately appeared on his face. Nothing, I just want to slap you. Wow. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Shi Mingyan's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Yi Xian, he is too impulsive. However, she suddenly forgot her reckless behavior just now. Song Tianming just came back to his senses, but Yi Xian's voice rang again. Let me disappear. Who do you think you are? Domineering. Such a domineering scene really made everyone around feel secretly happy. Damn, no matter who this guy is, they gave him a thumbs up just for his courage. Just want to slap you. Who are you? Awesome. Damn it, even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. Daddy is so awesome. Xiaoxi, who was in the supercar, had little stars in her eyes when she saw how awesome her dad was. Dad, it's really super awesome. I like it so much, hee hee hee. Buffed, cough cough. Song Tianming felt a burning pain on his face after being slapped. He looked at the two family members angrily and said, what are you standing there for? Destroy him for me. Let's see who dares. Shi Mingyan took a deep breath, and then two masters of the Shi family stood in front of Yi Xian, which made Song Tianming's face even more gloomy. Shi Mingyan. Seeing the woman he pursued defending him like this, Song Tianming felt even more resentful. You are very good. I just don't believe that you can protect him forever. Walk. After leaving these harsh words, Song Tianming took two Song family masters and left the field, but the whole field was in unprecedented shock. Then, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. Is that guy crazy? But President Xi is so abnormal that he is willing to break up with the Song family completely to keep that guy. Could it be that the two of them are really in love? Quietly, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. She was definitely the first person to be treated like this by the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing at that time. Let's go. Yi Xian held Xiaoxi with one hand and held Xi Mingyan's slender waist with the other. That's it. Amidst everyone's shock and astonishment, he entered the Xi group. Oh my God. That dude is amazing. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoxi, especially as Xiaoxi looked somewhat like Xi Mingyan. They immediately guessed that Xiaoxi was the child born to President Xi. A little bit, the president's office on the top floor. Xiaoli. After reaching the top floor, Xi Mingyan's eyes fell on Xiaoli. Look at Xiaoxi, no one is allowed to come in without my order. This is Miss. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoli responded. She had also heard about what had just happened. Her son-in-law was too tough. Aunt Xiaoli, is mommy angry? Xiaoxi felt that the atmosphere was not right and asked Xiaoli. This. After hearing this, Xiaoli pondered for a moment and looked towards the office, maybe. Oh. Xiaoxi nodded her head, not quite understanding, but she felt that daddy was right. Yes, it was that abominable guy who made mommy angry. On the other side, the president's office. After arriving at the office, Xi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at someone. Are you satisfied now? Too impulsive. Before Xi Mingyan could finish her words, Yi Xian pulled her into his arms, which made her face blush, and she no longer had the calm and domineering demeanor of a CEO. What are you doing? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian sighed and brushed his hand across her beautiful face. Meng Yan, my wife, you are so beautiful even when you are angry. Feeling the irresistible aura of a certain guy, Xi Mingyan sighed, too impulsive. Song Tianming is narrow-minded and vindictive. How? He raised Xi Mingyan's delicate chin and said, I'm worried about your man. Puffed. Who's worried about you? Xi Mingyan's face flushed when her thoughts were revealed. I was afraid that you would implicate Xiaoxi. Yeah. Seeing Xi Mingyan's stubbornness, Yi Xian did not point it out, and sniffed the pleasant fragrance on her body. Don't worry, he is just a playboy. A single hair of your man's could crush him to death. Yi Xian said so, but it caused Xi Mingyan to roll her eyes. What she didn't know was that this was all true. A hair. You're really good at bragging. Xi Mingyan smiled speechlessly. It was true that this guy was not simple, because not only did her best friend tell her that he acquired Tianlai Music for 1 billion, but today she got the news that this guy actually acquired an aristocratic school for 2 billion during the last parent-teacher meeting. After weighing the pros and cons, Xi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Can you really handle Song Tianming? Nature. Yi Xian waved his hand casually and said that he didn't care about Song Tianming, let alone the Song family or even Jiangqing. You know how powerful your man is. Suddenly, the topic of conversation shifted. Puffed. I don't know if you're just saying a few words without any proper manners. Xi Mingyan said this with a blushing face. She didn't resist too much about the guy's attempt to take advantage of her. After all, they were already boyfriend and girlfriend. It's no big deal to take advantage, at least in her opinion. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Why not? Let's spar tonight. The teasing made Xi Mingyan's heart tremble and she rolled her eyes at someone, but her worried heart also relaxed. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Xi Mingyan's face turned even redder. Enter. After glaring at a guy, Xi Mingyan quickly straightened her clothes and spoke, but she saw Xiaoli coming in from outside. She couldn't help but frowned, because she had just given the order not to let anyone in. Ahem, miss. Xiaoli came in with a brave face, and was relieved when he saw that the young lady had not overstepped her bounds. Something has happened to the group. Xi Mingyan was stunned when she heard Xiaoli's words. Xiao Li must have offended her by coming in, so something big must have happened. What is it? Xi Mingyan calmed herself down and asked. That's right. Xiao Li looked at her son-in-law and knew that he was one of her own, so she reported directly, Miss, just now many partners withdrew their capital, causing our group to suffer heavy losses. Now the capital chain is facing the risk of breaking. Moreover, these people are quite close to the Song Group. Revenge. Xi Mingyan heard what Xiao Li said and looked at the statistical file. Sure enough, this is Song Tianming's usual style. Miss, the group's situation is now precarious. Whether. After a pause, Xiao Li suggested, tell the master and madam about this. No. Xi Mingyan rejected it directly. They are discussing an important business in the Magic City right now, and we must not disturb them at this time. This. As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell into silence and the atmosphere became unprecedentedly solemn. At some point, Xiao Li looked at Yi Xian, and an idea came to his mind. That's right. Why not let the uncle borrow money to fill the gap first? Xiao Li. Xi Mingyan glared at Xiao Li. How can this be possible? All right. Seeing the two talking, Yi Xian interrupted and said, isn't it just a gap? Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Bang. Then, Yi Xian took out a card and placed it on the table. Here are 1 billion, is that enough? 1 billion. Xiao Li looked at the bank card. Even though she had seen a lot of the world, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This was enough. No, it's too much. Xi Mingyan frowned and wanted to refuse. After all, the shortfall of their group was only about 300 million. Take it. Yi Xian placed the bank card in Xi Mingyan's hand. We are all family, there is no need to be so formal. Let's talk later. If it doesn't work, my wife Meng Yan can pay with her body. As he spoke, Yi Xian looked Xi Mingyan up and down, which made her face blush. Puff. When Xiao Li heard the fierce words, he couldn't help laughing. His brother-in-law really didn't play by the rules. Although Song Tianming was no simple man, he might not be able to get the upper hand against his brother-in-law. Well, miss, I'm going out first. In fact, it would be unsuitable for her to stay any longer. You're crazy. Listening to what someone said, Xi Mingyan glared at him. It's okay to say this in private, but he can say anything in public. Thank you anyway. Xi Mingyan naturally knew what the 10 billion meant to the group. If the Song Group wanted to take action against them, naturally the Xi Group could also fight back. Besides, with 1 billion she could do a lot. After a brief conversation, the two left the office. Xiaoxi, let's go. Holding the little one's hand, Xi Mingyan personally sent him to the elevator. You, drive slowly. Her face flushed for a moment, and Xiao Li saw it and smiled slightly. It seemed that the relationship between the son-in-law and the young lady was progressing much faster than she had imagined. However, my son-in-law is a great benefactor to Xi Group this time. Dad, Mommy is not angry anymore, right? Back at the supercar, Xiaoxi asked nervously. I wasn't angry at all. She pinched the little guy's nose and said lovingly, Mom is just worried. I see. The father and daughter chatted for a while, and the little girl finally showed happiness on her face. That's right. Dad, where are we going now? Xiaoxi's sweet voice came out, and she blinked her eyes and stared at Dad expectantly. Go get KFC. Yi Xian said with a smile. The little guy said it several times. Real. Long live Daddy. Xiaoxi was very excited when she heard this. Mom usually wouldn't let her eat these things, so it was better to eat them like Daddy. On the other side, the school visit ends. In front of Kunping Hotel. Fans, this is the most luxurious Kunping Hotel in Jiangcheng. It is said that spending here starts at least 20,000 yuan. After sending away the 3 senior brothers, Shen Lier started the live broadcast. This is why Kunping Hotel is so arrogant. Oh my God, Goddess Lier is so happy. If I could stay one night, it would be worth dying. Goddess Lier, how about I pay for the birth of a monkey? Fans were making complaints, various barrages appeared on the screen, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was also soaring at a visible speed. Oh my God. Shenlier's three beautiful girl roommates looked at the splendid hotel lobby. "For ladies, how may I help you?" the cashier at the front desk said sweetly, which delighted the fans in the live broadcast room. "Hey." Shenlier then took out a black card. "My cousin said that with this card, the hotel will arrange everything for us, right?" Card. When the cashier saw the black card in her hand, she took a deep breath and said, "Yes, ma'am." The first time the cashier called the person in charge, Chen Bingquan, made Shenlier stunned. "For ladies, wait a moment, our person in charge will receive you personally later." Hotel manager. Shenlier was stunned when she heard this, and the fans in the live broadcast room also noticed something fishy. "Is this card very valuable?" Then, Shenlier asked what everyone was most confused about, and the cashier nodded. "Madam, you may not know that your cousin has charged 100 million to this card." Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Shenlier stared at the black card in his hand. "Xiaomi. Cousin charged 100 million in this card, are you crazy?" 100 million. Shenlier turned off the sound and said in disbelief, "Cousin, what are you doing? What a waste." "Lear, I'm so envious." "Yes, my cousin actually gave you such an expensive card." The envy in the eyes of the three beautiful girl roommates was not concealed at all. 100 million, they couldn't even imagine how much money that was. They were afraid that they would never make that much money in 10 lifetimes. Ahem, I don't know either. Shenlier was about to cry but had no tears. "I want to know where I dare to pick it up." Ah. But at this moment, a beautiful girl roommate next to her widened her eyes. "Lear, your cousin is giving me another reward for riding a pig to watch the sunset." What? Shenlier then looked at the screen and saw a wave of rewards. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Lear Fairy Fantasy Starry Sky X100. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Lyre Fairy Dream Starry Sky X200. Ride a pig and watch the sunset with Lyre Fairy Fantasy Starry Sky X300. Soon, the number of Fantasy Star rewards exceeded 500, but this was not a super rocket. To know. One piece of Fantasy Starry Sky is worth 10,000 yuan, and 500 pieces is worth 5 million. Goodoo. Seeing this, the three beautiful girl roommates all swallowed hard. 5 million, my cousin is too arrogant. No, if you let them know that Mr. Sunset is your cousin, what will happen? Absolutely unimaginable. Shenlier looked at the reward on the screen, and then looked at the hotel's black card. This was the rhythm of her cousin pampering herself to the heavens. It would be great if you and your cousin are not related by blood. However, at this moment, there is a flood of flat roads in the live broadcast room. 666666, Mr. Sunset appears. Welcome Mr. Sunset to the live broadcast room. It's 5 million, TSK. There is no humanity in the trenches. Boss Sunset, please bow to me. Look, the rewards are still going on. As the barrage sprung up, everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment, the Douxia platform officially announced the arrogant rewards from Sunset Boss. Immediately, many internet celebrities and even big anchors poured into Shenlier's live broadcast room. The number of people in Shenlier's live broadcast room increased at the speed of a monkey in the sky. Supreme Black Card. Recharge 100 million. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Shenlier. Joke. She has a tyrannical cousin, and now the live broadcast room is guarded by a boss who rides a pig to watch the sunset. Who dares to touch or target this little fairy Lear? Unless they dig their own graves. Shenlier was not calm and immediately sent a message to her cousin. Cousin, you have too much. Don't worry about me being proud if you pamper me so much. Kajinhua. Soon, Shenlier received a reply. My cousin has a lot of money now. Well. Shenlier looked at her cousin Versailles remarks. If word spread like this, she would be envied by many people. It was very similar to what Xiaoma said back then, I'm not interested in money. Ahem. Shenlier coughed dryly, and finally could only express her gratitude in one sentence. Cousin, Lear loves you so much. Kiss.jpg. Time flew by and soon came nightfall. System, exchange skills. With nothing to do, Yi Xian was ready to exchange for new abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading to God-level clairvoyance. It consumes 5 strengthening points. Note, this ability allows the host to see through everything and has endless uses. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Divine clairvoyance. Actually having this ability, Yi Xian obviously noticed a strange change in his insight. Then, as Yi Xian's thoughts moved, the wall in front of him faded and then disappeared at a visible speed, and his vision spread away. Soon. It was as if a godlike perspective appeared several kilometers away, which made Yi Xian astonished. Telescopes and the like were nothing compared to this ability. Nice ability. Yi Xian's mouth curled up and he looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective. Wealth, 8999995169981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 15. Look at the properties panel, especially the wealth column. There is no end to the spending. 900 trillion is simply not enough to spend. Snap. Just then, a figure came in from outside the villa, and it was Xi Mingyan. Mom is back. Xiaoxi, who was playing, saw the person coming and spoke excitedly, while Yi Xuanxuan looked over with his eyes that had not yet withdrawn their perspective, and could not help but see a scene that made his blood boil. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously. The impact was too great and 2 lines of blood gushed out of his nose. Yi Xian, are you okay? After chatting with Xiaoxi for a few sentences, Xi Mingyan saw Yi Xian bleeding from the nose, and she felt guilty about it. Wait a minute, I'll get the medicine box. However, she didn't know that she was the culprit behind all this. Soon, Xi Mingyan returned with an ice pack and a medicine box. Here, apply some ice. The concern in his beautiful eyes was not concealed, and when he saw Xi Mingyan taking action, Yi Xian took a deep breath and withdrew his eyes of insight, not because he didn't want to but because he didn't dare. After all, if we continue watching, something uncontrollable will definitely happen. Dad, are you feeling better? Xiaoxi also asked with concern. Yi Xian felt ashamed when he heard this. How could he say that he was fine? If Xi Mingyan knew what had just happened, she wouldn't know if she would rush over and fight Yi Xian for 300 rounds. She would be at a great loss. A little. All right. Xi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief, and when she saw that her nose was no longer bleeding, she said, "Why did you suddenly have a nosebleed?" This. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked away. It should be because of the dry weather and a little heat. I see. Xi Mingyan nodded in understanding. Wait a minute, I'll go make some tremella and lotus seed porridge. After saying that, Xi Mingyan went to the kitchen to busy herself, which made Yi Xian feel quite guilty. Dry weather. And getting angry. It's completely false. However, compared to this deception, he didn't want the girl to know the truth. Half an hour later. After eating 2 large bowls of tremella and lotus seeds porridge, Xi Mingyan finally felt relieved. Xiaoxi's mouth curved into a happy arc when he saw his mother's caring look. That's right. Xi Mingyan thought about what happened during the day and said, "Thank you for today. Otherwise, I really don't know where to raise money for the time being." After all, that's a funding gap of more than 300 million, which is not a small amount. Ahem, it's okay. Yi Xian coughed dryly, but the scene he just saw could not be shaken off no matter what. Isn't it natural to spend money on your own woman? Humph. When Xi Mingyan heard what someone said, her face turned red because the little guy was still beside her. Who is your girlfriend? We. When Xiaoxi saw this, she smiled like a crescent moon. Daddy, mommy is blushing. Go away. Hearing what the little guy said, Xi Mingyan gave him a fierce look, but her face became even redder. So what? After a dry cough, Xi Mingyan continued, "You take a rest, I'll go make dinner." After saying that, Dada walked into the kitchen in a panic. After Yi Xian's cooking instruction, Xi Mingyan's cooking skills have improved greatly. Soon, a tempting aroma wafted into the air, and Xi Mingyan, a good wife and mother wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen. If outsiders knew about this scene, they would definitely envy Yixian to death. You know. This kind of scene was something they dared not even dream of. It tastes good. While eating the dishes, Yixian commented that it was a pity that this girl didn't become a chef. Aha. Xiaoxi nodded her head as she pecked at the rice. The food that mommy makes is getting more and more delicious. Great. Xi Mingyan was flattered to see her mother giving her a thumbs up. She felt a great sense of accomplishment and secretly made up her mind to study cooking well. Hiccup. The little guy finished his delicious dinner and burped. Although it was not as delicious as what his dad made, it was also super delicious. Dad and Mom are so awesome. I'm going to take a shower first. After washing the dishes, Xi Mingyan, who was sweating a little, said that she felt very uncomfortable. Hee hee. Seeing Mama leaving, Xiaoxi's face was full of joy. Daddy, Mama seems a little different from before. Yeah. Rubbing the little guy's head lovingly, Yixian smiled and said, that's because our Xiaoxi is becoming more and more sensible. Dad is a liar. Xiaoxi stared at her dad with her cute face, and said seriously, it must be because of Dad. But, on the other side. After returning to the room, Xi Mingyan looked at the pajamas in the closet, and finally landed on the thin black lace pajamas. She bit it with her pearly teeth and took it into the bathroom with her slender hands. Soon, Yixian brought the little guy to the bedroom. Listening to the sound of water, Yixian couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. How about taking a look? Thinking of this, Yixian suppressed his fluctuating emotions. From a god's perspective, he suddenly saw a woman with skin as white as cream, like a fairy descending to earth, but he quickly looked away. Daddy, I want to hear a story. At this moment, Xiaoxi looked at her omnipotent father expectantly. She hadn't listened to stories for several days. Huh. With a sigh of relief, Yixian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Okay, Daddy will tell you about a little girl selling bombs. Oh no. The story of the little girl selling matches. It was very cold, snowing, and getting dark. It was the last day of the year, New Year's Eve. On this cold and dark night, a well-behaved little girl was walking barefoot on the street. The little girl had to walk barefoot, her feet were red and blue from the cold. She had a lot of matches in her old apron, and she was holding a handful of matches in her hand. After telling several stories in succession, the little guy fell asleep soundly without knowing when. Crash. At this moment, the bathroom door was opened, and then a beautiful girl wearing black lace appeared. It was Xi Mingyan. Xiaoxi, are you asleep? Seeing the little guy sleeping soundly on the bedding, Xi Mingyan spoke softly, afraid of disturbing the little guy's sweet dream. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoxi, Yixian nodded. It's normal after playing for a whole day. But. At this point, Yixian's eyes fell on the beautiful woman. My dear wife Mengyan, you are so beautiful. Of course, I was the most beautiful lady in Jiangcheng. Before she could finish her words, she found herself being pinned against the wall by someone, which made Xi Mingyan's heart leap to her throat. Yixian, you, Just like that, a French kiss ensued. Xi Mingyan's face turned red. But the little guy was still beside her, although Xiaoxi had fallen asleep. This guy, even if they are boyfriend and girlfriend, he is so bold. But. Why, instead of feeling disgusted, I feel a little excited. Xi Mingyan, are you crazy? Time seemed to freeze at this moment. At one point, Xi Mingyan even regretted wearing lace pajamas, otherwise she would not have been able to succeed by that guy. However. What the two of them didn't know was that Xiaoxi, who was not soundly asleep, woke up drowsily and saw the scene in front of him through his fingers. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a crescent shape. Dad and Mom kissed each other. I like watching it so much. The little guy thought so. Xi Mingyan knew that Xiaoxi had woken up. I wonder if she would immediately find a hole to crawl into. I don't know how much time has passed. After the French kiss, Xi Mingyan used all her strength to push someone away. You, don't let go. Xi Mingyan's face flushed as she glared at someone, but all that came to her mind were the scenes just now, and her heart beat rapidly. Cough. Yi Xian looked at the charming girl under the light and coughed dryly. Well, you can't blame me for that. It's because you are so charming. My husband can't control himself. When these words came out, Xi Mingyan's heart started beating fast. You still say that? She glared at someone. She really didn't expect such a scene to happen. She originally wanted to use this to thank that guy, but now she has lost everything. Snort. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Yi Xian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I'm your girlfriend now. Isn't it? After hearing this, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes and ignored him. Mingyan, my dear wife, let me be honest with you. How do you feel? Seeing Xi Mingyan's appearance, Yi Xian became playful and asked curiously. I don't want to bother with you. After listening to the unscrupulous words of a guy, she rolled her eyes at him, then turned her head and saw that his pretty face was flushed, which had spread to her neck. I want to sleep. After saying that, she turned off the light in the bedroom to hide her embarrassment, as she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That guy. How abominable. How can you ask a girl such a question? Humph, I really want to bite him to death. What should I do? But the feeling just now is actually quite good. Bah. Xi Mingyan, what are you thinking about? Your thoughts are very dangerous. Before he could think about it, he felt himself being embraced by someone, very warm and safe. Obviously, the familiar smell was Yi Xian. However, that guy's big hands started to get naughty. As expected, this is destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, early morning. Golden sunlight poured into the room through the window, dispelling the last trace of darkness. The beautiful face struggled and the starry eyes woke up, but the figure of that person was no longer in sight, and a memory flooded into the mind. That guy. Thinking about the bad things done by that guy, Xi Mingyan felt so angry that her teeth were itching. It was so hateful. That's right. At a certain moment, Xi Mingyan thought of something. It seems that I am going to that guy's house today. I couldn't help but feel a trace of sleepiness disappear. You know. Now that they have confirmed their relationship, it is different from before, and coupled with Xiaoxi's matter. Smells so good. At this time, Xiaoxi, who was sleeping, was awakened by the tempting aroma of noodle soup and swallowed her saliva. Wow. Mom, Dad is cooking again. Xi Mingyan walked out of the room with her little feet. Just as she was about to say something, her stomach growled with hunger and protest, which made her face turn red. Hateful. Feeling the hunger coming, Xi Mingyan secretly hated him. It's all that guy's fault. Why does he cook so deliciously? Hee. Quietly, he attributed everything to Yi Xian. Although he said this, he followed the little guy downstairs, and as expected, he saw him busy in the living room and kitchen downstairs. But there was a sumptuous breakfast on the table, and Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Daddy, that's great. Xiaoxi was excited to see the sumptuous breakfast. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. You must have been exhausted yesterday. Eat more to replenish your body. Well. Hearing someone's suggestive words, Xi Mingyan's forehead was filled with black lines. That guy must have done it on purpose. Hee, thank you, Daddy. After saying that, Xiaoxi gave her father a muah kiss on the side of his face, obviously thinking that her father did all this specially for her. Humph. Someone snorted, sat down and started eating. That guy still had some conscience. During mealtime, a figure walked in from outside the villa. It was Xi Mingyan's assistant Xiaoli. Uncle, miss. After Xiaoli arrived at the villa, he placed the plane ticket on the table. Here is the plane ticket. I have already arranged it in Rongcheng. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the time. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's eat together. This. Ahem. Thank you, uncle. Xiaoli coughed dryly and originally wanted to find an excuse to leave, but when he thought of his brother-in-law's cooking skills, he suddenly had no resistance. Auntie Xiaoli, have a good breakfast today. Xiaoxi didn't miss the opportunity to say, these were all made by Dad. My uncle's cooking skills are amazing. Xiaoli didn't know what was going on, so he told the truth. However, Xi Mingyan glared at the little guy and said, "Eat well and don't talk." Oh. Xiaoxi made a face and then buried her head in eating breakfast. This made Xiaoli a little confused. The young lady seemed a little different today than usual. But, "Miss, are you going to meet the parents with your husband now? Isn't that a bit too fast?" Xiaoli. After finishing speaking, Xi Mingyan's eyes fell on Xiaoli. "While I'm away, help me keep an eye on the group." "Yes, miss." Xiaoli responded respectfully. Although the Xi group now has the upper hand, they cannot be too careless. Soon, the delicious breakfast was over. "Sir, goodbye, miss." Outside the villa, Xiaoli waved goodbye to his brother-in-law and his daughter, and did not stop until the supercar disappeared from his sight. "My uncle dotes on me so much. I'm so envious." Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. "If my future husband can be half as good as my son-in-law, I'm afraid I'll wake up laughing in my dreams." Puffed. Then, Xiaoli frowned and said, "Xiaoli, how could you have such an idea? Hee, let's go to Daddy's hometown." In the extended supercar, Xiaoxi spoke excitedly, which was in stark contrast to Xi Mingyan, who was feeling a little nervous. Huh. Xiaoxi obviously noticed that something was wrong with her mother. "Mom, are you unhappy?" "Well." Xi Mingyan, who was already a little nervous, couldn't help but blush for a moment. "Of course I am happy." Seeing Xi Mingyan's appearance through the rearview mirror, Yixian smiled. "Mingyan, my wife, you're not nervous about meeting my parents, are you?" After some joking, Xi Mingyan paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes at someone. Who is nervous? Besides. Glancing at the giggling little fellow beside her, Xi Mingyan glared at Yixian. "Don't yell nonsense, don't you see Xiaoxi is here too? What's the matter? Xiaoxi is not an outsider." "Right, Xiaoxi." After hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded her head in cooperation. "Yes, mommy." "You." Seeing the father and son singing the same tune, Xi Mingyan was speechless for a moment. After all, they were right and she could only resist with silence. "I'm not paying any attention to you. They can't afford to provoke me, but they can't afford to hide from me. This father and daughter are so mean. I'm so sad. Is it really okay for them to bully a person with a different surname like me? In the pleasant atmosphere, Jiangqing Airport is right in front of you. VIP room." Huh. As soon as he arrived at the VIP room, Yixian sensed a vague murderous intent, and the hostility was clearly directed towards him. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yixian's reaction, Xi Mingyan asked. "Fine." Yixian shook his head slightly, then said, "I'm going to the toilet, you guys wait here." Xi Mingyan nodded slightly, obviously not noticing anything unusual about Yixian. "Xiaoxi, stay here and follow Mama." "Oh." Xiaoxi responded, but then added, "Then Daddy, you have to come back soon. Rest assured." He pinched the little guy's face lovingly. "It will be quick." After finishing speaking, Yixian headed towards the toilet. With his eyes of perspective, he could see everyone who came in, and the surveillance cameras in various places in the airport also became ineffective. Obviously, the other party came prepared. After a little while, in the empty corridor, Yixian raised his lips and said, "You've been following me for so long, come out now." Pa 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 pa. At this moment, applause came from not far away, and then Song Tianming appeared on the scene and looked at Yixian jokingly. Crash. Afterwards, dozens of figures appeared on both sides of the corridor, including two third-rate masters. "Boy. Let me see how good you are at fighting." Song Tianming looked at Yixian jokingly. "A young boy dares to snatch a woman from me and even hit me." Whenever he thought about what happened that day, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. "Destroy him for me. I will break his bones inch by inch later to relieve the hatred in my heart." Zheng. Then, dozens of people, each holding a dagger or a baton in their hands, looked towards Yixian with unfriendly expressions. "Kill." Dozens of people immediately rushed forward, their faces full of viciousness. Bang. The man who was rushing in the front was slapped away by Yixian, and then fell to the ground like a corpse, with no sign of life at all. Pa 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 pa. Immediately afterwards, he killed more than a dozen people with just a few strikes, leaving only Song Tianming and 2 third-rate masters. Now, do you know why I came here? Die. 2 third-rate masters attacked Yixian, but Yixian slapped them left and right, and the 2 third-rate masters turned into streams of light and lay dead on the ground. Gulp. Seeing this, Song Tianming's eyes widened and he fell to the ground. How could you? Who are you to have killed 2 third-rate masters in a second? Bang. A crisp sound was heard, and Song Tianming was beaten to death by Yixian before he could come back to his senses. Yixian's mouth curved up. With this little strength, you still have the nerve to kill people. Half a day later, Rongqing Airport. Wow. After getting off the gangway, Xiaoxi sniffed the air and looked around curiously. Dad, this is Rongqing. Yixian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Let's go home. It's no exaggeration to say that Dad's hometown is a paradise on earth. Really? When Xiaoxi heard this, her eyes lit up, full of anticipation and excitement. Of course. Yixian smiled and said, the family is warm and good-looking, which really makes people around him envious. However, they don't know that this harmless handsome guy in front of them has just killed more than a dozen people from the Song family in Jiangcheng. Tisk. Xi Mingyan glanced at Yixian and said unhappily, Xanadu, you really can brag. How? Yixian smiled slightly. Baby Meng Yan doesn't believe it. You. The sudden address caught Xi Mingyan off guard, and her face flushed like a rosy cloud. You idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? What? Meng Yan baby, are you crazy? In fact, this kind of teasing made Xi Mingyan surrender. This guy really dares to say anything. Hee hee. Seeing his parents bickering and showing off their love, Xiaoxi was extremely happy. He almost jumped up and down to ask them to continue. Oh my god. Everyone looked at Yixian. Damn, this guy is really good at teasing. Oh my god. I'm so envious, he's so handsome and so spoiled, boo-hoo. It's over. I'm like, what should I do if I'm in love? The girls around looked at Yixian with confused eyes, wishing they could rush up to him and loudly confess, I love you. But when he saw Xi Mingyan's unparalleled beauty, all his courage was immediately crushed. Wow, that girl is so beautiful. Love ended before it even started, so sad. Hurry up and leave. Listening to the heated discussions around her, Xi Mingyan was really panicked. She pulled Yixian's slender hand and fled the scene in a panic. She was under a lot of pressure. Ah. Daddy and Mommy, wait for me. Xiaoxi chased after her with her little feet tapping away. Everyone was envied by this scene, especially the cute Xiaoxi, who made many men's hearts burst with girlishness. Ha. It was not until they left the airport that Xi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened was truly terrifying. Look at you. Then, Xi Mingyan glared at a certain guy. What nonsense are you calling me? You only know how to flirt with other girls. As he spoke, his voice became very soft, and even contained a hint of jealousy. Oh. Yixian smiled at Xi Mingyan beside him and joked, what did Mingyan say, flirting with other women? My husband doesn't. He paused and said with a sly smile, why, is my wife jealous? Ah. Xi Mingyan was bombarded by this wave of attacks and almost went crazy, her face flushed red. Yixian, you. Crazy. Xi Mingyan was really teased. I'm jealous, what am I jealous of? Panicked. At this moment, Xi Mingyan was so panicked that she didn't even know how to refute and make it clear that she was not jealous at all. Wow, Daddy is awesome. Seeing her mother going crazy, Xiaoxi just watched without any conscience. However, this scene that was almost like showing off their love made many people around look over again. Well. Feeling the gathering crowd, Xi Mingyan was speechless. What? What are these people looking at? What's good to see? Hee hee, come on, Mom, fight back. Xiaoxi was watching the fun and talking without thinking too much, but it made Xi Mingyan frown. Xiaoxi. Xi Mingyan saw the little guy's appearance and said, look, I'm going to make you look bad. You've become so bold. Wow. Daddy, help me, help me. A sweet and cute voice was heard, and it started to circle around Yi Xian for a moment, which made Yi Xian smile when he saw it. You know what, this feeling is pretty good. Oh my god. The many onlookers were dumbfounded. They almost choked to death while eating the dog food spread by the family, and even burped secretly. Oh my god. It's fine if it's just two people showing their affection, but now the whole family is showing off their affection. This is crazy. TV dramas show affection for money, but you show affection for your life. Boom. Boom. Seeing that more and more people were watching, Yi Xian felt a little embarrassed. If this continued, it would affect the traffic, so he just started to pamper the mother and daughter and gave them each a headbang. Xiaoxi and Qi Mingyan both covered their foreheads, even their expressions were the same, completely in sync. Did that guy save the galaxy in his previous life, which allowed him to have such a beautiful wife and lovely daughter? Showdown, so envious. Look at what you have done. Yi Xian glanced around, and Qi Mingyan also noticed it at this moment and couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell? When did this happen? This shouldn't happen. I didn't do anything. I just chased that little guy and taught him a lesson. Hateful. That guy, why did he hit his head so hard? Squeak. But at this moment, an extended version of Pagani Huayra stopped not far away, and the driver got out of the car and saw it in the field. What's going on? The son-in-law and the young lady are being watched. However, when I heard the discussions of the onlookers, I was really stunned. Oh my god, the son-in-law and the young lady were showing off their love in public, and the young lady was also participating. Oh my god. Crazy. He is worthy of being the son-in-law. This operation is amazing. Seriously, a role model for our generation. Master, miss, get in the car. Taking a deep breath, the driver knew his chance to show off had come, and he shouted loudly. Dad, Mom, let's go. Xiaoxi saw a lot of people, so he pulled his parents towards the supercar. However, the eyes of the people around them followed the family and never moved away. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't bear it. I am afraid that I will miss some sweet moments if I lose focus. So envious. Really, really, really envious. Just like that, under the attention of everyone, Yi Xian drove the extended version of the supercar towards the direction of Wenkeo village, leaving the people unable to recover for a long time. Gulp. I don't know how much time had passed before the sound of swallowing saliva was heard from the crowd. People at the airport exit came back to their senses one after another, and the scene of the couple showing off their love was still fresh in their minds. Even the air you breathe at this moment is mixed with sweetness. How so? They couldn't believe it. They simply couldn't accept that there was such sweet dog food in the world. Indeed. They are convinced by this wave of dog food. Why? Why? I'm not the one being treated like that. Isn't that guy more handsome and more pampering? Why did God let me see this scene? Are you crazy? It's all your fault. Qi Mingyan rolled her eyes. If that guy wasn't driving, she would have lost control and bit him hard. Thinking about what had just happened, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Blame me. Yi Xian was unhappy when he heard this. Meng Yan, my wife, I won't take the blame for this. That is. Xiaoxi resolutely stood on the side of her father. I saw it clearly, it's obviously Mom showing off her love. Shi Xiaoxi. Qi Mingyan glared at a certain little guy. You are still surnamed Shi, but you are turning your elbow outward. Humph. Shi Xiaoxi snorted indifferently. So what? Xiaoxi, in life you belong to Daddy, in death you belong to Daddy's ghost. Well. Indeed, Qi Mingyan was stunned by these words. Wow, it is said that a daughter is her father's lover in the previous life, and it is true. Dad, is Mommy angry again? Xiaoxi looked at Mama and asked. Humph. Qi Mingyan was really pissed off by the father and daughter and felt like she was an outsider. How come? Yi Xian smiled slightly and glanced at the sulky Qi Mingyan. Your mother is the most generous person in the world. Let's do this. He glanced at Qi Mingyan and smiled meaningfully. He thought, you little brat can't deal with me, but I'm a man with 900 trillion. There's nothing he can't do. Let me tell you a joke. Yi Xian smiled and said, there was a steamed bun. It swelled up after drinking a bowl of soy milk. Then it exploded. Do you know why? Why? Xiaoxi tilted her head curiously, while Xi Mingyan on the side rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, as if to say, this is a joke. Because. At this point, he glanced at someone that Sunset was secretly glancing at. It thinks it's a bomb. Puff. After hearing this, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but laughed, but she quickly returned to normal. Xiaoxi grinned when she saw her mother's reaction. Very interesting. Then, Xiaoxi assisted, Daddy, can you have another one? The god's assist was acting coquettishly and cutely, which made Yi Xian naturally happy. He smiled dotingly and nodded. Then tell me another one. After a pause, Yi Xian continued, one day, a turtle was walking on the beach and saw a crab crawling. The turtle asked, why do you always walk sideways? The crab replied, because I am a crab and have claws, I am willful. Puff. Hearing someone's joke, Xi Mingyan couldn't help laughing again, and then rolled her eyes at someone. Can you tell a good story, buddy? As expected, Xi Mingyan fell into the trap. A normal story, okay. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian continued, she cut her finger, and he went to buy a band-aid for her, but he was mute. After he gestured for a while, the salesperson didn't know what he wanted to buy. Later, he simply cut his finger, and the salesperson suddenly realized that he needed a band-aid. Then the salesperson laughed and said, it's just a band-aid, why hurt your finger? She was watching from behind him with tears in her eyes. The next day, her period came. The sudden turn made Xi Mingyan's beautiful eyes widen, and then Teng's face turned red. Is that guy crazy? Really? Even if you believe there are ghosts in this world, you can't believe what this guy says. My period is coming. After hearing this, Xiaoxi's face was full of suspicion. Dad, then what? Well. Yi Xian smiled meaningfully. Mom knows the rest of the story better. Yi Xian, you. Listening to a certain guy talking about how handsome he was, Xi Mingyan wanted to tear him into pieces. What kind of story was this, and she was asked to tell it? Hateful. How could she explain this? Should she say that the boy wielded a knife or something? Ahem. What would you like to eat tonight, Xiaoxi? Mom will do it with you. While speaking, Xi Mingyan did not forget to roll her eyes at someone. It was really too insidious for that guy to pass the blame on to someone else. And that story, I really misjudged him. At the same time, Jiangqing Hospital. Dad, you're here. When Su Qianxue saw the person coming, a smile appeared on her face, and the bandages on her body were removed. Fortunately, everything was repaired. Seeing that his daughter had recovered well, Su Jinlong finally felt relieved. By the way, Qianxue. Su Jinlong thought of something and asked, do you remember the person who beat you up like this? This. Hearing her father's words, Su Qianxue's heart tightened. Not yet. Hiss. As they spoke, Su Qianxue covered her forehead with her hands, so Su Jinlong naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. Okay, Dad won't ask any more. Su Jinlong took a deep breath and continued, I came here, first to see you, and second. Song Tianming was killed at Jiangqing Airport. A calm voice sounded in Su Qianxue's ears, which made her heart tremble. Song Tianming, of course she knew. Moreover, the Jiangqing Song family has a good relationship with their Su family. As for Song Tianming, he is the future leader of the Song family. Who would dare to attack him? Wrong. At a certain moment, Su Qianxue thought of something and her face turned pale. Xiaomei just called and said that Yi Xian and Song Tianming had a conflict, and it happened at the airport this morning. Is it possible? Thinking of a certain possibility, Su Qianxue felt a chill all over her body. Although there was no evidence, Su Qianxue's intuition told him that the murderer was most likely Yi Xian. After all, Song Tianming knew Yi Xian too well. He had been pursuing Xi Mingyan, so he must have the intention to kill Yi Xian. It's terrifying when you think about it. Su Jinlong naturally didn't know what his daughter was thinking, and sighed, your Uncle Song asked me to help find the murderer, but it's not easy to find out when more than 10 people are dead. What? After hearing this, Su Qianxue's face became solemn. She guessed that Yi Xian was the one who killed Song Tianming. Now she pretends to have amnesia, isn't it just to stay away from Yi Xian? Dad, can you please put this matter aside? Su Qianxue pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly to her father Su Jinlong. After hearing this, Su Jinlong frowned and looked at his daughter. Qianxue, why are you acting so weird today? Is there? Su Qianxue's heart trembled, and then continued, it's just that too many things have happened recently, and I want to have some stability. I see. Su Jinlong weighed the pros and cons for a while, then nodded, okay. After all, the person who has the ability to kill Song Tianming must be difficult to deal with, so father will push the matter aside. Hearing this, Su Qianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked into the distance. Yi Xian, is it really you who is the murderer? And who are you? Wenkeo village, not far away. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoxi felt much more comfortable. Daddy, it's so beautiful here. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked at the familiar scenery. We'll be there in a little while. This place. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Xi Mingyan was stunned. The clear stream gurgles past, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, like a flowing painting. The towering ancient trees, with their branches and leaves interweaving into a green canopy, shield this land from the hustle and bustle of the world. Here, every breath can feel the gift of nature, and every moment is worth cherishing. What a nice view. At this moment, Xi Mingyan was also shocked by the fairyland-like scenery of Wenkeo village. There is such a pure land in the world. Squeak. In the shock, the supercar turned a corner and what suddenly came into view in the distance was a towering ancient tree, with rich osmanthus fragrance wafting through the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy. See. Yi Xian looked into the distance and explained, that is the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, the symbol of Wenkeo village. It is over 1,800 years old, about 18 meters tall, 6 meters in circumference, and with an average crown width of 18.90 meters. At this time of year, it's no exaggeration to say that the rich fragrance of osmanthus can be smelled within a radius of 10 miles. Wow. Xiaoxi stared into the distance with shining eyes, extremely excited. Dad's hometown is so great. Mom, can we live here forever from now on? Well. When Xi Mingyan heard the innocent words of the child, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at someone, but she was soon attracted by the beautiful scenery around her and the refreshing fragrance of osmanthus. To be honest, it must be a great blessing to be able to live here. As the car drove into the entrance of Wenkeo village, Xiaoxi looked curiously in the distance. Dad, there are so many people ahead. At the same time, under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree in Wenkeo village, a large excavator, like a giant, stands at the entrance of the village, and opposite it is a 1,000-year-old laurel tree. Get lost. Next to the excavator, a young man wearing a big gold chain looked at the opposite side with contempt on his face. His name was Li Ergu, and he was a village bully in the surrounding area. Wenkeo village, thank you for your kindness. Li Ergu's unfriendly eyes fell on the old men opposite, and the leader was the village chief Wang Genju. Li Ergu, how dare you? As the village chief of Wenkeo village, Wang Genju naturally knew that Li Ergu was difficult to deal with and was known for his vicious methods. Haha, old village chief. Li Ergu glanced at Wang Genju, his face showing no respect at all, but mockingly, I work for Xingqiu Group. You are already old, don't risk your life at the last minute. You. Ahem. The old village chief was really angry. He had tolerated Li Ergu's bullying of his neighbors before, but now he was actually trying to raze Wenkeo village to the ground, and he would not give up an inch of land. What are you standing there for? Li Ergu smiled coldly. Dig out the laurel tree king for me, and ignore those who try to stop you. If you want to die, block it. This. After this was said, the demolition team hesitated. After all, it would be bad if someone died. Rest assured. Li Ergu glanced at the few immortal men in front of him and said, it's just a few lives. It's just a matter of a word from Xingqiu Group. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Before coming, he received an order from the Xingqiu Group that they must raze Wenkeo village today, even if someone died, because the Xingqiu Group was not a pushover. Good. The demolition team narrowed their eyes, and then the excavator moved towards the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. How dare you? When the old village chief saw this, his face changed drastically. He never expected that Li Ergu was so bold. Squeak. Just then, the sound of a supercar braking stopped, attracting everyone's attention. Push the door and get out. Yi Xian saw the two sides in confrontation, which made him frown. Yi Xian, it's you. When Li Ergu saw the person coming, his eyes flashed with coldness. He had suffered a lot at the hands of Yi Xian in the past. After all, that guy was very skilled. It was because of him that Wenkeo village was spared from the oppression of the village tyrant. Li Ergu. Yi Xian saw the person coming, and then he looked at the scene and guessed something. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for many years, you have become a licking dog. Haha, that's better than being a gigolo. Li Ergu glanced at Xi Mingyan behind him and was really shocked by her beauty, his eyes full of jealousy. You are a bad guy. Xiaoxi stared at Li Ergu angrily. That guy was so hateful. Hey, little kid, your stepfather. The village tyrant grinned, but before he could finish his words, Yi Xian slapped him in the face. With a bang. The next moment, Li Ergu was whipped and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Countless bones were broken with cracking sounds. His head tilted and he passed out. He would not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. But at this moment, several cars arrived at the venue. After stopping suddenly, a middle-aged man came to the scene. His name was Zhao Tianlin, the mayor of Wenkeo village. Stop. Zhao Tianlin hurriedly stopped him from a distance, but when he arrived at the scene and saw Yi Xian, he was shocked. Are you Mr. Yi? The sudden scene really stunned everyone. Oh. Yi Xian looked at the unfamiliar face in front of him. Do you know me? Ahem. Zhao Tianlin coughed dryly. Mr. Yi, Jing Mingyang is my brother-in-law. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't handle this matter properly. Zhao Tianlin cursed the people in the Land Bureau in his heart, then sighed. Mr. Yi, this is it, Xingqiu Group has already paid 300 million to the Land Bureau to buy the land in Wenkeo village, according to the legal process. In fact, this piece of land should be under the disposal of Xingqiu Group. Yeah. Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Tianlin and said nothing more, but took out a black card. Here are 500 million. No matter what method you use, I want the ownership of the land in Wenkeo village. The plain voice sounded like a bolt from the blue to Zhao Tianlin's ears. He couldn't help swallowing. Wow. 500 million. Yes, yes. Mr. Yi, I will handle this matter myself. Gudu swallowed his saliva, then looked at the demolition team with a fierce look in his eyes. Get out of here now. Ahem, it's the mayor. Taking a deep breath, many members of the demolition team looked at Li Ergu, whose life or death was unknown, and dared not say a single word. A farce that ended like this. Huh. Seeing the demolition team leave, the old village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yi, today is all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Yes. The prestigious old men in the surrounding villages were rejoicing, but they were surprised that the Yi family kid was so rich now. That was 500 million. That's right. Yi Xian then introduced, Old village chief, this is my wife Xi Mingyan. This is my daughter Xiaoxi. As he spoke, Yi Xian coughed dryly, and these words stunned the old village chief, who was unable to recover for a while. The Yi family kid has a wife and his child is this big now. What? After understanding the situation, Wang Genju looked at Xi Mingyan in disbelief. Xiao Yi, your wife is the president of Jiangqing Group. Hello, village chief. Xi Mingyan's face flushed slightly and she greeted him politely. Haha, okay. The old village chief had not expected that the Yi family's young man and his wife were of such a prominent background, so he did not have to worry about being harassed by the Xingqiu Group. Hello, Grandpa village chief. Hello, grandpas. Xiaoxi's tender and sweet voice sounded like a lark, which made people feel comfortable. The old village chief and others were very happy. Oh, by the way, village chief. Xi Mingyan looked into the distance, with wisdom flashing in her eyes. Wenkeo village is far away from the hustle and bustle, the environment is beautiful, and there are towering ancient trees. Now that the land has been bought by Yi Xian, the next step is. He paused and continued, I would like to develop Wenkeo village and build it into Wenkeo farm on behalf of Jiangqing Shishir Group. I wonder if the village chief is willing to do so. Of course, the development of Shi's group will not destroy the layout of Wenkeo village, but will only make appropriate repairs. And all villagers of Wenkeo village can participate in the whole process. Listening to Shi Mingyan's story, the old village chief and others could already imagine the grand blueprint for the future of Wenkeo village. Real. Several old men were also quite excited. In that case, of course we agree. After a few words, Yi Xian drove home with Shi Mingyan and Xiaoxi. Meng Yan, my wife, you have a great business sense. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Yi Xian smiled slightly, thank you. I'm not doing this for you. Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes and looked at someone, but Yi Xian still noticed her evasive look. He smiled knowingly and said nothing more. The old village chief took a deep breath and looked into the distance with emotion. Xiaoyi has helped Wenkeo village a lot this time, we can't just not show our appreciation. Later, call all the villagers to follow me to Xiaoyi's house. Good. The respected elders nodded heavily. They would not refuse. After all, if it weren't for Yi Xian, they might not be alive now. Squeak. On the other side, a supercar stopped in front of an exquisite bamboo building. Mother Yi, who was washing dishes, saw a luxury car and couldn't help but frown and stood up. But when he saw two people getting out of the car, his pupils suddenly shrank. Mom, I don't recognize you. Arriving at the yard, Yi Xian raised his head and spoke. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Grandma. Hey. Looking at the scene, Ye's mother was extremely excited. Old Yi, come out quickly, look who's here. Obviously, Ye's mother had already informed Ye's father about Xiaoxi's matter. She was of course angry when she first heard about it, but after understanding the whole story, she also accepted this fact. Oh. At this time, Ye's father came out of the bamboo building and what caught his eyes were his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Hello, uncle. Shi Mingyan said with a slightly flushed face. This was the first time she met her future father-in-law. Oh no, that guy's father. Good. Xiaoxi came to Ye's father and looked him over. Hello, Grandpa. Haha, you must be Xiaoxi. It's beautiful. Ye's father was beaming with joy. Originally, the old couple had been thinking about saving money for their son's wedding, but now it seemed that they had saved some money. However, it wasn't long after I returned home. Beichen. Old Yi. At this time, the villagers of Wenkeo village, led by the old village chief, all came to the exquisite bamboo house. The whole yard could not accommodate so many people, and there were villagers and children looking around outside the yard. Well. Such a scene really confused Yi Beichen. Old village chief, what are you doing? Haha, Beichen, you don't know yet. The old village chief then looked at Yi Xian and said, your Xiaoyi is incredible. You know about the demolition of Xingqiu Group, right? Just now. After listening to the old village chief's words, Ye's father and mother looked at each other in confusion, and then looked at the extended version of the supercar outside the yard. 500 million land. Wenkeo farm. Two words that they dared not even think about have now been accomplished by their son and future daughter-in-law. Good job. What on earth did this kid do outside? After a little while, the villagers of Wenkeo filled the yard with their own eggs, fruits, grains and other things to express their warm and simple gratitude. Shi Mingyan was deeply moved by this scene. This kind of simplicity is rare. You kid. Mother Yi sent the old village chief and others away, and her eyes fell on her son. Tell me the truth, what did you do? You bought the land of Wenkeo village for 500 million. Look at what you can do. Phew. Upon hearing this, Shi Mingyan looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help laughing out loud. Nothing. Yi Xian Gubo was not surprised, and smiled. I just acquired a music platform, and then bought a few villas and a few supercars. I have some money. Well. When Father Yi heard this, he couldn't help but complain. You little brat, you call this having some money? Ahem. Yi Xian knew this would happen, so he coughed and said, okay, I admit I'm rich. That's right. Yi Xian then took out a black card and handed it to his father. Dad, here is 10 million. Just consider it as my way of honoring you two elders. What? After hearing what his son said, Ye's father almost threw the black card away, as if it were a hot potato. 10 million. Are you crazy? Why are you giving me so much money? Seeing this, Xi Mingyan tried to smooth things over. Uncle, please accept it. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's personality, he will lose it sooner or later. This. Father Yi was startled when he heard this. Yes, if he kept it, he could help his son in the future. Oh well. After thinking for a moment, he gave the card to Ye's mother, wanting, you can keep this card. Okay. Ye's mother took the black card and put it away carefully. After all, there was 10 million yuan in it. Woof woof. Just then, a little white dog limped out from a corner of the yard. Ah. Daddy, there's a little white dog over there, so pitiful. Xiaoxi ran to the little white dog, and the little white dog rubbed against Xiaoxi's trouser leg with fondness. You're talking about Xiaobai. Mother Yi glanced at the little white dog and said, I picked this up on my way home from get off work a few days ago. Its legs were broken. However, it is pitiful that he still cannot recover after veterinary treatment. Oh. Looking at the little white dog, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and thought that it would be nice to have this little thing to play with Xiaoxi. System, exchange skills. Looking at the little white dog in pain not far away, Yi Xian called the system. Soon, the system responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his medical skills to God level. It consumes 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability allows the host to heal all injuries in the world. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. You know. At this moment, life and death, human flesh and bones were all a piece of cake for him, not to mention the puppy with a broken leg in front of him. Xiaoxi. Looking at the little white dog again, Yi Xian walked over and said, let me take a look. Maybe there is still hope. Oh. After hearing what her father said, Xiaoxi handed the little white dog to him and said, Daddy, you have to get well soon. Rest assured. After taking the little white dog, Yi Xian knew its symptoms. Snap. At a certain moment, with Yi Xian's bone-setting massage, his dislocated bones were directly restored to their original positions. However, while the external injuries were healed, he still suffered serious internal injuries. To recover, acupuncture is needed. Mom, there's an acupuncture set at home, right? Give it to me and let me use it. After hearing this, Ye's mother looked at her son suspiciously and said, okay. After all. After the bone was adjusted, the little white dog was obviously in better spirits and its cries of pain were much quieter. Swish. Soon, Ye's mother handed the acupuncture needles to her son, and then Yi Xian reached out and took out more than 10 acupuncture needles and accurately inserted them into various acupuncture points of the little white dog. This kid. Father Yi looked at his son's operation and was stunned. When did you learn acupuncture? Old Yi, my son. Before he could finish, Ye's father raised his hand to stop him, wanting, your son's acupuncture technique is not simple. I feel like the old masters in the Moxibustion clinics don't have as good skills as my son. Is this true or false? Ye's mother looked at her son suspiciously, and at this moment Yi Xian finished the acupuncture and then bandaged her claw. The little white dog will recover in 3 days. I tried it out and it feels pretty good. Woof woof. The little white dog with its paws wrapped then jumped around Yi Xian happily. This scene made Ye's father and mother think they were dreaming for a moment. Wow. Dad, that's awesome. Xiaoxi was extremely excited and clapped her hands with joy. This guy. Xi Mingyan looked at the scene, her eyes full of disbelief, and the look she gave Yi Xian changed quietly. He actually knows acupuncture, and the effect is so good when combined with massage. The little white dog is now completely different from before. How much is he hiding from me? I really want to pry his head open to see. Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level perspective, God-level medical skills. Wealth, 8999994669981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 15. You little brat. After coming back to his senses, Father Yi sighed, he is worthy of being my son, Yi Beichen. Very similar to my father's style. Go away. When Ye's mother heard this, she gave him a ruthless look and said, Feng Kai, this has nothing to do with you. Mingyan, come on, I'll take you to visit the bamboo building. Just like that, Ye's mother took her future daughter-in-law's hand and walked towards the bamboo building, while Xiaoxi chased Xiaobai to play. As for the 3-day recovery, it referred to the internal injuries. As for external injuries, the little white dog has recovered as before. What? Why are the paws wrapped? Just kidding, wouldn't it look less awkward this way? You know, even so, Yi Xian's acupuncture has already had a great impact on Ye's mother and others. Dad. Yi Xian then came to Ye's father's side, and another black card fell into his hand. This is the private money your son gave you. You little bastard, you. Looking at the black card in his hand, Father Yi subconsciously looked towards Zhulo. I love you for a reason. Hey, don't let my mom find out. Yi Xian looked at the bamboo building and smiled. Father Yi nodded heavily. Don't worry, I have more experience than you in this area of private money. But you, boy, are awesome. Father Yi looked at his son and sighed, bringing such a beautiful daughter-in-law, who is also the president of a large group, wow. 4 years ago, I was less than 20 years old. After a brief conversation, Xiaoxi came running over from a distance. Gurgle. Before he could say anything, the little guy's stomach growled in protest. Dad, Xiaoxi is hungry. Coming closer, Xiaoxi looked at her father pitifully and spoke. Our Xiaoxi is hungry. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and said with a smile, Dad will make you something delicious right away. That's right, Dad. Thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at his father and said, I'll make you some medicinal food tonight. Why don't you take Xiaoxi to buy some medicinal herbs? As he spoke, Yi Xian took out a pen and paper and skillfully wrote down a string of medicinal herb names, which was easy for him now. Good. After taking a look at the various medicinal herbs, although he didn't know what their functions were, Father Yi still nodded and agreed. After all, the herbal medicine shop was not far from their home. Xiaoxi, let's go. Father Yi held his granddaughter's hand and said, Go buy good things with Grandpa. Hee, okay. Woof woof. They heard a dog barking behind them, and Xiaobai chased after it, wagging its tail. Soon, night fell. The pitch-dark night swallowed up the day, and the world fell into silence. Only the occasional barking of dogs could be heard outside the bamboo building, but the exquisite bamboo house was brightly lit. I don't know how long it took, but the tempting aroma of medicinal food came from the kitchen. This smell was completely different from the taste of ordinary dishes. You can do it, kid. Ye's mother looked at the medicinal food on the table. It was delicious and appetizing. This made Ye's mother, who was always good at cooking, amazed. Is this brat still her son? Take it while it's hot, otherwise the efficacy of the medicine will be reduced. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and Xiaoxi couldn't wait to have a bite of the medicinal food. After one bite, the mellow fragrance lingered in the mouth, leaving a long aftertaste. Tasty. Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled. Dad, is this the medicinal food? It's so delicious. After Shi Mingyan took a bite of the medicinal food, she looked at a certain guy in surprise. It turned out that this pervert still had a trick up his sleeve. After 3 rounds of meals, delicious medicinal food was served. Hiccup. Including Xiaoxi, the whole family burped. The medicinal food was truly delicious. Even if they can have another bowl. You guys take a break, I'll go wash the dishes. Mother Yi glanced at her son, her eyes full of satisfaction. With such cooking skills, not to mention her beautiful daughter-in-law, even a god would be reluctant to let her go. That's right. Looking at the little guy, Yi Xian smiled and said, Xiaoxi, sing a song for Grandpa. After chatting for a while, Ye's mother came out of the kitchen and heard her son's voice. Okay. Xiaoxi smiled, then thought for a moment, and then started singing like a lark while dancing. Two tigers love to dance, the little rabbit pulls carrots obediently, and I learned to walk with the little duck. Childhood is the most beautiful gift. The little conch blows, and I learned to fly like a seagull. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Ye's father and mother smiled so hard that their ears were extended. This song is very nice. Xi Mingyan looked at the scene and was a little confused. What the hell? This song. When did it happen? She actually didn't know anything about it. Hateful. What on earth is he hiding from me? It's so strange. I'm tired after a long day, but I don't feel tired at all. Is it because of that guy's medicinal diet? Xiaoxi, you're amazing. After the song ended, Father and Mother Yi gave a thumbs up, and then Mother Yi winked at Father Yi. Xiaoxi, how about sleeping with Grandpa and Grandma tonight? Obviously, the help from my mom came online. Xiaoxian, you guys should go to bed early too. After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, Ye's mother took the little one and Ye's father back to the room. Such a beautiful and excellent daughter-in-law must not be caught. This. With only two people left in the living room, the atmosphere quietly changed. Snort. Xi Mingyan snorted and asked a certain guy, Yi Xian, tell me honestly, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? Well. Yi Xian smiled slightly. You said it was a secret. You. Xi Mingyan was stunned after hearing this. That guy was really abominable. Then at least you have to tell me. Taking a deep breath, Xi Mingyan asked the question she had wanted to know for a long time. How much money do you have? How much? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said truthfully, it should not be a problem to buy the whole world. Puffed. Buy, you big-head ghost. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mingyan almost fainted. You will die if you don't brag. I don't want to know. Obviously, in his opinion, the truth of this statement is almost zero. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Yi Xian shrugged. If no one believed him directly, what else could he say? Mingyan baby, I'm going to take a shower first. Waiting for you. After the voice fell, Xi Mingyan returned to the room with a flushed face and white eyes. This made her sigh. It seemed that she would never be able to escape from the clutches of that guy in this life. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang. I saw it was my brother calling, so I answered it. Little brat, the sun is rising from the west. As soon as the call was connected, Xi Mingyan started talking. It was very rare that someone actually called her on his own initiative. Hey, aren't I here to keep in touch with you, my sister? Shi Xiaodao on the opposite side laughed and then got to the point. Well, is my brother-in-law here? Your brother-in-law? Xi Mingyan glanced in the direction of the room. Don't you have his phone number? Oh. I called, but no one answered. Xi Mingyan had a frown on her face. She thought her brother had a change of heart, but she never imagined that he was looking for her because he couldn't contact that pervert. He's taking a bath. As expected, I had expected too much from that brat. Ha. Shi Xiaodao on the other side was silent for a moment, then coughed dryly and said, well, I hope I didn't disturb you by calling you. Well. Xi Mingyan almost went berserk after hearing her brother's hidden meaning. Get lost. What are you thinking about, kid? Indeed, Xi Mingyan lamented that children nowadays are so precocious. If you don't behave properly, believe it or not, your parents will come back and let them punish you. Ahem, elder sister, spare my life. Under the suppression of blood, Shi Xiaodao decisively begged for mercy. His vital points were firmly grasped by his elder sister. Since my brother-in-law is not here, I'm hanging up. Upon learning that her brother-in-law was not at home, Shi Xiaodao was too lazy to pretend and hung up the phone directly. Xiaodao, you. Beep beep beep. Before she could finish, the call was hung up and Xi Mingyan stood there in a daze. Crack. Looking at the phone, Xi Mingyan gritted her teeth and her anger soared. Shi Xiaodao. Now, that's really bold. This situation has never happened before. I feel that ever since that guy broke into my life, my status has been getting lower and lower. If this continues, it will be disastrous. You bastard. Thinking of this, Xi Mingyan took a deep breath and said, if I don't let you know how powerful I am tonight, I will take your last name. After saying. He walked towards the bedroom angrily, but when he just arrived in the room. Ah. Seeing a guy coming out of the bathroom, my mind suddenly roared, Yi Xian, you are crazy. At this moment, she no longer had the intention to raise an eyebrow and ask for culpability. She was directly upset by the guy's behavior because that guy was completely naked. What a fuss. Yi Xian glanced at someone. He looked calm and composed but was actually very panicked. He didn't expect Meng Yan's wife to come in so soon. It was not logical. Why, are you attracted by your man's perfect body? Spit. Listening to someone's unscrupulous words, Meng Yan glared at him fiercely, with your figure, I'm not interested. But before she could finish her words, her two slender hands were firmly grasped and pressed against the wall, and she was doused against the wall again. Yi Xian, you. Under the warm yellow light, her beautiful face was extremely charming, and the effect of the medicinal food made her blood boil. Calm down. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yan, with her eyes wide open, was French kissed by someone. A natural war quietly broke out. This scene. It's just like the encounter 4 years ago. I don't know how much time passed. Meng Yan fell asleep in someone's arms. After all, war is very exhausting. Everything is self-explanatory. The relationship between the two has also made a new breakthrough since this moment. TSK, it feels pretty good. At a certain moment, Yi Xian's mouth curved up, and the scenes of the war just now emerged in his mind. He looked at the beautiful face quietly, enjoying the time that belonged to the two of them alone. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong hostility coming from a distance. After all. Now Yi Xian has become a martial arts master, and his insight is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Is there another person looking for death? Yi Xian was undoubtedly in a bad mood as his interest was disturbed. With his eyes of perspective, he saw from a god's perspective the jungle behind the exquisite bamboo building, and dozens of figures appeared and were heading towards the bamboo building. Since you have made your move, let me see what kind of monsters you are. Swish. With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian disappeared from the room and then came to the outside of the exquisite bamboo building. His speed was like that of a ghost. If the outside world knew about it, even the top masters would be shocked. Brother. One of the dozens of people looked at the exquisite bamboo building and narrowed his eyes. In front is the residence of Yi Xian who bought the land of Wenkeo village. The leader looked at the exquisite bamboo building not far away and said, buying the land of Wenkeo village for 500 million is really a big deal. But the land of Wenkeo village is related to the future development of Xingqiu Group. No one can destroy it. His name is Lin Zichu, and he is also the top leader of Xingqiu Group. The person next to him is Lin Zitian, the second in command of the group. The two are brothers. Besides, Lin Zichu solemnly instructed, this time the negotiation is the main thing. If it can be resolved peacefully, don't resort to force. Understood, big brother. Lin Zitian nodded in response. After all, they had no inherent hatred towards Yi Xian. Who? But at this moment, Lin Zichu narrowed his eyes and looked not far away. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the field without him noticing, and this person was none other than Yi Xian. There was silence in the jungle. Swish. Dao Dao's eyes fell on the figure that appeared, and Lin Zichu looked at the person warily. Interesting. Looking at the group of people, Yi Xian raised his head and said, you come to me and ask who I am. After hearing this, Lin Zitian realized something, you are Yi Xian. What? As soon as these words came out, dozens of people surrounded him with a rush. Brother, this boy is extraordinary. Lin Zitian took a deep breath. The fact that he appeared so quietly explained everything. It seems that peace talks are impossible. Destroy him. With a sneer, Lin Zitian ordered his men, knowing that no less than half of these dozens of people were third-rate masters. As the voice fell, dozens of people rushed forward. Bang 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 bang. In less than a minute, dozens of people fell to the ground and wailed in pain. If they had not had no intention of killing, they would have become corpses by now. What? Lin Zitian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the field in disbelief. You. Impossible. Let me try. Second brother. But at this moment, Lin Zichu raised his hand to stop him, and then looked at Yi Xian meaningfully. You are no match for him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu felt the energy surge around him. Sniff. His body turned into black light and Lin Zichu was already approaching the next moment. His skills were much better than those of a third-rate master. Bang. Yi Xian pulled out a palm, and the next moment Lin Zichu flew backward several meters at an even faster speed, his face pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Boom. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Zichu's face was filled with disbelief, so strong. This. When Lin Zitian saw this scene, he was completely stunned. How could this happen? You know. My eldest brother is a second-rate master. Although he was just promoted 3 months ago, he is still far from being someone that ordinary people can deal with. But even so, that person still didn't defeat the enemy with one move, and was even seriously injured by a palm strike. One can imagine how strong that person is. The two men around were terrified. They thought that their boss was no match for them and they were nothing. Ha. Lin Zichu took a deep breath, forced himself to bow and saluted. Sir, please forgive me for not knowing Taishan. Brother, you. Shut up. Before Lin Zitian could finish his words, he was glared back by his elder brother. However, he had no choice but to retreat in disappointment and stop talking. Oh. Seeing Lin Zichu in front of him, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was undoubtedly a smart man. Ahem. Lin Zichu coughed dryly and continued, Sir, I am Lin Zichu, the boss of Xingqiu Group, and this is my second brother. Boom. As Lin Zichu spoke, he knelt on one knee on the ground. Second brother, kneel down. Oh. Although he was unwilling, Lin Zitian did not dare to refute his elder brother's words and knelt down. What are you doing? Yi Xian was also stunned by the sudden scene. He never expected that the two people who had attacked him just a moment ago would now kneel down. Your Excellency's strength is unprecedented in my life. Lin Zichu's eyes flashed with expectation. Lin Zichu is willing to work for you with Xingqiu Group. Ha! When these words were spoken, not only Lin Zitian, but also the dozens of people lying on the ground around him were all stunned. What? Boss, if you can't beat them, just join them. Serve me. Looking at Lin Zichu kneeling in front of him, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Give me a reason. Sir, I'm telling you the truth. My brother and I are not from Rongcheng, but from. When Lin Zitian heard what his elder brother said, he interrupted him hurriedly. Brother, no. In fact, he was terrified. If the news that they were alive spread to Jiangcheng, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. I know my limits. Lin Zichu said with a determined look, Second brother, with our current strength, revenge will be a long way off. But, After hearing what his elder brother said, Lin Zitian wanted to say something but finally sighed. He naturally knew that what his elder brother said was the truth. Grown-ups. Lin Zichu's eyes were full of determination, and he continued, My two brothers are actually from the Lin family in Jiangcheng, a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. However, 8 years ago, the Su family in Jiangcheng suddenly launched an attack and brought many experts to wipe out my Lin family. As they spoke, the eyes of the Lin Zichu brothers turned red, and their hatred for the extermination of their entire family was overwhelming. This scene shocked many of his subordinates. Do you want me to avenge your Lin family? Yi Xian naturally understood Lin Zichu's intention, so his previous actions also made sense. These two poor people were really the ones who wanted to exterminate their clan. Good. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu nodded heavily. If you can help my Lin family to avenge, my brothers' lives will be yours from now on. In recent years, we have been hiding in Rongqing to develop Xingqiu Group, just for the purpose of returning to Jiangcheng one day. I can help you avenge your grudge. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian thought that if he had his own subordinates, perhaps many things would be saved trouble. But if you dare to betray me in the future. Snap. He pushed hard with his feet, and the next moment the ground made a sound of being unable to bear the weight, which then spread out for more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, dozens of subordinates around him were all stunned. What kind of power is this, so terrifying? If this kick had landed on them, they would have definitely been killed. I don't dare. Lin Zichu was not afraid after seeing this. Instead, he was extremely excited. To be able to do this, the adult must be at least a first-rate master. You must know. This kind of person is a guest of honor even in first-class families. Get up. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked towards the direction of the exquisite bamboo building. From now on, you will arrange people to protect Wenkeo village. Anyone who covets Wenkeo village will be killed without mercy. Yes, sir. The Lin Zichu brothers were extremely excited, and Lin Zitian was even more convinced. The strength of the adult in front of them was beyond his imagination. Also, Yi Xian then looked at the two people with bright eyes and said, from now on, Xingchu Group will be renamed Dihao Group. Your mission is to unify the business community of Rongqing and return to Jiangqing within half a year. Gulp. Hearing this, Lin Zichu and the others swallowed their saliva. Return to Jiangqing. Half a year. This is what they dream of doing. If it were before, they would naturally have some concerns, but now that an adult is in charge, things are different. Yes. The two brothers were full of energy for a moment, and they couldn't wait to bring Dihao Group into Jiangqing and eliminate the Su family from Jiangqing. Again. Looking at the two people in front of him, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and more than 10 golden needles penetrated into their bodies. Then, with a buzzing sound, the strength of the two people changed quietly. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many subordinates around widened. Such a method was too magical. Lin Zichu took a deep breath, and then felt the surging power in his body. I am a mid-level second-rate expert. Unbelievable. Lin Zichu felt like he was dreaming at this moment. It had only been 3 months since he became a second-rate master. He admired Yi Xian even more in his heart. As for Lin Zitian, he has now reached the peak of a third-rate master. The whole person looked at Yi Xian, his eyes full of awe and admiration. The Lord is invincible. Gulp. Dozens of people around swallowed their saliva when they saw this. The boss and the second in command have both improved in strength. Who is that adult? This operation is too outrageous. However, the Lin Zichu brothers did not know that their legend had just begun. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun shines on the secluded village of Wenkeo, penetrating through the window and dispelling the last trace of darkness in the room. The beautiful girl woke up, and what caught her eye was a handsome profile. The boy was Yi Xian. Snort. Xi Mingyan raised the corners of her mouth and looked at the guy next to her. The scenes that happened yesterday emerged in her mind, and her face couldn't help but blush. The big bad guy finally succeeded. Sighing, Xi Mingyan saw the guy sleeping soundly next to her, so she stretched out her slender fingers and pinched the guy's nose, wanting to take revenge. I'll let you bully me and I'll make you pay. For a moment, Xi Mingyan became playful. She didn't have the coolness of a group president at all. She was just a crying little girl who was in love. If such a scene were to be known to the outside world, who knows what a sensation it would cause. Beautiful pictures, fun to play. Until a certain moment. Mingyan, my wife, have you had enough fun? Without any warning, a voice rang in Xi Mingyan's ears, causing her beautiful eyes to look over there. When she saw someone staring at her with a doting and smirk, her face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. That guy actually woke up. I was discovered, so embarrassed. What should I do? I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. When did you wake up? Xi Mingyan asked this with a glimmer of hope, but for some reason her mind recalled the scenes that happened yesterday, and her heart couldn't stop beating like a deer. It's been a while. Smiling at the beautiful lady, Yi Xian embraced her slender waist and said, now that my wife has had enough fun, it's time for me to have fun. He, Yi Xian, I was wrong. Then, from time to time, there were sweet laughs in the room. The sound was very pleasant and arousing imagination. Really? What's wrong? Yi Xian would not let her go so easily. Xiao Mingyan was getting bolder and bolder. To punish you, call me husband. Puffed. You wish. Shi Mingyan's face flushed red. I won't scream. Yeah. Seeing the arrogant Xiao Mingyan, Yi Xian didn't care. Then don't blame your man, he was ruthless. You, stop it now. Shi Mingyan was so aroused that she glared at a certain guy with a red face. He was really shameless. Husband. The sweet voice came out, and Yi Xian's bones were softened, while Shi Mingyan buried her head in the quilt. It was so embarrassing. It was the first time she screamed like that, and her heart beat faster for a moment. Oh, my dear baby. He rubbed his beautiful wife's head lovingly, which made Shi Mingyan glare at him. What are you doing? Are you treating me like your daughter? Obviously, this action is very much like that guy pampering the little one. Hateful. That guy, how could he do that? But, why am I not disgusted but enjoying it? Boom. Listening to Shi Mingyan's words, Yi Xian knocked his head on her smooth and white forehead. What do you mean by spoiling her like a daughter? Isn't it enough if my wife likes her? Tisk. Listening to someone's teasing words, Shi Mingyan gave him a coquettish look. I don't like it. In that case, wouldn't he have 2 daughters? Pa. Shi Mingyan, what are you thinking about? Are you crazy? You don't really want that guy to treat you like a daughter, do you? After all the commotion, it was already noon. It's all your fault for getting up so late. After leaving the room, Shi Mingyan glared at someone, but Yi Xian pretended not to hear it. After all, it was normal for little girls to be thin-skinned. Although she was the boss of the group, she was a novice when it came to love. Daddy, Mommy. Xiaoxi's voice was heard at this time, and Ye's mother had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. As the future mother-in-law, she naturally had to behave better when her daughter-in-law came to her home for the first time. She was also trying her best for her son's happiness in the second half of his life. Meng Yan, you look good. Did you sleep well yesterday? When Ye's mother saw her beautiful daughter-in-law with a rosy complexion, she knew why as someone who had experienced it, and she was very clear about it. Listening to her future mother-in-law's words, Shi Mingyan responded, not bad, not bad. That's good. Mother Yi winked at Father Yi, it's just right to eat it while it's hot. Xiaoxi, come here. Father Yi changed the subject at this time. Grandpa will peel an egg for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoxi spoke politely in a sweet and tender voice. It can be seen that Shi Mingyan's previous education was very successful. Father and Mother Yi were extremely satisfied with it. The ancestral graves of the old Yi family were filled with joy. That's right. While eating breakfast, Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes and looked at her father expectantly. Dad, where are we going to play today? After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian said lovingly, Dad will take you to a good place today. Let's go catch some game. Dad will grill game for you at noon. Really? After hearing this, Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with excitement. Thinking of her father's superb cooking skills, her mouth started watering. Hee hee, I haven't eaten my father's roasted game yet. Long live Daddy. For a moment, the little guy shouted excitedly, and Ye's father and mother smiled knowingly when they saw this scene. This warm scene was undoubtedly the best gift for them. After breakfast, Xiaoxi and her mother each wore a sun hat. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma, wait for us to come back. Xiaoxi waved goodbye to her grandparents, and the family, led by Yi Xian, went to the jungle not far away. It seemed that Yi Xian had eaten a lot of wild game here in the past. Be careful, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the woods. Yi Xian opened a passage with ease, but the air here is much fresher than in the village. Hee hee. Xiaoxi obviously didn't listen to what her father said, but admired the beautiful scenery in the forest and the various strange-shaped towering ancient trees. Dad, this place is so beautiful. I like it so much. Shi Mingyan was admiring the beautiful scenery as they walked, as if they were not here to meet their parents but rather to have fun in this secluded mountain village. The atmosphere was comfortable and beautiful. This feeling is very warm and enjoyable. Hubby, ahem, Yi Xian, you must have had a very happy childhood. Admiring the beautiful scenery around her, Shi Mingyan sighed that she envied such a picturesque place and it would definitely be a good choice to retire here. Yeah, not bad. Yi Xian nodded and said that he had no regrets in his childhood. Ah. Just then, Xiaoxi saw a plump hare not far away and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Dad, look, there's a hare. Whoosh. The hare was very fast and jumped several meters away, but how could it escape Yixian's clutches? A golden light flashed, and the next moment, Jinjin, this delicious rabbit, died on the spot. Wow, Daddy is so awesome. When Xiaoxi saw that his father caught the rabbit in one go, he clapped his hands excitedly. The pleasant sound echoed in the woods, which was very beautiful. Humph. Xi Mingyan glanced at someone, letting this guy steal the spotlight again. There's another one there. In this way, the game hunting operation began. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed and Yixian's backpack was already full of battle records. That's enough, let's go back. Feeling the weight of the hare, they knew it was enough for them to have a big meal. What a cute rabbit. How cruel. On the side, Xi Mingyan glanced at the guy who was showing off his skills, and hit him unhappily, hoping to get back at him. He. Xiaoxi was making faces at her mother, looking so adorable. Was her mother jealous again? At the same time, in the darkness not far away in the forest. Boss, Yixian is right in front. A sly-looking younger brother looked not far away and said, besides, there is a beautiful girl beside him. We are so lucky. Li Ergu looked to the distance, where he saw 7 or 8 of his younger brothers. His mind was imagining the possible scenes that might happen, and his eyes became increasingly fiery. I couldn't wait to rush up to that beauty and get close to her. Very good. Li Ergu smiled, and then glanced at his brothers. Don't worry, I'll eat the meat later, and you guys can have the soup. Hey, thanks, boss. When 7 or 8 younger brothers heard this, their eyes lit up and they thanked him repeatedly, and they immediately became full of energy. Give me your best effort later. Li Ergu thought about the tragic scene yesterday, and his face still hurt, that Yixian is much more skilled than before. Don't worry, boss. The younger brother said confidently, we are not vegetarians either. Later, I will teach Yixian a lesson. Yes, I have disliked him for a long time. After a conversation, Li Ergu looked into the distance and said, if that's the case, let's do it. Yeah. But at this moment, a voice came from the side, which scared Li Ergu and others. The person who came was none other than Lin Zitian, and he was accompanied by several third-rate masters. Seeing the group of people suddenly appear, Li Ergu's pupils suddenly shrank. Who are you? That's not important. Lin Zitian's mouth curved up. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. He had no interest in talking nonsense to these minions. Yes, second in command. Sniff. In an instant, everyone including Li Ergu was killed on the spot. They didn't even have time to scream. After all, since this matter concerns young Master Yi, they dare not be careless in the slightest, even if there is a slight chance of disturbing his excellency. Ha! Lin Zitian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Ergu and the others being dealt with. Luckily we made it in time, otherwise it would be bad if they took action. Snort. At this point, Lin Zitian looked at the corpse on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. You dare to attack Master Yi, you are seeking death. Woof woof. After leaving the woods, we suddenly saw a little white dog running towards us excitedly from a distance, wagging its tail, obviously very happy. Noob. When Xiaoxi saw the little white dog, she started chasing after Xiaobai, making it very lively. Pervert, are you sure Xiaobai will recover in 3 days? Indeed, looking at the lively little white dog, its condition is better than usual. Boom. Seeing Xi Mingyan say this, Yixian knocked his head against her smooth forehead. Why, are you questioning your man's ability? Didn't my dear Mingyan experience how powerful my husband is yesterday? Well. Hearing the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, Xi Mingyan glared at him fiercely. Tisk. What nonsense are you talking about? If there was no one around, Xi Mingyan would really find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What kind of vicious words are these? Is she crazy? Xiao Mingyan is shy. How about, try again tonight? Yixian was in a playful mood and teased her, but Xi Mingyan's heart started beating faster and she rolled her eyes at someone. Who cares about you? After saying that, the embarrassed Xi Mingyan chased after Xiaoxi. She really didn't dare to continue talking to that guy, otherwise, who knows what shocking words that guy might say. Hateful. Xi Mingyan was so aroused that she kept thinking about what might happen that night in her head. Why did she feel so much anticipation? It was so strange. Xi Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Huh. Before he could think about it, Xiaoxi saw his mother coming over and asked suspiciously, Mom, why are you here? Aren't you whispering to your daddy? Go away. Xi Mingyan's face flushed for a moment. What does a child know? She said this reluctantly. Of course, she couldn't say that she couldn't stand her father's teasing. Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Oh. Xiaoxi nodded as if she understood, but after all, how could she understand the complexity of adults? Hee. Grandpa, Grandma. Back in the yard, Xiaoxi shouted excitedly, and when Ye's father and mother heard their granddaughter's voice, they hurried out. Ye's father had already prepared the barbecue grill and charcoal. He had seen his son's cooking skills yesterday, and he was craving for the barbecue today. Xiaoxi is back. Father and Mother Yi looked at each other and saw their cute granddaughter. They hadn't been so happy in a long time. Woof woof. On the side, Xiaobai was happily running around the yard. Meng Yan, you must be tired. Mother Yi poured a few glasses of water and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard. Come, drink some water and take a rest. Thanks, Mom. Xi Mingyan said it casually, but her face turned red when she said it. Father Yi at the side also looked over and a look of joy appeared on his face. Meng Yan, you. As the person involved, Ye's mother was extremely excited. What did you call me just now? Mom. Xi Mingyan said this with a flushed face, but thinking that they had both reached the last step, she didn't think much about it, but her face became even redder. Hee. When Ye's mother heard her daughter-in-law calling her that, she was so happy. That brat was really good. He let his daughter-in-law call him that so quickly. TSK. As expected of my son, I am so proud of you. By the way, Meng Yan. Mother Yi was so happy that she thought of something. Do you like grapes? I'll pick some for you. Auntie. Mom, no need. Seeing Ye's mother's sudden enthusiasm, Xi Mingyan was really flattered. Ahem, Mingyan, don't worry about her. Father Yi coughed dryly at this time, and seeing Mother Yi busy with work, he smiled and said, Your mother has always wanted a daughter. This is her biggest regret. Now that you call her Mom, she will be happy for days. Oh, I see. When Xi Mingyan heard what her future father-in-law said, her face turned red. She had never expected this to happen. She was so embarrassed. How come he called me that? Wow. But at this moment, Father Yi saw Yixian coming in, so many wild rabbits, and they're very fat. Not a bad record. Is that so? When Xiaoxi heard what her grandfather said, a crescent-shaped smile appeared on her face. Daddy is so awesome. Dad, where's my mom? Yixian looked around but didn't see his mother, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Hee, your mother. Ye's father glanced at the beautiful wife on the stone table, and then started talking to his son, which made Yixian stunned. Good boy, that girl changed her mind now. Snort. Seeing a guy looking at her, Xi Mingyan glared at him, obviously guessing that the guy knew that she had changed her name. Dad, you come and light the fire. Yixian looked at his father, then came to the side with the plump hair in his hand. I'll go take care of the hair. Good. Father Yi was also in a good mood. His daughter-in-law had already changed her name to calling him Mom, so how far would it be for her to call him Dad? Soon, Yixian came to a corner of the yard and began to skillfully process the rabbit's fur and internal organs, like a butcher cutting a rabbit. Beichen. Just then, an old man with a cane came in from outside the yard. It was the old village chief Wang Genju, holding 2 fat fish in his hands. Yo. The old village chief saw Yixian cutting a rabbit and said, Xiao Yi, you are really good at knife skills. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Xiaoxi, who was playing with Xiaobai, greeted the old village chief in a sweet voice when he saw him. Hee, hello Xiaoxi. The old village chief chuckled and continued, these are the fat fish that were just caught from the fish pond. I'll give them to you as a snack. Old village chief, you are too polite. Father Yi quickly stepped forward to take the fat fish and invited, Xiao Xian happens to be grilling fish today, stay and eat with us. This. When Xiaoxi heard what his grandfather said, his eyes rolled, Grandpa village chief, my dad's grilled fish is super delicious. Oh well. The old village chief chuckled and rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly, then let's try Xiaoya's cooking skills. Come, Meng Yan. At this time, Ye's mother washed the grapes she had picked and put them in a fruit bowl. Eat grapes, they are so sweet. The old village chief is here too. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Ye's mother was enthusiastic, and the old village chief laughed and said, Beichen, what good news are you talking about that makes you so happy? Hi. Father Yi glanced at Mother Yi and continued, Old village chief, this is it. After a little while. Hearing Ye's father's explanation, the old village chief smiled happily. I see. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and sighed, it seems that they have a good relationship. After hearing this, Xi Mingyan's face flushed slightly and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her future mother-in-law was too enthusiastic. That girl really didn't help her out of the predicament. Hee hee. Seeing her mother's expression, Xiaoxi said with a smile, Mom is blushing, so shy. The barbecue operation is smooth and flowing. Soon, the aroma of barbecue with the addition of various condiments spread out, filling every corner of the courtyard. Gulp. Mr. and Mrs. Yi couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked at each other. Their barbecue skills were amazing. Smells so good. Xiaoxi stared at the grilled rabbit meat and fish, she was very greedy. Xiao Ye's cooking skills are pretty good. The old village chief couldn't help but let his taste buds awaken, but at this moment, his face suddenly turned red and he started coughing violently. Ahem. When Father Yi saw this, he hurriedly asked with concern, is the old village chief okay? His old illness has come back again. The old village chief took a deep breath and then calmed down a little, but his face flushed and it was obvious that he was very uncomfortable. Old village chief, let me take a look. As he spoke, Yi Xian put his hand on the old village chief's wrist, but he didn't stop grilling on the other side. This guy. Xi Mingyan looked at this scene and couldn't help but glance at someone. Barbecuing and treating a patient at the same time, it was true. Old village chief, do you have any hidden illness? Oh. The old village chief was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Xiao Yi, can you diagnose it? You know. When I was young, many doctors were unable to diagnose it, but it was finally discovered by a famous doctor living in the mountains. Only. At that time, his hidden illness could only be alleviated but not cured, and he has been suffering from the same disease ever since. The hidden disease is very stubborn, but it can be cured. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian nodded and said. What? After hearing this, the old village chief was filled with excitement. Xiao Yi, you said my disease can be cured. It's no wonder he is like this. This old illness causes him extreme pain, especially during the rainy season every year. Yi Xian didn't say much. He simply took out a dozen golden needles and inserted them into the old village chief's acupuncture points like lightning. At some point, the old village chief's face turned red, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out, mixed with some necrotic internal organs, and one could even smell a pungent odor. Is the old village chief okay? Ye's father was shocked and hurriedly supported the old village chief. Although his son was proficient in acupuncture, they would be guilty if something really happened to the old village chief. The old village chief took a deep breath and waved his hand. Miraculously, his coughing symptoms disappeared and his breathing became much smoother and more comfortable than before. This is amazing. The old village chief then looked at Yi Xian with a different look in his eyes. Is my old illness cured? What? After hearing this, Ye's father and mother were all shocked and looked at their son in surprise. Is this still the Brett they knew? I guess so. Yi Xian put away the golden needles, controlled the grill, and then said, Mom, go get some paper and pen so I can write a recipe. Oh, okay. Looking at the scene, how could Ye's mother not know what was happening? She did not dare to delay and quickly brought paper and pen. Yi Xian casually wrote down a prescription and handed it to the old village chief. The acupuncture just now only removed most of the hidden disease. If you want to completely eradicate it, you need to use Chinese medicine. After a pause, Yi Xian looked at the old village chief and said, "Old village chief, follow this prescription and take it once a day. The disease will be cured within half a month." Gulp. The old village chief was extremely excited when he heard this. He knew his own body well, and the fact that he was in better condition than ever before was the best proof of that. "Xiao Yi, your skills are comparable to those of a miracle doctor." Then, he looked at Ye's father and mother with envy. "Beichen, wanting, you gave birth to a good son." Hee hee. When Ye's father heard this, he smiled, while Ye's mother waved her hands and said, "Hey, it's all because of this brat's hard work." This. Xi Mingyan looked at the scene and saw that the old village chief's hidden illness was cured with just a flip of his hand, which really stunned her. That guy, his medical skills are so good. Daddy is so awesome. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly and applauded her father, her eyes full of little stars of admiration. Woof woof. Xiao Bai was also having fun, running around Xiaoxi. The scene was warm and beautiful. All right. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice came out, "It's time to eat." Then, Yi Xian's sword danced. As everyone marveled, slices of roasted rabbit and fish fell onto the plate so precisely, as if they were completing pieces of art. Golden and crispy, tender and juicy. Gulp. Looking at the appetite and the aroma of barbecue filling my nose, my appetite is really full, and I even feel like I can swallow the plate. Old village chief, try it. Father Yi picked up a piece of barbecue and put it in his mouth. The delicious taste immediately bloomed on the tip of his tongue, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. Tasty. The old village chief's eyes lit up. This cooking skill is on par with Xiaoye's medical skills. Undoubtedly. After taking a sip, the old village chief gave the highest praise. Delicious. Xiaoxi also ate the barbecue at this time, and her eyes narrowed into a line of enjoyment. Hee hee, I knew that daddy is the best. After eating, Ye's father and mother both nodded with emotion. This brat hit it too well. I suffered a huge loss before. Snort. This guy is in the limelight. Xi Mingyan took a bite of the delicious barbecue, glanced at a guy and murmured, but the admiration and adoration in her beautiful eyes quietly deepened. There is even a hint of pride. Like. This barbecue was not roasted by Yi Xian, but by Xi Mingyan. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Ye's house?" Gulp. After saying that, the town mayor Zhao Tianlin couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. It was so delicious that he couldn't control himself at all. Mayor Zhao. When the old village chief saw Zhao Tianlin approaching, he hurriedly stood up. Old village chief, no need to be so polite. Zhao Tianlin didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, Mr. Yi respected the old village chief very much. Well, what? Zhao Tianlin reluctantly looked away from the barbecue plate. "Mr. Yi, this is the land contract and related certificates for Wenkeo village. Meng Yan, accept it." Yi Xian glanced at Xi Mingyan. After all, the affairs of Wenkeo village would be handed over to this girl from now on. You. All right. Xi Mingyan was stunned by the sudden words, and then she looked at that guy meaningfully, and her heart was quite moved. You know. This is 500 million, and I gave it to her like this. You are Mrs. Yi. Zhao Tianlin greeted her in a very tactful way. Xi Mingyan couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlin felt happy and thought he was very smart. Xi Mingyan nodded slightly. After all, their relationship was completely confirmed, and the name they addressed her was harmless. Wow. When Ye's father and mother saw this, they looked at each other with joy, knowing that this daughter-in-law was here to stay. Mayor Zhao, come here. Eat barbecue. Father Yi was so happy that he handed a plate of barbecue to Mayor Zhao, who was flattered by the gesture. Take it. Yi Xian glanced at Mayor Zhao, then he took it with both hands nervously. Ahem. Thank you, Mr. Yi. When Xiaoxi saw this scene, the corners of her mouth curved up. looking into the distance proudly, smiling. Just look at it and say that Daddy is super awesome. The afternoon sunshine is pleasant and beautiful. Hee hee, Xiao Bai, don't run. In the courtyard, Xiaoxi was chasing the little white dog and playing, and the atmosphere was very warm. Xiaoxi, slow down. Seeing the little guy's happy look, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but remind him. Ding-a-ling. While enjoying the time, a phone call rang and I saw it was Lin Zichu. Hello. After answering the phone, Lin Zichu's voice came from the other end. Master Yi, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Fine. He glanced at the warm scene, and the corners of his mouth curved up. What's the matter? That's right. Hearing that his rest was not disturbed, Lin Zichu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, there will be a large-scale auction in Rongqing this afternoon. Are you interested in participating? Oh. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but soon realized the opportunity to spend money. He naturally had no interest in the auction, but was interested in the auction itself. For example, buy the auction. If so, it will cost a lot of money. Okay. After a few words, he hung up the phone. Who is it? Xi Mingyan saw Yi Xian hung up the phone and asked suspiciously. A friend. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then said, I'll be out for a while. Oh. Xi Mingyan nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Dad, you need to go out. Xiaoxi's cute voice came out, looking at her father, then you have to come back soon. Good. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, then looked at Mr. and Mrs. Yi. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving first. Drive slower. Half an hour later, the Wanjin auction will begin. Master Yi. When Lin Zichu saw Yi Xian, he greeted him respectfully. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then the two of them entered the auction. Old Zhang, this is Master Yi. Arriving at the auction hall, Lin Zichu introduced the man who was coming towards him. Young Master Yi, this is the person in charge of the auction. Hello, Mr. Yi. Zhang Zidong greeted him respectfully. As a longtime friend of Lin Zichu, he naturally knew how extraordinary the person was who could impress him. Your presence will make our auction even more glorious. Yeah. Looking around, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Actually, I didn't come to the auction for the auction. Oh. Zhang Zidong couldn't help but wonder after hearing this, who is Yi Xiao? It's very simple. Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, I want to buy your auction. Money is not an issue. Pooh, cough, cough. Hearing the arrogant words, Zhang Zidong almost choked on his tea. Master Yi, are you really going to buy the auction? Good. Yi Xian nodded, and Lin Zichu's eyelids twitched. He originally wanted to introduce him to his friends, but he didn't expect that young Master Yi took a fancy to the auction. This. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zidong coughed and said, well, Mr. Yi, I still need to report this matter to the boss. Nature. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Zhang Zidong called the boss behind the auction. Hello, boss. Master Yi said that he wants to acquire the auction. Yes, I understand. After a while, Zhang Zidong breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. Master Yi. The boss said that I am the full representative who agrees to purchase the property at the auction, but... After a pause, Zhang Zidong continued, the acquisition will cost at least 500 million, and this is the lowest estimated price at the auction. 500 million. Listening to Zhang Zidong's words, Yi Xian nodded slightly, I want it. Beep. As the transfer was successful, Zhang Zidong was filled with emotion and even more awe. That's 500 million. He gave it to him so lightly, without even blinking an eye. However, if he knew that Yi Xian had used 900 trillion, he didn't know how he would react. Master Yi, this is the acquisition contract. Zhang Zidong took a breath and continued, after signing, the Wanjin auction will be yours. Good. After the acquisition was completed, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the trip was worthwhile. Young Master Yi, walk slowly. After visiting the auction for a while, Zhang Zidong saw Yi Xian and the other person off. He heaved a sigh of relief only when they disappeared from his sight. The scene just now seemed like a dream. A few minutes later, Zhang Zidong returned to the auction. Squeak. As the door of a private room was pushed open, a young man was seen waiting in the room for a long time. Young Master Jiang. Zhang Zidong bowed respectfully, and the young man nodded slightly. Uncle Zhang, Yi Xian is gone. Zhang Zidong responded without overstepping the mark and was very respectful to the young man. What you said just now is true. Jiang Buchan looked out the window and asked with his eyes narrowed. Absolutely true. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath and said, the fact that my good friend surrendered to me speaks volumes. Moreover, according to my friend, Yi Xian is very powerful and even a second-rate master like him can't be defeated with one move. After a pause, Zhang Zidong continued, this Yi Xian is at least at the peak of a second-rate expert, or even a first-rate expert. Oh. In his early 20s, he already has such strength. Jiang Buchan's eyes were determined, and he continued, if we can make friends with this person, he may be a great help in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ding dong. At one point, Lin Zichu received a message on his phone. Dear CCB user, 300 million renminbi has been deposited into your account ending in 4286 on September 28, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the text message he received, Lin Zichu was stunned. Master Yi, what are you doing? Obviously, he saw that the person who transferred the money was Yi Xian. These 300 million are for the operation of Dihao Group. This is, Master Yi. Looking at the huge sum of money in his hands, Lin Zichu was filled with emotion. The previous acquisition of Wanjin Auction had already cost him 500 million, and now it was another 300 million, plus the previous acquisition of the Wenkeo village land for 500 million. Who exactly is Yi Xiao? You must know. This kind of skill is far beyond the ability of ordinary people, and Yi Xiao didn't even blink an eyelid from beginning to end. After saying goodbye and watching the supercar drive away, Lin Zichu took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. Master Yi, Zichu will definitely live up to your expectations. In the supercar, Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level perspective, God-level medical skills. Wealth, 8999993869981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 23. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. System, exchange skills. The supercar is speeding, and the summoning system suddenly activates new abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the beast control ability to the god level. Consume 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability can make all beasts have unprecedented affinity for the host, and at the same time can also control all beasts. Wow! Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little confused. God-level beast control seemed very cool. Buzz. Unconsciously, the beast-controlling ability spread out with Yi Xian as the center, and a magical scene occurred on both sides of the road under the invisible wave. Thousands of rats, snakes, and insects appeared on the road. The king is calling. Hurry, I want to see the king. The aura of the king, that's for sure. Deep in the jungle, there were tigers, brown bears, and other animals rioting. Looking down from the air, one could see clouds of dust rising in the distant sky, as if a tide of beasts was approaching. Squeak. However, the busy road in the distance was suddenly congested and paralyzed. That is. Oh my God, what happened? Animals are rioting, is the end of the world coming? Mom, I want to go home, this is so scary. Everyone must have been looking around in horror as countless beasts were rushing towards one direction at a terrifying speed, and everyone could clearly sense the excitement and fanaticism of these animals. Woof woof. In a car full of pet dogs, all of them were restless and resisting, especially the husky. At a certain moment, they finally broke free from the cage and ran away. Quick! The king wants to see you. The dogs were running like crazy, and the truck driver was stunned. No, don't go. On the side, not far away. The fish ponds that were being transported were also all boiling with anger, and many of them even jumped out of the car and onto the ground, jumping towards the direction where the king's aura was. Scenes like this occur in every corner of this road. Everyone who got out of the traffic jam was stunned. What the hell just happened? All the animals are rioting. How could this happen? However, as the king's breath soon subsided and disappeared, the crazy animals returned one after another. This strange scene really made everyone shudder with fear. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from Dao Dao's throat. The scene in front of him was too abnormal. However, Mu Yixian had no idea about this. Who knows how he would react if he knew? As night fell, Yixian returned to Wenkeo village. Squeak. As the car stopped, he pushed the door and got out. Woof woof. Xiaobai ran over from the bamboo building courtyard, and Yixian strangely understood what it said. Master, you are back. This is. Yixian was shocked when he realized that he could actually understand Xiaobai's words. It was worthy of the god-level beast taming ability. Rubbing Xiaobai's head, Yixian's mouth curled up. The system is getting more and more interesting. Go play. Yixian smiled slightly, and Xiaobai ran away happily, circling around Yixian a few times before running away. Daddy is back. When Xiaoxi heard Xiaobai's call, she ran out with a happy face, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This guy. When Xi Mingyan saw someone, she couldn't help but glare at him. She was just playing with her daughter, and she heard that a certain guy came back and abandoned her without any conscience. Undoubtedly, Xi Mingyan was full of jealousy at this moment. Hee, Daddy, go and coax Mommy quickly. Xiaoxi made a face at her mother and hid behind her father, smiling happily. Well. After hearing this, Yixian looked over and saw that his arrogant wife was sulking. He could smell jealousy from a distance. Mingyan baby, come and hug me. Without waiting for Xi Mingyan to say anything, he hugged the beauty with a big hug. However, this scene stunned Ye's father and mother, and Xi Mingyan's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. What are you doing? After glaring at someone, Ye's father and mother coughed dryly. Well, you guys continue. After saying that, the old couple walked towards the main building, leaving the space in the middle to the young couple. Look at you. Seeing Ye's father and mother leave, Xi Mingyan wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Is this guy crazy? What did you do? To be honest, at that moment Xi Mingyan wanted to tear this guy into pieces, it was so infuriating. How? Holding the slender waist of the beautiful woman in his arms, Yixian said with a smile, My dear wife, are you jealous? Puffed. Who is jealous? I'm not. With a delicate snort, Xi Mingyan's jealousy dissipated at a visible speed, and was replaced by a hint of sweetness, which felt sweeter than honey. We. Just then, an inappropriate laugh was heard from the side. Following the sound, I looked. But I found that Xiaoxi was covering her eyes and looking at her parents showing their love through her fingers. Tang. Seeing that the little guy was still there, Xi Mingyan's face suddenly turned even redder. Dad, Mom, you guys go ahead and just pretend I don't exist. Xiaoxi was still watching openly, but Xi Mingyan glared at him and said, Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? In fact, how could she be so attached to someone at this moment? Hurry up, don't let me go. I was really pissed off by that guy's audacity. Is it really okay for that bastard to behave like that in front of the little guy? Ding-a-ling. After a while of being bored, the atmosphere was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone, which made Xi Mingyan feel as if she had been pardoned. Hey, Shaoli. After answering the call, Xi Mingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, something big has happened. Shaoli on the other side then delivered a bombshell, Song Tianming is dead. What? After hearing this, Xi Mingyan was stunned and then looked incredulous. How is it possible? You know. Song Tianming is the only descendant of the Song family in Jiangcheng. He has now begun to take control of the Song group. How could he be killed at this critical moment? Absolutely true. Shaoli took a deep breath and thought for a moment. It is said that it was a revenge killing. Vendetta. Shi Mingyan frowned, then nodded. Okay, I understand. Upon hearing the news, Shi Mingyan couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, she knew Song Tianming's character too well. Now that he was killed, it meant that Yi Xian was no longer in danger. If Song Tianming knew about this in the afterlife, I wonder if he would crawl out and confront me face to face. Damn it, I was killed by Yi Xian. Certainly. This scene will never appear. After hanging up the phone, Shi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. What's wrong? Seeing Shi Mingyan's reaction, Yi Xian asked suspiciously. Yi Xian, there is good news. Shi Mingyan pondered for a moment. Song Tianming is dead. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He was very clear about this. He deserves to die for robbing me of a woman. Puffed. What are you talking about? After hearing this, Shi Mingyan glared at a certain bastard. Don't you know that the dead are the greatest? But this guy, isn't he surprised at all? The next day, early morning. In front of the exquisite bamboo house, after a few days of sightseeing, it's time to go back. Grandpa and Grandma, goodbye. Xiaoxi waved goodbye, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the airport, ending her trip to Wenkeo village. Ha! Shi Mingyan heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally leaving. They were about to meet that guy's parents. At the same time, they also broke through the last step. I don't know whether she should be happy or sad. Dad, it's so fun here. Xiaoxi looked at the scenery outside the window and chirped reluctantly, can we come back next time? As he spoke, Xiaoxi couldn't let go of Xiaobai. Woof woof. Xiaobai cried for help and twisted his body to try to break free from Xiaoxi's clutches. Master, help! Yi Xian actually heard Xiaobai's cry for help, but he turned a deaf ear to it. After all, to him, his daughter was the most important person in the world. Yi Xian, what are your plans for the future? Looking at the beautiful scenery of flying backwards, the scenes of this trip flashed before her eyes like a movie. This is undoubtedly her most beautiful memory. Planning. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then continued, I will take care of my kidneys, and you will be responsible for making money to support the family. Well. Listening to what someone said, Shi Mingyan couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Tisk. You, what are you talking about? Indeed, Shi Mingyan was stunned by this guy's words, and her face turned red, spreading to her neck. What's going on? Take good care of your kidneys and earn money to support your family. It's a good thing that this guy could think of this, but the image of that guy recovering his kidneys can't help but emerge in my mind. I can't imagine that scene. This guy still needs to take care of his kidneys. To this. She has the final say. Besides, she is the one who needs to be supported. Seriously. Rolling her eyes at someone, Shi Mingyan asked, after all, this was related to her focus for some time to come. Yi Xian thought for a moment, looked at the beautiful lady and said, spend money. All right. Listening to someone's words, Shi Mingyan shook her head helplessly, thinking that Yi Xian was joking, but she had no idea what Yi Xian was worrying about. For a man with 900 trillion, having too much money is also a thought. In the afternoon, in front of Yulong Villa. Oh. You're finally back. After parking the car and looking at the familiar scenery, Xiaoxi spoke. Enter the living room. However, I saw a familiar figure. Uncle Xiaodao. When Xiaoxi saw the person coming, a look of joy appeared on her face. Woof woof. But at this moment, the little white dog was barking at the little knife. Hee hee. Xiaoxi picked up Xiaobai and rubbed him. Don't be mean, this is your uncle. Woohoo. Being rubbed by Xiaoxi, the little white dog immediately whimpered and looked at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes, obviously asking for help and trying to break free. You little brat, what are you doing? When Shi Mingyan saw her younger brother, she was stunned and was quite surprised. Hey, I'm not thinking about my brother-in-law. Oh no. Halfway through the conversation, he quickly changed the subject. I just miss you, sister, and want to exchange some feelings. Tisk. He glanced at his unscrupulous brother. His words just now completely exposed his intentions. I don't believe you. I don't want to bother with you. He rolled his eyes at Shi Xiaodao, then looked at the little white dog. Xiaoxi, let's go. Let's go give Xiaobai a bath. Oh yeah. When Xiaoxi, who was playing with Xiaobai, heard this, her face was full of excitement. Xiaobai, we are going to take a bath. Woof woof. When Xiaobai heard this, he opened his eyes and shouted anxiously. Yixian glanced at Xiaobai and heard what it meant. No, Master Xiaobai doesn't want to take a bath. However, obviously, its resistance was futile. Brother-in-law, that puppy is so cute. Shi Xiaodao also liked Xiaobai very much, but he didn't feel comfortable competing for favor since his eldest niece was holding him. Yeah. Yixian smiled slightly, thinking about the trip to Wenkeo village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the gaming ability to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, the gaming level of this ability host is enough to be on par with gods, and comes with a black plugin. I exchanged skills again, but this time I exchanged for gaming abilities. What the hell? In fact, this ability is a bit useless. How can it be just games? Could it be possible to make myself a game live broadcaster? Brother-in-law. At this time, Shi Xiaodao's voice came from the side. Can you play games? Yes, the most popular chicken-eating game right now. Well. After hearing this, Yixian was stunned. What a joke. Really? The system will not activate such a skill for itself for no reason. Brother-in-law eating chicken game. A little. Yixian said modestly, and Shi Xiaodao was delighted when he heard it. Really? That's great, brother-in-law. Then let's play around. Shi Xiaodao couldn't wait to log into the chicken game, and then skillfully downloaded and registered an account for her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, follow me closely. After landing, they came to a room, and Shi Xiaodao explained patiently. Soon, Yixian was fully armed with an M416 in his left hand and an AKM in his right hand, and was equipped with a high-precision sniper rifle and grenades. Quick! Brother-in-law, be careful. There is someone hiding behind the tree in the distance. Bang. At this moment, Yixian fired a bullet and accurately killed the hunter lurking behind the tree. Wow. When Shi Xiaodao saw the enemy being killed, he looked at Yixian in disbelief. Brother-in-law, you are so lucky. Get the first kill right away. As they were talking, the two walked out of the room and came to an open space. There were 3 teammates in front, surrounding Yixian. Ta-ta-ta. The 3 bullets fired quickly and efficiently, each one hitting the head and killing 3 enemies. Shi Xiaodao just reacted when he saw the 3 enemies being killed. Shi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law in disbelief. Brother-in-law, are you sure you know this? Indeed. The level is too high, absolutely god level, every shot is a headshot, and the reaction is too fast, he can't keep up at all. Just like that. Yixian and his brother-in-law are playing the chicken game and showing off. As expected, he won the game easily, but Shi Xiaodao was shocked, and the scenes that had just followed his brother-in-law appeared in front of him. Powerful. Brother-in-law. Invincible. Suddenly, Shi Xiaodao's eyes changed when he looked at his brother-in-law. His face flushed with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. If I were a woman, I would marry you. Roll. Yixian glanced at his brazen brother-in-law and said, Go ask your sister if she agrees. Hey, I'm not kidding. Shi Xiaodao rubbed the back of his head, then thought of something and asked tentatively, Ahem, what brother-in-law? Lend me some money. Borrow money. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Yixian looked at the game screen and smiled meaningfully. Why, are you in love? When these words came out, Shi Xiaodao's heart skipped a beat. How did my brother-in-law know this? No way. Shi Xiaodao's face flushed red. This was his biggest secret. Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. I looked around nervously, then breathed a sigh of relief when I couldn't see my sister. Yeah. Seeing his brother-in-law was still stubborn, Yixian pointed out the problem to his teammates on the screen. Look, it's the little girl who met love around the corner. Poof. The sudden revelation really caught Shi Xiaodao off guard and he was really shocked. He remembered that they didn't speak during the entire game because they were afraid that his brother-in-law would find out. I thought I had hidden it well, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape the eyes of my brother-in-law. Ahem, brother-in-law, how did you find out? At this moment, Shi Xiaodao no longer had the confidence he had before and whispered in a low voice. I'm not blind. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his brother-in-law, and then said, You met each other at an intersection, and met love at a corner. It's too obvious. Any fool would know that. Well. Shi Xiaodao was speechless after hearing this. This shouldn't be the case. They have been playing together for a long time and have never been discovered. According to his brother-in-law, there are too many fools. Hey, brother-in-law has a keen eye. Shi Xiaodao flattered him without leaving any trace, and then said, However, please keep it a secret, brother-in-law. You kid. Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law. If that girl knew about this, she would definitely be beaten up. Rest assured. Yi Xian nodded, then fiddled with his phone, and soon Shi Xiaodao received a message. Brother-in-law is generous. After Shi Xiaodao finished speaking, he looked at his phone, but when he saw the information on the phone, he couldn't help but be stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000. Gulp. Shi Xiaodao swallowed hard. Brother-in-law, I love you so much. Go away. Yi Xian pushed away his brother-in-law who was about to pounce on him. Calm down, don't let the little girl suffer. Aha. Shi Xiaodao nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and was so grateful to her brother-in-law that she believed her happiness for the rest of her life depended on him. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Shi Xiaodao's eyes were full of confidence, and he said in a shocking tone, If my sister dares to break up with you, I will cut off all ties with her. Haha, your words are worth my support. Yi Xian smiled slightly. If Shi Mingyan knew about this, she wondered if she would fight with Yi Xian for 300 rounds. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Just then, Shi Mingyan and her mother, who had been bathing the little white dog, came back. Seeing the happy atmosphere between the two, they couldn't help but ask curiously. Swish. When Shi Xiaodao saw his elder sister suddenly approaching, his face immediately turned red and white, and he was really scared. Joke. If his secret was known by his elder sister, it would be absolutely devastating for him. Nothing. Shi Xiaodao suppressed his anxiety and coughed dryly. Well, what, sister? You don't know, my brother-in-law is so handsome. Thinking of what his brother-in-law had just done, Shi Xiaodao couldn't help but get excited. My brother-in-law is really good at playing games, even better than those great players. Playing games. Hearing Shi Xiaodao's words, Shi Mingyan frowned. You just play games every day. And you're not doing your job. I couldn't help but mutter. The brat's study is the biggest headache for the whole family. Now this guy not only doesn't want to help, but also pushes the brat into the fire pit. Boom. Before Shi Mingyan could continue to attack, Yi Xian slapped her on the head. Nizi, you are so bold. Let's not do business, okay? Then, he looked her up and down at her graceful figure and said, In that case, let's have a good fight tonight. You. After hearing what that guy said, Shi Mingyan was stunned and was speechless for a moment. That guy was really shameless. Who cares about you? Afterwards, Shi Mingyan walked away with a glare at a guy. Glaring was the last thing she could do. Brother-in-law, awesome. Shi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister being held in the palm of his hand, and gave his brother-in-law a thumbs up. His elder sister was his nightmare, but now with his brother-in-law around, good days were coming. Hateful. Listening to her brother's complaints, Shi Mingyan felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She felt that her status in all aspects was plummeting. That guy. Obviously, Shi Mingyan knew that all this was because of Yi Xian's appearance. Even now it was like this, she dared not imagine what the future scenes would be like. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Shi Mingyan's heart skipped a beat. Hello, Mom. After answering the call, Shi Mingyan looked guiltily at the two people in the living room and Xiaoxi and the little white dog playing not far away. Mother, she responded, then smiled and said, Mingyan, I heard that you have a boyfriend. Ah. Hearing what her mother said, Shi Mingyan's face flushed. Well, Mom, you already know everything. Snort. The whole group knows about it, what do you think? Xi's mother rolled her eyes and said this, and Xi Mingyan's face turned even redder. Mom, it's not what you think. Listen to my excuses, oh no explanation. However, Xi's mother obviously didn't give her the time, okay. I don't care about the affairs of you young people, by the way. After a pause, Xi's mother continued, your father and I will return to Jiangqing in a few days, and I will bring you home to meet you then. This mother, actually. Beep beep beep. Before Xi Mingyan could finish her words, her mother hung up the phone, which made Xi Mingyan stunned. What are you talking about? What should I do? We'll see you in a few days. Thinking of this, Xi Mingyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At the same time, in a hotel in Shanghai. Are you sure? Xi's father asked with concern. After all, it was related to his daughter's lifelong affairs. Mother Xi nodded, and then said, I have learned about it. That boy actually beat Song Tianming in front of the group for his daughter. I think it should be good for my daughter. The wife nodded and said, then Ding Dong received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, a graduate of Jiangqing University, owns 6 Yulong villas and dozens of supercars. In addition, he is also the boss of Tianlai Music, Jinghuan Noble School, Rongqing Wanjin Auction, etc. Looking at the message on the phone, Xi Lingfeng was stunned. Good boy. Indeed, with so many identities added together, his net worth is no less than that of the Xi group. What's wrong? When Mother Xi saw Father Xi's reaction, she looked over suspiciously. But his brows furrowed as he asked, this is our daughter's boyfriend, the student who just graduated. So many identities, amazing. Mother Xi couldn't help but gasp, and then she was a little confused, but where have I heard this name before? After dinner, in the room. After taking a shower, Xi Mingyan wore thin black silk pajamas, which perfectly showed her slim figure. You must be tired after a hard day. Looking at the charming and beautiful lady under the warm yellow light, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Come, let your husband give you a massage to relax you. You. Feeling the strength of a guy's massage, Xi Mingyan glared at him and said, you have a conscience. She originally wanted to refuse, but the guy's massage technique was very comfortable. That's right. After a short massage, Xi Mingyan leaned into a guy's arms and said, my mother called during the day. They said they would return to Jiangqing in a few days, and they wanted to see you. As she spoke, Xi Mingyan's face couldn't help but turn red. After all, this was too sudden and she was completely unprepared. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Xian held the slender waist in his arms and said, my mother-in-law is coming back. Let's meet. Seeing that guy acting so nonchalant, Xi Mingyan wanted to bite him hard. It was the first time he met the parents, and this guy was not nervous at all. Snort. Aren't you afraid that my parents won't like you? Restraining the urge to stab someone, Xi Mingyan glanced and said. How could that be? Yi Xian rubbed Xi Mingyan's head lovingly and said tenderly, it's not like your man is not good enough. Let's talk later. With my husband's irresistible charm, it's easy for him to deal with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Listening to what that guy said, Xi Mingyan was really stunned. Pooh. You bastard, you are so narcissistic. As she spoke, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at someone. Charm that has nowhere to go. That guy, how can he say that? Narcissism. Hearing this, Yi Xian was immediately unhappy, raised his hand and hooked his fair chin. Meng Yan, my wife, your man is capable, okay. But now my dear wife is becoming more and more courageous. Come, let your husband teach you a lesson. Just like this, after an unknown amount of time, the drums of war stopped. As for Xi Mingyan in his arms, she had already fallen into a sound sleep. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be another sweet and warm dream. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, a cell phone rang, and I was stunned when I saw the caller ID. Hey, Zetian. Obviously, the caller was none other than Lin Zetian. Master Yi. The man on the other side paused for a moment before speaking. It's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you and the young lady's rest. Without. Yi Xian glanced at the gorgeous lady beside him. If she had come 10 minutes earlier, she would have disturbed him. Of course, it was not certain whether he would answer the call or not. What's up? At this point in time, Lin Zetian would definitely not call unless there was a special situation. Now that he called, it was obvious that there was something he couldn't handle or couldn't make up his mind about. That's right. Lin Zetian breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained, "We just caught a suspicious person, and we don't know how to deal with him." Oh. After hearing Lin Zetian's words, Yi Xian's eyes of insight suddenly saw a man with extraordinary eyebrows. This man is quite interesting. After saying a few words, Yi Xian hung up the phone and left the villa. A few minutes later. Swish. Yi Xian's figure appeared in the field. If an outsider saw it at that speed, he would be shocked. Master Yi. When Lin Zetian saw the visitor, he greeted him respectfully, and so did his subordinates beside him. That's the man. As he spoke, Lin Zetian looked at the man with an extraordinary temperament, and he was naturally not an ordinary person either. May I have your name? The man looked at Yi Xian and thought for a moment. Fang Zhen. I told you, my sister is in danger, I'm going to save her. Fang Zhen's eyes were filled with anxiety. Just a few minutes ago, his sister's colleague called him and said that they were harassed by gangsters. He was worried that something might happen, so he left the bamboo house in the woods and prepared to go there. Unexpectedly, I met Lin Zetian and his group. Master Yi, this boy's steps are steady and he is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Zetian looked at Fang Zhen warily, otherwise he would not have asked Yi Xian for instructions. Yeah. Yi Xian looked at Fang Zhen with interest. Even though his tendons and veins are completely broken, he still has the physique of an ordinary person. But are you sure you can save your sister in your condition? What? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zetian's eyes fell on Fang Zhen. Master Yi, what did you say? This man's tendons and veins are all broken, how is this possible? Indeed, Lin Zetian was shocked. You know, it is lucky to be alive with all the tendons and veins broken. How could he be like a normal person? You. Fang Zhen's face changed drastically after hearing this. You know, this is his biggest secret. If his identity is exposed to them, it will be a disaster for them. Who is it? At that time, he was feared by all the countries as the king of mercenaries. Unfortunately, he offended the Hades Palace during a mission, which resulted in the arrival of masters from the Hades Palace organization and severely injuring him. He has been lingering on until now. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his sister. And if he hadn't been worried about his sister, he would have committed suicide long ago. It seems your sister is very important to you. Yi Xian smiled at Fang Zhen, then said, I can save your sister, but from now on your life belongs to me. How? Looking quietly at Fang Zhen in front of him, Lin Zetian looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Does Yi Xiao want to accept this person? This. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fang Zhen fell silent. He was very clear about his own situation. It was impossible for him to rescue his sister with his ability. Even. He has no idea how his sister is doing now. Good. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Zhen's eyes became determined. As long as you save my sister, my life will be yours. Very good. Hearing Fang Zhen's decision, Yi Xian showed a meaningful look. In the future, you will be glad for your decision today. Now, I'll give you a gift. As the voice fell, dozens of golden needles turned into golden light and accurately penetrated into the major acupoints on Fang Zhen's body. Then a magical scene appeared. I saw a vibrant vitality emerging from Fang Zhen's body. Then, repairing his broken tendons and veins, Fang Zhen's eyes widened as he felt the changes in his body. Is this, my tendons and veins recovering? How is this possible? Indeed, the scene happening before my eyes was too unbelievable. At some point, Yi Xian took back the golden needle, and Fang Zhen felt that his physical condition was better than ever. Although he had no strength at all, he felt that recovery was only a matter of time. Thump. Thinking of this, the mercenary king Fang Zhen knelt on the ground. He knew that the man in front of him was his benefactor in life. I will never forget your kindness, sir. Get up. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said, now that the tendons and veins have recovered, if you want to regain your strength, you still need to take medicine. In half a year at most, we can return to our peak. What? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zitian's eyes widened and he looked at Fang Zhen in astonishment. Master Yi actually healed the broken tendons and veins. Such medical skills are amazing. This. When everyone around heard this, they all looked at Yi Xian in shock. What a guy. The broken tendons and veins were healed. It's so amazing. Young Master Yi's medical skills have reached such a high level. My goodness, if I follow such a genius, I will be able to soar to great heights in the future. For a moment, they all felt honored to be Yi Xian's subordinates. Back to the top. Hearing this, Fang Zhen was extremely excited. No one knew how he had survived these years. On the one hand, he didn't want his sister to run around for her, and on the other hand, he had to be wary of the people in the underworld palace. He was like a useless man and couldn't protect his sister at all. It's Yi Xian. She gave him a new life and dignity. She not only saved him, but also provided security for her sister. He can only repay her great kindness with the rest of his life. Thank you, sir. Fang Zhen took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. Yi Xian's status in his heart had already risen to a height that no one could surpass. From now on, anyone who targets you will be his enemy. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, and then said, from now on, just call me Master Yi like them. Yes. Fang Zhen responded respectfully. Although he was forced by his sister before, he was now convinced. Then, Yi Xian looked into the distance and said, next, go save your sister. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Fang Zhen took a deep breath and thanked him again. With young Master Yi's help, his sister would have nothing to worry about. When Lin Zitian saw what Yi Xiao did, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he called Yi Xiao, otherwise it would have been a big deal. Ahem, Brother Fang. I'm sorry for what happened. With a dry cough, Lin Zitian felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were family now. Fine. Fang Zhen naturally didn't care, and then said gratefully, if it weren't for Brother Lin, I wouldn't have known Master Yi. Speaking of which, Brother Lin is also half my benefactor. Well. For a moment, Lin Zitian felt embarrassed after hearing this. Brother Fang, you are joking. You must know. Fang Zhen, whose tendons and veins are all broken, still looks like an ordinary person. One can imagine how strong he was at his peak. That's right. Brother Fang, what's your sister's name? Lin Zitian looked at Fang Zhen suspiciously. Fang Shihan. Fang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face when he said the name. If it weren't for Shihan, I would have died long ago. Hi. Everything is over. Following Master Yi, things will get better and better in the future. Seeing Fang Zhen in a low mood, Lin Zitian said to comfort him. Fang Zhen nodded heavily. He had the same feeling. After all, the miraculous medical skills demonstrated earlier had already explained everything. Hyatt Regency Palace Club, lobby. TSK, what a beautiful lady. A yellow-haired man looked at the pretty girl in front of him with undisguised heat in his eyes. He was the gangster Fang Zhen mentioned, and he had 5 or 6 men around him. No one in the field dared to step forward, because the yellow-haired man was the one who controlled this club. Even the manager could only sigh. I'm sorry, Brother Huangmao, Shihan didn't mean it. Bang. Before the colleague could finish speaking, the yellow-haired man slapped her to the ground, then grabbed the female colleague by the hair, dragged her aside and threw her out. Who do you think you are to disturb me and my little beauty? After the yellow-haired man finished speaking, his eyes fell on Fang Shihan again, looking up and down at her perfect figure. Shihan, right? What a nice name. It should be still unopened. Hearing this, Fang Shihan's pretty face turned pale. What are you going to do? However, when Wang Mao saw Fang Shihan was frightened and pitiful, the heat in his eyes became even more intense. Rest assured. I'll let you know how happy I am later. After saying that, the yellow-haired man pulled Fang Shihan and headed towards the box. His intention was obvious. Stop. At the critical moment, the door of the club was kicked open, and then a group of people appeared. You ruined my good deeds. Bang. Before he could finish, Yi Xian slapped him in the face, sending him flying several meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Wow. The surrounding area immediately fell into chaos and many guests dispersed, fearing that they would be implicated. Brother Huang Mao. You guys are looking for death. Bang 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 bang. Before they could say anything, Lin Zitian's men had already defeated the yellow-haired boy in no time. After all, they were all third-rate masters. Shirhan, are you okay? Fang Zhen hurried to his sister's side and asked with concern in his eyes. Brother, why are you here? When Fang Shirhan saw her brother, her expression changed drastically. Go quickly, the boss behind Hyatt Huagong is not someone we can afford to offend. Rest assured. Lin Zitian was stunned when he saw the charming Fang Shirhan. My goodness, Fang Zhen's sister is so beautiful. Sister Shirhan, no one can bully you today. The dazed Huang Mao struggled to get up and looked at Yi Xian angrily. Boy, do you know who my big brother is? How dare you touch me? In fact, Huang Mao had been working in Hyatt Palace for several years and had never been treated like this. Bang. As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, Yi Xian slapped him in the face. Really? Call someone. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief, but he didn't wait for him to think about it. Beat. The scolding almost scared the yellow-haired guy to death. He swallowed his saliva, knowing that he had met a ruthless person today. Boy, just wait. Then, Huang Mao dialed the phone. Yi Xian moved a chair and sat in the middle of the hall, crossing his legs to see what kind of monsters were behind the Hyatt Palace. Hiss. Fang Shirhan looked at the handsome and domineering Yi Xian, and her heart couldn't help but jump up. Brother, who is he? Master Yi. Fang Zhen looked at his sister and continued, he is our greatest benefactor in our lives. Oh. After hearing what her elder brother said, Fang Shirhan looked at Yi Xian and nodded as if she understood. The yellow-haired man looked at Yi Xian with a sneer in his eyes. His elder brother was a bully in Jiangqing, nicknamed Master Tuesday. He got this title because he single-handedly wiped out the entire family of his opponent. He is absolutely a ruthless person, at least to the yellow-haired people. How brave. Soon, a voice came from outside the club. How dare you act wildly in Tuye's territory? Then, outside the club, Tuye brought hundreds of people into the club, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Let Master Tu see what you are capable of. As soon as the voice fell, Tuye turned into a black light and punched towards Yi Xian. Presumptuous. When Lin Zitian saw Tuye making a move, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian. He also met his punch with a bang, and then they both retreated. Lin Zitian took a step back, and Tuye on the opposite side retreated 3 steps back. What? Such a scene stunned many of Tuye's men behind him. Their eyes widened. It was impossible. Tuye was actually at a disadvantage. Good skills. Master Tu's eyes fell on Lin Zitian and he was secretly shocked, while Lin Zitian glanced at Master Tu. If it was before, he might have been afraid, but now he is not far from being a second-rate master, so naturally he would not take the butcher in front of him seriously. Master Yi, how do we deal with this person? Looking at Master Tu, Lin Zitian looked at his own Master Yi. Disposal. Yi Xian looked at Tuye and said, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you surrender or you die. Speaking of which, it's time for Jiangqing to start planning. What? After these words were spoken, the yellow-haired man was confused and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Is that kid crazy? They actually want Butcher to surrender. Yeah. Master Tu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Zitian. This person is not good enough to make me surrender. Sniff. As the voice fell, Tuye's face turned red and he gathered his strength to attack at an extremely fast speed. Master Yi, be careful. Lin Zitian's face changed drastically. He obviously didn't expect that Master Tu would suddenly attack, although he knew that Master Tu could not hurt Yi Xiao at all. Looking at Tuye's rapid attack, Yi Xian stretched out a finger to meet it. Madman. When the yellow-haired man saw Yi Xian's actions, his face was full of sarcasm. That kid is finished. You must know. Master Tu went mad, and his fighting power was comparable to that of a second-rate master. That guy actually dared to resist with just one finger, and the same was true for the hundreds of his men around him. Looking at Yi Xian with ridicule, he is still young. Even with this, you still want to submit to their butcher master, are you kidding? Snort. Tu Yi naturally saw Yi Xian's actions and grinned, boy, you are so arrogant. Let me show you how powerful Master Tu is. As he spoke, Master Tu increased the strength in his hands and smashed towards Yi Xian. This. Fang Zhen was a little shocked when he saw this. That Master Tu's skills were barely comparable to a second-rate master. Although he could kill instantly at his peak, he definitely couldn't block it with just one finger like now. Bang. As expected, Fang Zhen punched him and his expression changed drastically. After the dull sound, the next moment he flew backwards at an even faster speed, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler than paper. The sudden scene really shocked everyone. What? The yellow-haired man was stunned, his eyes widened, staring at the field. That kid, how is it possible? One finger defeated the butcher. Indeed, the scene before him had a huge impact on him. Who is Tu Yi? He is the overlord of this area, and even those third-rate families are polite to him. But right now, in front of that boy, I was so vulnerable. It's terrifying when you think about it. Huang Mao was completely frightened, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Puffed, cough cough. Tu Yi was extremely shocked and looked at Yi Xian in horror. How is it possible for you? Then, when he looked at Yi Xian again, his eyes changed. And if he hadn't held back just now, he would probably be dead now. Powerful. That man was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. He had never felt this way before. My goodness. All of Master Tu's men swallowed their saliva. Even Master Tu was no match for that guy. If they went up to him, they would die without knowing how. Oh my God, how could there be such a powerful person in the world? They had never seen or even heard of him. Wow. Fang Shihan saw the benefactor in front of him defeat the boss behind Hyatt Huagong with just one finger, and her eyes were full of admiration. Brother, the benefactor is so powerful. Yeah. Fang Zhen was also filled with emotion at this moment. Just one finger really defeated someone who was comparable to a second-rate master, and if Yi Xiao had not held back at the last moment, that person would have either died or been disabled. Such strength seems to be no weaker than that of the Underworld Palace. Perhaps one day in the future, I will be able to avenge myself. Thinking of this, Fang Zhen looked at Yi Xian and became more determined to follow him. After pondering for a while, Tu Ye's eyes flashed. Although he was the bully of Jiangcheng, he was nothing in front of the real bosses and those families. And Hyatt Palace has looked glamorous on the surface over the years, but in reality it has been surviving in the cracks between those big guys and families. He knows all too well the pain that goes through. If only he could catch up with this adult. In the future, even Jiangcheng will have a place for him. After all, he has never seen such a skilled person before. Even the big guys may not have such a skilled person. Thinking of this, Tu Ye's eyes became determined. Boom. Under the gaze of everyone, Tu Yi knelt on one knee and said, I am willing to submit to you and serve you. As soon as the scene came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. When Lin Zitian saw this, his eyes narrowed, thinking that Yi Xiao's method was amazing. The bully of Jiangcheng, Tu Yi, surrendered like this. Not good. When Huang Mao saw this, he felt a chill in his heart and a sense of uneasiness became even stronger. Yi Xian nodded slightly, very satisfied with Tu Ye's decision. Why don't you kneel down and greet the master? Then, Master Tu gave a look, and hundreds of his men knelt on the ground in unison. We greet you, sir. The momentum was so huge that it was unparalleled at the time. Get up. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Now the layout is considered a success. Thank you, sir. Butcher breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart finally relaxed. He stood up with hundreds of his men. Someone come. Go and destroy the yellow-haired guy and throw him out of the club. Afterwards, Tu Yi ordered his men. They were naturally decisive people. Now that they had surrendered to Master Yi, a mere yellow-haired man was insignificant. Master Tu, don't. I don't dare. Snap. Before he could finish his words, his 4 limbs were crippled and he was thrown out of the club with a thud. As for his future fate, no one knew, but it must have been extremely miserable. Snort. Fang Jin snorted coldly when he saw this. If Master Yi had not been present, he would have definitely cut the yellow-haired man into pieces. He understands very well. If we hadn't arrived in time, my sister would have been in a disastrous situation. Ahem, sorry, brother. Master Tu scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and then said, I am not good at managing my subordinates, I hope you will forgive me. Need not. Fang Jin glanced at Tu Yi and naturally knew that they would be his own people from now on, so it would be bad to make things too awkward. Of course, the most important thing was to give face to young Master Yi. Sister, I'm sorry. Then Fang Jin cast a very considerate look at Fang Shihan. No more words, from now on you are my Master Tu's sister. Whoever dares to bully you, I, too, will wipe out his entire family. Seeing this scene, Fang Jin's anger dissipated a lot. Lin Zitian looked at Tu Yi and saw a smile on his face. The future is really exciting. The crowd dispersed and the place became quiet. Just. Master Tu coughed dryly and said, Thank you for showing mercy, sir. Sniff. But at a certain moment, Yi Xian inserted dozens of golden needles into Tu Yi's body, and then activated them with mysterious techniques. This is such a brilliant medical skill. Feeling the changes in his body, Master Tu trembled all over, and then he became extremely excited. Because he found that the long-standing hidden illness had disappeared. Buzz. After about a few minutes, Master Tu was promoted to a second-rate master with such strength. This made Fang Jin astonished. What a powerful method. He had never seen or even heard of this method before. Thump. The hidden disease was eliminated and his realm was improved, which made Master Tu kneel on the ground in submission. Thank you, Master Yi, for your kindness. Yi Xian raised his hand to let him get up, and then said, This is what you deserve. But if you dare to betray me in the future. Snap. Yi Xuanwei grasped the chair, and the next moment the fine mahogany chair turned into powder and scattered on the ground. This seat is the end. Under the threat, Tu Yi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes widened. I dare not. Gulp. He swallowed hard, truly shocked by the scene before him. Oh my God. He saw something. With a slight force, the hard mahogany chair turned into powder. If it fell on him, it would turn into ashes. Master Yi, this. When Lin Zitian saw this, he was also shocked, so strong. In fact, this scene gave him a new understanding of Master Yi's strength. He was afraid that even a first-rate master could not do it. Brother, is this Master Yi performing magic? Fang Shihan opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the powdered sawdust in the field curiously. This was completely beyond her understanding. Ahem, I guess so. Fang Jin said this with a dry cough. To be honest, he was also shocked. You know. At his peak, he was a top-notch master. Even the masters of the underworld palace who attacked him could not do this. Could it be that Yi Xiao was the legendary martial arts master? Magic. When Tu Yi and others heard this, their mouths twitched. Wow, have they ever seen such an awesome magic? This is clearly a sign of extreme strength. They will never forget this scene for the rest of their lives, until the near future when they realize that Yi Xiao is much more powerful than they imagined. Of course, this is all a story for later. After finishing everything, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the girl with good looks. You must be Shihan. Seeing her benefactor's eyes on her, Fang Shihan's heart tightened and her face turned red. Yeah. Shihan, why don't you thank Master Yi for saving your life? Fang Jin reminded them from the side. After all, if it weren't for Yi Xiao and his siblings, their situation would be unimaginable. Thank you, Master Yi, for saving my life. Fang Shihan said this with a slightly dizzy face, her heart beating faster. Should she repay the favor of saving her life with her body? Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. We are one family, so there is no need to be so formal. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then thought of something. If you have nowhere to go, why not help me take care of the villa? Ah, this. Fang Shihan was stunned when she heard what Yi Xiao said. She obviously didn't expect her benefactor to make this request. Shihan. After hearing this, Fang Zhen was shocked. Why don't you thank Master Yi? You must know. The place where Yi Xiao lives is undoubtedly the safest place, and he will no longer have to worry about his sister living in Yi Xiao's villa from now on. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Although Fang Shihan didn't know what this meant, she still agreed. After all, she knew that her brother would not harm her. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said, It's getting late today, let's go to the villa tomorrow. Yes, Master Yi. Fang Shihan breathed a sigh of relief. She naturally knew that young Master Yi had been very kind to them, so she would do her best to help young Master Yi manage the villa. Tu Yi and Lin Zitian looked at Fang Shihan with envy. After all, Yi Xiao's villa was the closest place to contact Yi Xiao. Undoubtedly, that will be the person Yi Xiao trusts the most. Butcher. Yi Xian looked at the magnificent Hyatt Palace, and then looked at Master Tu. I'm here. Mr. Tu bowed respectfully, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After all, this was young Master Yi's first order. Here are 300 million. Yi Xian then took out a black card and continued, Your mission is to expand your power in the shortest possible time. Zitian and Fang Zhen will cooperate with you. Yes, Master Yi. Master Tu took a deep breath, glanced at Lin Zitian and Fang Zhen beside him, and responded solemnly with great excitement in his heart. Needless to say, Lin Zitian was even more powerful than before. As for Fang Zhen, although he did not make any move, he gave off a faint feeling that made even Fang Zhen's heart palpitate. Although it is very faint, it does exist. Therefore, this Fang Zhen must be very extraordinary. When Lin Zitian heard this, he was overjoyed. You know, Yi Xiao's current layout in Jiangqing means that it will be easier for the Dihao group to return to Jiangqing in the future. And then, the day of their revenge is not far away. After giving a few instructions, Yi Xian left Hyatt Palace as the butcher nodded and bowed. Goodbye, Master Yi. The butcher had a smile on his face, almost flattering. After all, this was the backbone of his future unification of Jiangqing's underground forces. With young Master Yi around, he was not afraid even if the sky fell. It was not until the supercar disappeared from his sight that the butcher breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with excitement. But at the same time, Su Qianxue was discharged from the hospital and saw this scene. That's Hyatt Palace Tu Yi. Su Qianxue's face was full of disbelief, because she saw the person Tu Yi respectfully bent down and called Master Yi, and it was none other than Yi Xian, who had sent her to the hospital. It's him. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Su Qianxue took a deep breath, and at the same time was extremely grateful that Yi Xian did not kill her that day, otherwise she would have been dead for a long time by now. Qianxue, do you know that adult? Su Jinlong looked not far away and naturally saw Yi Xian. After all, this was the first time he had seen someone who could make Master Tu treat him so seriously. If my daughter knew such an important person, their Su family would be able to take off. How come? Su Qianxue's heart tightened, and then she said, We just met once, but he didn't see me. Besides, how could such a big shot as mine have any intersection with me? Oh. When Su Jinlong heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and thought it was a pity. If that gentleman could become the son-in-law of their Su family, then their Jiangqing Su family would rise because of this. Dad, that big shot must not be provoked. Su Qianxue said this with a guilty conscience, and then she thought of something, especially my brother, I must keep an eye on him. Speaking of this, Su Qianxue thought of her eldest brother who would return from abroad in a while. She hoped that her eldest brother would not offend this adult by pursuing Xi Mingyan, otherwise the Su family would be in great trouble. The next day, early morning. The first ray of sunlight shines through the gauze curtains and gently falls on the beauty's face. Her eyelashes flutter slightly, like a butterfly gently awakened by the sunlight. The sunlight draws a perfect arc on her nose, making her facial features more three-dimensional. The sunlight illuminated her face, making her look like a fairy from a painting, incredibly beautiful. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a handsome boy looking at her lovingly and quietly. Tang. Xi Mingyan couldn't help but blush, and glanced at someone coquettishly. What are you looking at? Without. Yi Xian smiled dotingly and tucked the slightly messy hair behind his ears. My wife Meng Yan is so beautiful that my husband couldn't help but stare at her. Tisk. Xi Mingyan's face flushed as she listened to what that guy said. She didn't know how long that guy had been staring at her. And I hope nothing happened when I was sleeping. If that happened, I would be so embarrassed. You just talk nonsense. Although she said this, Xi Mingyan felt sweet in her heart, especially the smell of that guy and his warm embrace, which made her completely irresistible. How could that be? What my husband said is true. By the way, your man couldn't help but kissed me twice just now. Is that okay? Yi Xian was thinking of something and spoke seriously. Well. After hearing this, Xi Mingyan's beautiful eyes widened. Her surprised expression was particularly charming under the golden sunlight, especially the slight blush that followed. Yi Xian, you actually kissed me secretly. Snort. After saying that, Xi Mingyan was immediately filled with hatred. Was that guy crazy? How could he take advantage of the opportunity and break in? Cough. Dong knocked on Xi Mingyan's forehead lovingly and coughed dryly. My dear wife, what are you talking about? Can you blame me for this? Who made you so beautiful? I. Xi Mingyan was stunned after hearing this and was speechless for a moment. What? Was it her fault? That guy. It's so abominable, how could he do this? Why can't I win an argument with him? Is it really okay for you bastard to bully me like this? No. This is not fair to me. Xi Mingyan said arrogantly, and Yi Xian was stunned when he saw her appearance. Then tell me, how can we be fair? Then, close your eyes. Xi Mingyan glared at someone fiercely. Hello. Yi Xian closed his eyes, but with the ability to see through things it was obviously no different from not closing his eyes. Only. Before Yi Xian could think about it, Xi Mingyan kissed a big bastard on the lips with a blushing face, and then let go as if she had been electrocuted, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Xi Mingyan didn't dare to look at someone. Now it's fair. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little stunned, and looked at Xi Mingyan in disbelief. Mingyan, my wife, you are so good at playing now. Snort. Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at someone and said arrogantly, don't think you are the only one who can take advantage. I can do it too. My wife Meng Yan is so amazing. Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. But it was quite good to be taken advantage of by this girl. At least he would not suffer any loss. Flirting and a wave of dog food. Xi Mingyan thought of something at some point, and raised her swan-like neck to look at a certain guy. By the way, there is a charity banquet today, will you come with me? Charity banquet. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this, then narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a great place to spend money, so there was no reason not to go. But you can't agree to it so easily. It's impossible to go without some benefits. Flower protector. Yi Xian paused and continued, it's not impossible. It's okay for my dear wife to give some benefits first. Like, French kiss. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mingyan's face flushed. Damn it, this guy is taking advantage of the situation again. But there were many big shots attending this charity dinner, and I was a little nervous. It was just a passionate kiss, it's not like I haven't done that before. Before Yi Xian could come to his senses, he was kissed by the beautiful woman. French kiss is quietly launched online. Snort. After a while, Xi Mingyan glanced at someone who was still not satisfied. It's all right now. Yeah, not bad. Yi Xian was savoring the feeling just now. Fortunately, he asked for some benefits, otherwise he would not have received such treatment. It's just a charity party. My husband went there. She paused and continued, don't worry, my husband is here. Any husband who dares to bully my baby Meng Yan will be suppressed. Look at what you can do. Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at someone, but she felt a lot more at ease in her heart and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's right, wife. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said seriously, if there are more such tasks in the future, please come. My husband likes it the most. Puffed. You wish, I don't want it. Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes, then checked the time. Hurry up and get up, or we'll be late for the charity banquet. Oh. Come, Mingyan, your wife and husband will help you put on your clothes. While Yi Xian was speaking, he had already started to take action. No, I can do it myself, ha ha ha. Before Shi Mingyan could finish her words, she glared at someone and had no choice but to let him help her put on her clothes. She didn't mind this feeling. After a delicious breakfast, we took a long run. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Shi Xiaodao looked at her formally dressed elder sister and brother-in-law curiously and asked. Yes, Dad. Xiaoxi was wearing a princess dress and tilted her head. To attend a charity dinner. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, let's have a big meal there today. Real. Long live Daddy. Shi Xiaodao and Xiaoxi were extremely excited, however, Shi Mingyan on the side twitched her lips slightly. What the hell, she was obviously attending a charity banquet herself. What does it have to do with this guy? Shouldn't we wish our mom long live her? Hey. Forget it, I don't want to bother with them. Brother-in-law, there should be a lot of people attending the charity dinner. I guess I'll meet a love rival. Shi Xiaodao. Hearing her unscrupulous brother's words, Shi Mingyan glared at him fiercely and gave him a death stare, which made Shi Xiaodao swallow his saliva. Rest assured. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, they are just a few kittens. I, your brother-in-law, can beat them to death with just a single hair. Daddy is so awesome. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly, even though she didn't know what her father meant. Haha, my brother-in-law is so domineering. Shi Xiaodao listened to her brother-in-law's words, and a scene of her brother-in-law beating his rival to death appeared in her mind. It was quite exciting, hee hee. Tisk. Shi Mingyan glanced at a certain guy. She was not surprised by this and had become accustomed to his behavior. Just blow it as hard as you can. However, we certainly can't indulge this guy's boasting. If he continues like this, he will definitely get into trouble in the future. Boom. Before Shi Mingyan could continue to complain, Yi Xian hit her on the head. Well, you little Mingyan, you don't believe it, right? What do you want, Tian Gang? Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Yi Xian raised his lips and said, how about, your husband will perform with you at the charity banquet? You dare. Hearing this, Shi Mingyan was really scared, because she knew that the guy could do it. If that's the case, how would she cope with it? By then, there won't even be a chance to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That's good to know. Seeing Shi Mingyan showing weakness, Yi Xian said with a smile, don't always provoke your man, or I'll teach you a lesson later. Hee hee, Daddy is so handsome. Xiaoxi's face was smiling like a crescent as she watched her parents quarreling. This was her favorite scene. Sister, you and your brother-in-law should avoid showing affection. There are still people here. Shi Xiaodao kept saying something shocking, which made Shi Mingyan blush and she looked at him with murderous eyes. Show off your big head. Shi Mingyan glanced at her brother, which eye of yours saw the display of affection? My two eyes, Feeling the death gaze of his elder sister, Shi Xiaodao shrank his neck. Ahem, what sister, I was wrong. Snort. After hearing what her unscrupulous brother said, Shi Mingyan snorted with satisfaction. Then Shi Xiaodao made faces at her sister. Damn, her sister was too strong. When I get back, I will definitely let my brother-in-law discipline me. I can't go on like this. For a moment, Shi Xiaodao was thinking in rebellion. If Shi Mingyan knew about this, I wonder if she would hang Shi Xiaodao up and beat him. Soon, we arrived at Kunpeng Hotel in a pleasant atmosphere. This is where the charity banquet was held. Squeak. The sound of brakes was heard, and the group entered the Kunpeng Hotel. Mr. Yi. As soon as I entered the lobby of Kunpeng Hotel, I heard a familiar voice, and then Chen Bingkuen came over. You are also here to attend the charity banquet. This is Miss Meng Yan, right? Haven't seen you for a long time. As the person in charge of Kunpeng Hotel, Chen Bingquan naturally knew a lot of people and had met Xi Mingyan several times before. Xi Mingyan smiled slightly, which made Chen Bingquan's heart move. Wow, this young Master Yi is so lucky. Sister, why don't you hold your brother-in-law's arm? I want you to talk more. Xi Mingyan glared at her brother, but still put her slender hand around Yi Xian's arm, thus making their relationship public. After all, she had never treated anyone like this before. How? Feeling Xi Mingyan's nervousness, Yi Xian held her slender waist and said, "My dear wife, you are still nervous. This doesn't sound like a group boss." Snort. What do you care? Xi Mingyan glared at a certain guy, saying, "How mean? Why be so direct?" But that guy is holding his waist. Is it really okay to appear in public like this? Meng Yan. After arriving at the center of the field, Mu Ruoxue greeted, "Xiao Dao, Xiaoxi is here too. Hey, meet the boss." After saying hello, Mu Ruoxue fell on Yi Xian and bowed slowly. Well. After hearing this, Xiao Dao was stunned. "Sister Ruoxue, you are calling me brother-in-law boss?" "Yes." Mu Ruoxue smiled slightly and continued, "You may not know yet, but Tianlai Music has been acquired by your brother-in-law." Hiss. After hearing this, Xiao Dao took a breath of cold air. Of course he knew Tianlai Music. It was the biggest dark horse on the music platform right now and it was very popular. "Brother-in-law, you have acquired the elite noble school, but Tianlai Music is also yours. It's okay." Yi Xian waved his hand and said this, but Mu Ruoxue was shocked. "Elite noble school, the boss bought it." "Xiao Dao, you said your brother-in-law." After some understanding, Mu Ruoxue also understood, but she looked at her boss and best friend's husband in disbelief. When they went to participate in the Xiao Dao event, they called the parents, beat up the head teacher, and even bought the school to make the head teacher apologize. What kind of operation is this? Indeed, Mu Ruoxue was stunned when she heard it. Although I wasn't there, I can still imagine how explosive it was. All right. Mu Ruoxue took a long time to digest this information. She really couldn't understand her boss's happiness. That's right. Mu Ruoxue thought of something and said to her bestie, "Meng Yan, I just saw that bitch Su Qianxue." Su Qianxue. Xiao Dao was stunned when he heard this. "It's that bad woman." Yi Xian frowned. Su Qianxue got better so quickly. They were indeed a big family. Ignore her. Xi Mingyan shook her head and no longer cared about Su Qianxue. Huh. But at this moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong murderous intent coming from the darkness not far away. With the eyes of perspective, he suddenly found the source of the murderous intent, which was a middle-aged man with a somewhat similar appearance. This person seems familiar. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of where he had seen it before. But we should know soon. After eating some snacks, Yi Xian looked at Xi Mingyan. "Meng Yan, I'm going to the toilet first." Xi Mingyan glared at someone. After all, her best friend was still by her side, even though she was that guy's subordinate. "Brother-in-law, come back soon." "Dad, we're waiting for you." The two little guys were talking to each other, unaware that their brother-in-law, Dad, was going to do something big. Just like that, a few minutes later. Hotel open space. "I've been following you for a long time, come out." A calm voice sounded, and then dozens of people rushed in from all directions, cutting off all of Yi Xian's escape routes. The leader was none other than Song Tianming's father, Song Guofeng. "Boy, you are very brave." Song Guofeng looked at Yi Xian coldly. "You knew I was coming, but you still dared to lead me here alone." "Yi Xian. It's not easy to find a chance to kill you." Song Guofeng's eyes were full of murderous intent. When he thought of his son's tragic death and the fact that this boy was so intimate with the girl his son was pursuing, he became filled with murderous intent. In particular, he found out that this guy was most likely the murderer of his son, although he had no direct evidence. "Boy, is Tianming's death related to you?" Song Guofeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. This was very important to him. Song Tianming. Yi Xian then thought of someone, and then looked at Song Guofeng and understood. So, that idiot is your son. You want revenge? It's you. Song Guofeng listened to Yi Xian's almost confession, his eyes reddened. Kill him for me, I want him to be torn into pieces. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. Boy, die. Dozens of people rushed forward, and Song Guofeng's face was full of ferocity. Only by grinding his bones and scattering ashes could he relieve his hatred. Presumptuous. Just as the person in front was about to attack, a figure appeared like lightning. Bang. With one punch, the third-rate master was killed on the spot before he could even come to his senses. Then a man appeared in front of Yi Xian. This man was none other than Mr. Tu, the owner of Hyatt Huagong. Butcher. When Song Guofeng saw the person coming, he naturally recognized him as Tu Yi, a tyrant of Jiangqing's underground forces. His face was gloomy and he said, "Asshole, this guy has a grudge against me for killing my son. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of my Song family?" Song Guofeng's face was gloomy. The butcher was a ruthless character, and he didn't want to be an enemy of such a madman unless it was absolutely necessary. Whoever moves less leaves will die. Tu Ye's eyes were firm, but Song Guofeng's murderous intent was even stronger. Okay. In that case, then you should die together. Kill. At the command, dozens of assassins from the Song family rushed towards Yi Xian and Tu Yi. Boy, you must die today. No matter who comes, they can't save you. Dozens of people attacked ruthlessly, but Yi Xian remained calm as he looked at the dozens of people running towards him. Yeah. Master Tu sneered, but an ordinary third-rate family in Jiangqing dares to show off its power. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. He narrowed his eyes. This was the first time that he helped young Master Yi, so naturally, Master Tu did not dare to slack off in the slightest. So, he wants to end the battle as quickly as possible. Swish. Dozens of figures rushed in from everywhere, each of them had the aura of a third-rate master and their combat power was far beyond their realm, and a massacre quietly took place online. You know. In order to protect Yi Xiao, he brought his most elite men. Die. At this moment, the third-rate top master of the Song family stabbed Yi Xian in the heart at an extremely fast speed. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. Phew. But before he could get close, the neck of this third-rate master had already been cut, and bright red blood spurted out. The person who attacked was none other than Tu Yi. You, how could a butcher do that? The Song family's third-rate top expert's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the guy who had killed him in an instant. Your strength is a second-rate expert. You have actually become a second-rate master. Before he died, the men realized why he was killed without even having time to react. What? Song Guofeng was shocked and looked at Master Tu in horror. The butcher has become a second-rate master. Not good. The strongest members of the Song family were killed, and it was obvious that the defeat was inevitable. However, before he could react, with a puff sound, one of Tu Ye's confidants pierced Song Guofeng's heart from behind. Before he died, he saw the hot blood on the tip of the knife. Only. He couldn't understand why the butcher, who was obviously a second-rate master, would submit to that boy. Plop. As Song Guofeng turned into a corpse and fell to the ground, all the people from the Song family who were on this trip were killed, and the scene was filled with a strong smell of blood. Well done. Seeing the scene, Yi Xian nodded slightly. The butcher was flattered and smiled. Young Master Yi, go ahead. I'll take care of the aftermath. A little bit, in the banquet hall. Dad, why did you come back just now? When seeing Daddy coming back, Xiaoxi pouted her little mouth, looking like an unhappy baby, very adorable. It's my brother-in-law. It's not fun at all when you're not around. Shi Xiaodao standing aside was also looking unhappy. Seeing this scene, Shi Mingyan was speechless. She really had no way to deal with these two little ancestors. Puff. Muruoshue looked at the two little guys and couldn't help but smile. She looked at her bestie with some sympathy. Meng Yan, it seems that your status is getting lower and lower. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes at her best friend in annoyance, but she felt jealous in her heart. Why should that guy just pamper others a little? Look, the auction is about to start. At one point, Muruoshige looked not far away and spoke aloud. Welcome everyone to attend this charity dinner. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to charity organizations. Without further ado, let's move on to the first item. At the auction table, Chen Bingquan personally presided over the auction, which shows that the scale of this auction is not small. Next, the first lot. As the voice fell, the large screen in the background of the auction table lit up, and an introduction to the auction items appeared. Heart of Eternity Blue Diamond Pendant. As soon as the first item was put on the market, the whole venue was in an uproar. Wow! When Xiaoxi saw the beautiful blue diamond pendant, her eyes sparkled. Dad, that pendant is as beautiful as mommy's. Brother-in-law, my sister will look super beautiful wearing it. Shi Xiaodao was assisting from the side, which made Shi Mingyan glare at her unscrupulous brother. Does this brat know how expensive the pendant is? Good fellow. Muruoshige was also shocked. It's actually the Heart of Eternity. Rumor has it that this is a symbol of true love. Really? Yixian smiled slightly, but Shi Mingyan's heart tightened. Yixian, this thing is very expensive, you don't really want to buy it. Nature. Yixian smiled slightly, and Chen Bingquan in the field continued to speak. I believe everyone has already understood it, so let's go directly to the auction. The reserve price of this pendant is 50 million, and each bid must be no less than 5 million. Gulp. When Shi Xiaodao heard the offer, he was completely dumbfounded. Ahem, so expensive. When Yixian heard the price, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. Naturally, the more money he spent, the better. 50 million. 55 million. There was frequent bidding in the venue. After all, the value of the Eternal Heart Blue Diamond Pendant was far more than this price, and soon the price soared to 200 million. At this point, all parties fell silent. After all, 200 million is almost the limit for this Heart of Eternity Blue Diamond Pendant. 300 million. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in the venue, and all eyes fell on Yixian, immediately shocking the entire venue. Shi Xiaodao swallowed hard and looked at his brother-in-law in shock. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Good guy. Everyone around was also stunned, and then their eyes fell on Shi Mingyan, full of envy. This gentleman offered 300 million. Is there a higher price? When Chen Bingquan saw that it was Yixian who was bidding, he was shocked. It turned out that Mr. Yi was no simple person and the auction process was much faster. In that case, he heaved a sigh of relief and made the final decision. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Eternal Heart Blue Diamond Pendant for 300 million. Hiss. Not far away, Su Qianxue's eyelids twitched when she saw this. Sanyi just took the photo without even blinking. Who is this Yixian? Shi Mingyan, you are so enviable. Su Qianxue sighed. Only now did she realize how badly she had lost. Bitterness appeared on her lips. Was there something wrong with her brain that made her offend such a big shot? You. Shi Mingyan felt the gazes from all around and couldn't help but sigh. You just want to show off. Yeah. Yixian took the blue diamond pendant in his hand and handed it to Shi Mingyan. Here, this is for you. Wow. After hearing this, Muruoshige looked at her best friend in astonishment. The boss was really generous. Well. Shi Mingyan was also stunned, and looked at someone in disbelief. Yixian, give this to me, this is 300 million. Obviously, Shi Mingyan didn't expect this either. Certainly. Yixian pinched her beautiful face lovingly and said with a smile, as long as you are happy, buying the whole world is not a problem. This guy. Hearing those words that sounded almost like a confession, Shi Mingyan's face suddenly turned red, and the redness spread to her neck. Hee, Mom and Dad are showing off their love again. When Xiaoxi saw how loving her parents were, her face curved into a crescent shape. Brother-in-law, awesome. Shi Xiaodao watched her elder sister being held in check, and her admiration for her brother-in-law was like the endless rushing of a river or the flooding of the Yellow River, which was out of control. Hiccup. When Muruoshige saw this, she couldn't help but burp secretly. She was the closest to him and was obviously being hit hard by the dog food. She wondered what kind of powerful husband her best friend found back then. This man is definitely a wife-loving man. I'm afraid there is no girl who doesn't like such a man. That Shi Mingyan, isn't she a little too happy? Su Qianxue looked at the scene, especially the girl's envious eyes, and she already understood how explosive the scene was. Ding dong. Su Jinlong, who was sighing at the side, then received a message on his mobile phone and clicked on it to take a look. What? When Su Jinlong saw the news from his subordinates, his face changed drastically. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing her father's reaction, Su Qianxue asked curiously. She had never seen her father so serious before. Qianxue, something big happened. Su Jinlong took a deep breath, and his mind could no longer focus on the auction. Song family patriarch, Song Guofeng just died in Kunping Hotel. Boom. After hearing this, Su Qianxue was filled with disbelief. Dad, what did you say? Song Guofeng is dead, how is that possible? In fact, this information had a huge impact on her, even greater than the death of Song Tianming before. She subconsciously looked at Yixian. Absolutely true. Su Jinlong nodded seriously and continued, the person who saw it is one of my confidants, he can't be wrong. And at this point, Su Jinlong paused and said, Song Guofeng brought all the masters of the Song family this time, including the third-level peak expert, all of whom died. It is suspected that he was avenging Song Tianming. Really? Although there is no evidence, based on Su Qianxue's understanding of Yixian, it is very likely that he was the one who did it. That's right. Yixian seemed to have left the banquet hall some time before the auction started. Could it be, that was the time? It's terrifying when you think about it. Su Qianxue's eyelids were twitching wildly. He had destroyed a third-rate family in Jiangqing with the flip of a hand, yet he was still able to remain calm and composed. Such cunning was unimaginable. Dad, what do you want to do next? Su Qianxue asked tentatively, fearing that a decision made by Su's father would lead the Su family to follow in his footsteps. What can I do? Taking a deep breath, Su Jinlong naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Fortunately, the news was blocked in the first place. During this period, our Su family must keep a low profile. Be as low-key as possible. After a pause, Su Jinlong sighed, my intuition tells me that Jiangqing is going to be in chaos. Huh. Su Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her father's words. Fortunately, her father did not go too far in seeking revenge for the Song family, otherwise it would have been disastrous if he had angered Yixian. Time passed quickly and the auction came to its finale. Next, the first item will be auctioned. After a pause, Chen Bingquan on the auction table pulled open the red silk cloth and said, Mysterious rusted sword. You may not know this, but this rusted sword is indestructible. Many tests have failed to reveal its material, and we don't even know who forged it. Oh. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. The research value of this item is immeasurable. Next, the unreserved auction begins. Seeing the reactions from all parties, Chen Bingquan's mouth curved up, and he didn't need to say anything next. 100 million. Soon, a voice was heard, and it turned out to be a big shot from Jiangqing. Joke. Ordinary people, who would spend so much money to buy a rusty sword with an unknown future, unless they were kicked in the head by a donkey. 200 million. There were also people bidding at another location. Obviously, it would be put as the finale of the auction, and its value speaks for itself. Interesting. Yixian smiled slightly as all parties bid. Then his eyes fell on the auction table and his eye of perspective was activated. This is a really sharp sword. Yixian's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be that this is made of outer space black iron? If I don't take a picture of such a sharp weapon, it would be a waste of my trip. 500 million. After weighing the pros and cons, the auction price has soared to 500 million, and all the bidders are second-rate forces, but there are only a few bidders. Obviously, this is the limit of what they can bear. Is it over? Yixian raised the corner of his mouth and looked towards the stage. 1 billion. He offered a price again, and everyone's eyes fell on Yixian. Even Chen Bingquan at the auction table was stunned. 1 billion. In fact, Chen Bingquan even thought he was hallucinating at first. You know. This price was far beyond the value of the mysterious rusty sword itself, at least in his opinion. You are crazy. Xi Mingyan was also shocked when she heard the bidding of the guy next to her. 1 billion to buy a rusty sword. Although it has potential value, it is certain that you can earn 1 billion. Gulp. Xi Xiaodao couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard what his brother-in-law said. Oh my god, how much money does my brother-in-law have? It's so crazy, it feels like a dream. This. Su Qianxue frowned when she heard this. Could it be that this sword is not simple? Ahem, who knows? Su Jinlong coughed dryly, and came back to his senses from the shock of the previous news. However, this Yixian is much more mysterious than we imagined. No matter what, we must not make enemies with this person from now on. Otherwise. At this point, Su Jinlong's face was full of solemnity. What awaits the Su family must be a world-destroying disaster. Time flies and the charity banquet is over. Goodbye, Aunt Ruoxue. Xiaoxi waved goodbye to Mu Ruoxue, and Mu Ruoxue didn't come back to her senses until Xiaoxi disappeared from her sight. This best friend and boss are so enviable. With a sigh, Mu Ruoxue looked into the distance and said, if my boyfriend can be half as good as my boss in the future, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Brother-in-law. During the supercar race, Xi Xiaodao's excited eyes fell on his brother-in-law, so handsome today. Super generous. The scene of the charity banquet appeared before his eyes like a movie. Billions of dollars were spent, which was enough for him to brag about for half a year. Of course. Xiaoxi looked at Uncle Xiaodao and said proudly, don't you even look at who the daddy is. Snort. He's still my brother-in-law. Xi Xiaodao said this while looking at his eldest niece. Xi Mingyan sighed after hearing this scene. As expected, that guy was in the spotlight again. But don't you feel any pain at all for spending so much money? However, they did not know that what they saw now was just the tip of the iceberg. If they knew that Yixian had wiped out the Song family in Jiangqing this time, who knows how they would react. Hee hee. Xiaoxi quarreled with Uncle Xiaodao for a few words, blinking her big crescent eyes curiously. Dad, where are we going next? A sea of flowers in the suburbs. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes after eating so much dog food. It was really enough that this father and daughter always feed us dog food. Don't they consider their own feelings? Sea of flowers. After Xi Xiaodao heard this, his eyes sparkled. Long live my brother-in-law. Hearing this, Xi Xiaodao immediately thought of the girlfriend he met around the corner. He would be very happy if he could bring the goddess here. What are you laughing at, little brat? At this time, Xi Mingyan looked at her unscrupulous brother who was laughing foolishly beside her with suspicion and asked. Well. Hearing what her elder sister said, Xi Xiaodao shuddered, and even her face turned pale. Ahem, nothing, nothing. My brother-in-law is so awesome, of course I'm happy. For a moment, Xi Xiaodao, feeling guilty, tried to change the subject, but this tactic of diverting trouble was apparently very successful. Go. What nonsense are you talking about? Xi Mingyan glared at him, which made Xi Xiaodao breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my god, he almost got exposed. This kid. Seeing his brother-in-law relieved, Yixian's mouth curled up in an intriguing arc. From his expression, Yixian had already guessed something. At the same time, Kunping Hotel. Li is in charge. A group of uninvited guests came to Chen Bingquan's office, and Chen Bingquan stood up to greet them. Mr. Xiaoban, what's wrong with you? That mysterious rusty sword is still there. Mr. Mitsui is not going to attend the charity banquet. The mustache-wearing Hyuga Komodo said this, with several samurai following him. This. Chen Bingquan coughed dryly after hearing this. Sorry, Mr. Xiaoban, the charity auction has ended. The mysterious rusty sword was bought by someone. What? After saying this, Hinata Xiaoban's face turned ugly. Can you tell me who bought it? I, Mitsui Shokai, am willing to buy it back at the same price. You must know. Just now, we got accurate information that the mysterious rusty sword has an extraordinary origin and is most likely made of black iron from outer space, and its value is no less than their Fuso artifact, the Murasakibara sword. And this is why Chairman Mitsui is so anxious. The value of a weapon made of such fine material cannot be measured by money. Excuse me. Chen Bingquan saw that Mitsui Chamber of Commerce had bad intentions and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Xiaobin, our hotel cannot make an exception and disclose the identity information of the photographer. Yeah. Hinata Komodo narrowed his eyes. Thank you for taking charge, Li. Walk. At that moment, Hinata Xiaobin wanted to kill the men in front of him with a knife, but he knew that the power behind the Kunping Hotel was not simple, so he did not do it. Just now, was that murderous intent? Chen Bingquan looked at the direction where Hinata Xiaobin left and said worriedly, Mitsui Trading Company seems to have suffered a great loss. Mysterious rusted sword, Mr. Yi seems to have a keen eye. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bingquan sent a message. This was all he could do. As for what would happen next, it was not something he could control. Wow. Looking around, thousands of flowers are shining in the sunshine, emitting charming luster. The colorful flowers are blooming one after another, like the most gorgeous clouds in the sky, making people stop and appreciate them carefully. As the breeze blows, the sea of flowers undulates like waves, emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Xiaoxi sniffed the rich floral scent, her eyes full of love. Hee hee. Daddy, this place is so beautiful. The tender and sweet voice echoing in the sea of flowers is very healing. Hey, that's beautiful. Shi Xiaodao chuckled. The image of holding hands with his girlfriend appeared in his mind, and he felt excited just thinking about it. Certainly. If Shi Mingyan knew this, she would definitely beat him up so badly that he wouldn't even recognize himself. My dear wife, how do you like it? Looking at the two happy little guys, Yi Xian put his arms around their slender waists. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Shi Mingyan felt someone's big hand and her face turned red. She glared at that person and asked him if he saw that there was someone else around. Relax. He knocked Shi Mingyan's head with a thud. What are you thinking, girl? Is your man so hungry that he will eat anything? Humph. Covering her forehead, Shi Mingyan snorted. Of course she knew what that guy meant by being so hungry that he won't choose what to eat. But something seems to be missing. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian looked at the refreshing sea of flowers around him and said, that's right. It's vitality. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at the beauty beside him. My dear wife, your husband will perform a magic trick for you. A magic? When Shi Mingyan heard what someone said, she was stunned. She was no longer surprised by the way he addressed her. After all, it was useless for her to resist, so she just let him call her that. Good. Pa. Then, Yi Xian snapped his fingers, and his god-level beast-controlling ability spread out, and a thought was transmitted. Then, a magical scene appeared. Countless colorful butterflies came from all directions, each of them was very beautiful. Your Majesty. The king is calling you. Hurry up and meet the king. No less than 1,000 butterflies appeared in the field, and then danced around Yi Xian and the other men in worship. Ah, this. When Shi Mingyan saw this scene, she was completely shocked. How is this possible? Oh my god. Not far away, Shi Xiaodao looked at the thousands of butterflies surrounding his brother-in-law and elder sister, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What happened? This guy. Shi Mingyan looked at the butterflies around her, her whole heart was greatly shocked. Pervert, how did you do this? The sea of flowers sways and butterflies dance. Want to know? Yi Xian smiled slightly. This god-level beastmaster was indeed powerful. He summoned no less than 1,000 butterflies with just a flip of his hand. And this. Or maybe it was because he didn't allow more butterflies to come here. If all of them came, it would probably become a butterfly storm. Shi Mingyan naturally didn't know what someone was thinking, so she nodded. Then kiss your husband. As soon as these words came out, Shi Mingyan's face flushed like a rosy cloud. Tisk. Kiss you big-head ghost, I don't want to know. He glared at someone fiercely, and at this time Shi Xiaodao and the little guy came closer. Wow. Dad, did you do this? Xiaoxi looked at her dad with admiration, and apparently subconsciously ignored her mom. After all, her mom was not that powerful. Of course. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Go play. Hey, brother-in-law idol. Shi Xiaodao admired her brother-in-law very much, although she didn't know how he did it. Snort. Let's go, let's ignore him. Shi Mingyan glared at someone, then pulled Xiaoxi to play with chasing butterflies. Ding dong. At this moment, Yi Xian received a message from Chen Bingquan. Mr. Yi, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce intends to take back the mysterious rusted sword. Although I did not tell them your information, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce must have known about it. Please be careful. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the message sent by Chen Bingquan. Oh. Listening to the three people playing not far away, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, what is that? Whatever. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, then summoned the system. System, redeem skills for me. Following the thought, the system responded quickly. Yi Xian was already familiar with this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his weapon refining ability to the God level. It consumes 5 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host's weapon refining level has reached the pinnacle, comparable to a god. What the hell? God level refining weapon. Yi Xian was stunned by the new ability. Could it be that mysterious rusty sword? Then look at the properties panel. In the supercar, Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level perspective, God-level medical skills, God-level beast taming, God-level gaming, God-level refining. Wealth, 8999992269981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 24. So annoying. Looking at the long list of wealth values, Yi Xian sighed. He didn't know when he would be able to spend it all. Having too much money was really painful. Not to mention, Yi Xian still has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Let's take it one step at a time. At least it feels good right now. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was no longer obsessed with spending money, but preferred to enjoy the present moment. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, he saw with his insight that a business car had stopped not far away. This place was sparsely populated. Fuso people. Seeing the group of people coming down, Yi Xian frowned. Could it be Mitsui Chamber of Commerce? Soon, a person came to the scene. Mr. Yi Xian. The Japanese bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Mr. Xiaobin would like to invite you to move over and talk. Oh. Seeing this person, Yi Xian nodded slightly. After all, Xiaoxi and the others were also there. There is a little dense forest not far from the Sea of Flowers. Mr. Yi Xian, please return the rusty sword you won to Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Hinata Xiaobin didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. For this, we are willing to pay 1 billion renminbi. Yeah. Seeing the Japanese in front of him, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'm very curious. What if I don't agree? Hinata Xiaobin narrowed his eyes, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Mr. Yi Xian. I wonder if you have heard of an old Chinese saying. After a pause, Hinata Xiaobin continued, he who knows the current situation is a hero. Besides, you don't want anything to happen to them, right? As he spoke, Hinata Xiaobin's gaze fell on Shi Mingyan and the other two, and the threat in his eyes was obvious. Haha, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is really domineering. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said, but, have you heard another old saying? A dragon has a reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die. Baka. After hearing this, Hinata Xiaobin's eyes were filled with coldness. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian was so uncooperative, Hinata Xiaobin didn't bother to pretend and directly ordered his men to take action. Yes, Mr. Komodo. 5 or 6 ninjas were holding samurai swords, with fierce light in their eyes. Boy, die. Sniff. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 people holding samurai swords slashed at Yi Xian. How dare a young boy offend the dignity of their great Fuso? Yeah. Looking at the 5 or 6 people who had gathered around him, Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth and said, "There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Kill them." A plain voice sounded, and the next moment, the blade flashed. At some point, a figure appeared beside Yi Xian, and then 5 or 6 warriors died on the spot, falling to the ground and becoming corpses. Bakayalu. When Hyuga Komodo saw that all his men were dead, he immediately flew into a rage. Die. The third-rate peak strength emerged and rushed towards Fang Zhen, who suddenly appeared. However, Fang Zhen glanced at Hinata Xiaobin. A figure flashed, and with a puff sound, Hinata Xiaobin covered his neck with both hands, still unable to stop the hot blood from gushing out. His eyes widened, staring at Fang Zhen in disbelief. "You are obviously just a third-rate expert. How could it be possible?" Plop. With a dull sound, Hinata Komodo's body fell to the ground. As for Fang Zhen, he didn't even look at him, because even though he was a third-rate top master, he was still like an ant in his eyes. "Master Yi." After killing the men, Fang Zhen bowed and saluted. Looking at Fang Zhen in front of him, Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Third-rate master, it seems that you have recovered well." "Good." Fang Zhen said gratefully and respectfully, "It's all thanks to Master Yi. It is no problem to kill a second-rate early-stage expert now." "Very good." Yi Xian then took out the mysterious rusty sword, and held the hilt in Fang Zhen's shocked gaze, then his internal force surged in under the god-level refining technique. Buzz. As the sword trembled, the rust fell off the next moment, revealing its true cold appearance. The word Longquan was printed on the sword, and it was the Longquan sword. "Nice sword." When Fang Zhen saw the Longquan sword, his eyes lit up. No wonder Mitsui Company was willing to spend 1 billion to get it back. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then threw it to the other side. "Fang Zhen, this sword is yours from now on." "What?" Fang Zhen was stunned by the sudden scene. "Master Yi, can you give me this sword? This is too expensive." Gulp. He swallowed hard. This sword was extraordinary, and young Master Yi spent 1 billion to buy it. How could Fang Zhen be so worthy of this? "Take it." Yi Xian waved his hand without caring, and then looked into the distance. "With it, you can do things for me better." "Oh well." Holding the hilt tightly, Fang Zhen kept this favor in his heart and secretly swore that if anyone dared to harm Yi Xiao in the future, he would kill them with one sword. In the Sea of Flowers. Chuck. Xiaoxi said happily, "Uncle Xiaodao, hurry up and catch that butterfly." "Okay." Shi Xiaodao looked at the butterfly not far away and caught it with 1 pounce. The atmosphere was very warm. Fortunately, the little white dog was not there, otherwise it would have been even more noisy. "Where did you go?" Seeing someone coming back, Shi Mingyan glanced at the guy and asked. "You're meeting a friend, but you have to connect with me." Yi Xian waved his hands to evade the question, and Shi Mingyan rolled his eyes at him. "Meeting friends in this place, are you kidding me?" Hee hee. Xiaoxi, who was playing nearby, ran over and said, "Daddy, this is for you. Isn't the wreath beautiful?" The cute voice sounded, which made Yi Xian take the wreath lovingly. "Thank you, Xiaoxi." "Xiaoxi, there's me too." Shi Xiaodao was asking for it, and Xiaoxi made a face at Shi Xiaodao. "Wait." Just like that, quickly. Xiaoxi gave one to Uncle Xiaodao, and then took another wreath. "Mom, this is for you." Seeing the wreath in her hand, Shi Mingyan nodded slightly. "You have a conscience." Disperse. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the next moment, thousands of flying butterflies circled a few times and then left. "Oh." Shi Xiaodao was stunned. "Brother-in-law, this magic is amazing. If I could, it would be great to bring my girlfriend here." "Brother-in-law, can you teach me?" Looking at the elder sister who was walking in front with Xiaoxi, Shi Xiaodao took a deep breath in anticipation. "Sure." Yi Xian was naturally not stingy, and then gestured in his brother-in-law's hand. "When you need a butterfly, just recite it silently, but it can only be used 3 times. "Thank you, brother-in-law. Although I don't know the principle, it doesn't matter. As long as it's romantic, isn't that enough? My happiness for the rest of my life depends on my brother-in-law." Time flies and night falls. Squeak. The supercar stopped in front of the villa, and Fang Shihan and 8 beautiful girls with fair skin had been waiting for a long time. Master, hello, madam. A sweet voice sounded, and each one was very pretty, which made Qi Xiaodao's eyes widen. There are so many beautiful sisters. This is. Yi Xian was a little confused and couldn't help but look at Fang Shihan. Master, this is the maid Shihan specially selected for the villa. If the young master and the young lady are not satisfied, I can let them go back. Fang Shihan saw Yi Xiao's reaction and spoke nervously. Mom, you're going to have so many rivals in love. At this moment, Xiaoxi said something shocking. Boom. Xi Mingyan knocked Xiaoxi's head and her face flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Since you've hired me, then let me stay. She glanced at someone. Although these girls were beautiful, they posed no threat to her. After all, she still had some confidence. After saying a few words, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes and let someone go into the villa. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. Qi Xiaodao swallowed his saliva. Each of these beautiful sisters looked just like the girlfriend he imagined when she grew up. Master is so handsome, I like him so much. Yes, I will be blessed in the future. The 8 maids were chattering excitedly, and soon after arriving at the villa, Xi Mingyan received a phone call. Hey, Mom. What, you guys are back to Jiangcheng? There's a family dinner tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xi Mingyan's face turned red. How? Seeing the stunned beauty, Yi Xian glanced at the maids who were cleaning the villa. Are you jealous? Otherwise, your husband should fire them. What are you talking about? Xi Mingyan glared at a certain guy. She was not so narrow-minded as to say, ahem, what is that? After a pause, Xi Mingyan continued, my parents are going back to Jiangcheng tonight, and they want to see you tomorrow. I see. I thought my beloved wife was jealous of the maid. Yi Xian said this with a smile, which left Xi Mingyan speechless for a moment and she could only snort to express her dissatisfaction. Puffed. You jealous bastard. Xi Mingyan glanced at a certain guy. The maids were extremely envious of the way the two of them flirted with each other. I didn't expect that Master Yi had this side. Fang Shihan looked at the Yi Xiao in front of her and found it hard to associate him with the domineering Yi Xiao of yesterday. Just meet me. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. Before Xi Mingyan could speak, the voice of his brother-in-law came from the side. Brother-in-law, can you play a few games with me? Qi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law with pitiful anticipation, as he was now in a critical period of promotion. This brat. Seeing that guy acting as if it had nothing to do with her, Xi Mingyan gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite that guy off. Wasn't he worried at all? Meanwhile, on the other side. Snap. Inside the magnificent office, a Japanese man had a gloomy look on his face and the goblet in his hand shattered. What did you say? An unbelievable voice came out of Mitsui Murakami's mouth, and his eyes fell on the trembling confidant in front of him, and this confidant turned out to be a third-rate top master. How is it possible that Xiao Ben and his group have all lost contact? Mitsui Murakami narrowed his eyes and looked towards the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Last news, Xiaoben went to negotiate with the owner of the mysterious rusted sword. Did something unexpected happen? Find me the owner of the rusty sword. Mitsui Murakami had a gloomy expression. Hinata Komodo was his confidant, and he couldn't accept his unclear death. Ding dong. Soon, his confidant received the message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, a graduate of Jiangcheng University, owns 6 Yulong villas and dozens of supercars. He is also the boss of Tianlai Music, Jinghuan Noble School, Rongqing Wanjin Auction, etc. He is suspected of conquering Jiangcheng's tyrant butcher. Looking at the message on his phone, Mitsui Murakami narrowed his eyes. Subdue the butcher. As the president of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, he had naturally heard of the butcher's name. It seems that the boy is quite extraordinary. However, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has been rooted in Jiangcheng for a long time, so it is not appropriate to be too ostentatious. After pondering for a moment, Mitsui Murakami thought of something. Earlier, did the Jiangcheng Han family intend to cooperate with the Mitsui group? Good. After hearing this, the confidant narrowed his eyes and said, President, do you mean to let the Han family be cannon fodder to test the waters? Mitsui Murakami nodded and continued, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Let's let the Han family test their strength. Once confirmed, Xiao Ben's death is related to Yi Xian. At this point, Mitsui Murakami's eyes flashed with murderous intent, kill him at all costs. Yes, President. The confidant's eyes were full of fierceness, and a conspiracy against Yi Xian quietly began. The next day, early morning. Ding dong. During the breakfast, the doorbell rang outside the villa, and a figure appeared when the door opened. Sister Shirhan. The person who appeared at the scene was none other than Mr. Tu, the owner of Hyatt Huagong. The reason he came in person was to bring a carefully selected gift to Mr. Yi. Fang Shirhan returned to the villa carrying 2 gifts. Shi Xiaodao asked curiously, Sister Shirhan, what are these? Master Xiaodao. Fang Shirhan knew that Shi Xiaodao was Master Ye's brother-in-law, so she naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. This is a gift that Master asked me to prepare. Gift? Shi Xiaodao was stunned, having no idea where to send the gift. After a brief understanding, Shi Xiaodao looked at Shi Mingyan in disbelief. Sister, are Mom and Dad back? Why don't I know? Shi Xiaodao said this as if he had discovered a new world, while Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes at her unscrupulous brother. Did you read the message your parents sent you? Well. After hearing what his elder sister said, Shi Xiaodao opened his phone and coughed dryly. Well, I was too tired from playing games yesterday, hee. The packaging is good, here. Bang. Before he could make a move, Shi Mingyan knocked him down. What are you doing? Brother-in-law, look at my sister. Shi Xiaodao was immediately unhappy and looked at her brother-in-law in a complaining manner. I'll deal with her properly when we get back. Shi Xiaodao. Hearing the brat's words, Shi Mingyan looked over with murderous eyes, which made Shi Xiaodao feel cold on his back. You are so bold. Don't think I won't dare to beat you just because your brother-in-law is protecting you. Brother-in-law, murder. Help. Watching the brother and sister chasing each other, Yi Xian smiled slightly, while Xiaoxi watched with relish as he was enjoying the show. Master, Madam, goodbye. Fang Shirhan brought the maids to the front of the villa and waved goodbye to Master Yi sweetly. The maids were extremely envious of their young master meeting his parents. Mom, are we going to Grandma's house? Xiaoxi blinked her crescent eyes and smiled. He scratched the little guy's nose lovingly, glanced at someone beside him and said, what will his parents say when they find out that this guy is the same guy from 4 years ago? For a moment, Shi Mingyan thought that this guy would definitely be embarrassed by then. Yes. Xiaoxi naturally didn't know what her mother was thinking, otherwise she would definitely protect her father. Hey, brother-in-law is coming to our house now. Shi Xiaodao was also looking forward to it very much. After meeting his parents, he would completely become his brother-in-law. Finding a brother-in-law was the most correct thing his sister had done. Certainly. If Shi Mingyan knew this thought, she would be beaten up. This brat. Seeing the look of her unscrupulous brother, Shi Mingyan sighed. This brat was indeed becoming more and more daring. It seemed that she would have to give him a good beating when she found a chance. Gulp. Feeling the elder sister's meaningful gaze, Shi Xiaodao's heart was shocked and he couldn't help swallowing. What kind of look was that from his elder sister? I shouldn't have said anything wrong, right? In the joyful atmosphere, the Shi family villa quietly arrived. Hello, miss. When they arrived at the villa, they heard greetings from the Shi family masters on both sides. Shi Mingyan nodded and the group entered the villa. They were used to this. Master, the young lady is back. I heard the sound. Uncle Quan's voice was heard in the living room. Hello, Uncle Quan. After arriving in the living room, Shi Mingyan's sweet voice was heard. Uncle Quan loved her the most when she was a child. Haha, Meng Yan is back. Shi Mingyan's face flushed slightly. After all, she brought Yi Xian back with her this time. Yi Xian, this is Uncle Quan. Hello, Uncle Quan. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Uncle Quan responded enthusiastically, obviously having heard of this future son-in-law. Mom and Dad. When Shi Xiaodao saw Shi's father and mother, he hurried over. You kid. Father Shi knocked Shi Xiaodao on the head with a thump, while Mother Shi's eyes fell on Yixian. You must be Xiaoya. Looking at the handsome Yixian, Shi's mother's eyes were full of satisfaction. Mom, you don't know, my brother-in-law was that person back then. Before Shi Xiaodao could finish his words, he felt the death stare from his elder sister. Shi Xiaodao. Father and Mother Shi looked at each other and wondered if this boy was the one their daughter had been hiding from them for 4 years. But this guy is just doing a favor for the group. The old couple sighed. After all, if it weren't for Yixian, Shi group would have been in big trouble. Mom and Dad, please listen to my excuse. Oh no, say. Mother Shi ignored her daughter and said enthusiastically, Xiaoya, you've worked hard all the way here, come sit down. Mingyan, take out my best tea leaves and make a pot of it. Father Shi nodded at Yixian and gave instructions to his daughter. Well. Shi Mingyan was stunned by this reaction. What? For a while. She thought she had heard it wrong. Her parents' reaction was wrong. How could it be like this? Shouldn't the parents make things difficult for that guy and embarrass him? The script is wrong. Daddy is so awesome. When Xiaoxi saw the enthusiasm of her grandparents, her eyes were full of smiles. That's right. Yixian was also stunned by Shi's father and mother's enthusiasm, and then said, Uncle and Aunt, this is a gift for you two elders. Oh. Xiaoya is thoughtful. When Shi's mother saw the exquisitely wrapped gift, she became even more satisfied with her son-in-law, but why waste that money? After all, you and Mingyan will get married soon. Puff. Cough cough. Shi Mingyan, who had just come back from making tea, almost choked on her own saliva when she heard what her mother said. What? Getting married, are you crazy? What happened when I didn't go over to make tea? This is. Uncle Quan took out a gift and said, Master, this is billionaire vodka. It is said that each bottle is worth 30 million. Ha! After hearing this, Shi Xiaodao was completely stunned and looked at the wine bottle inlaid with diamonds in shock. Ahem, Uncle Quan, you said this bottle is worth 30 million. Is this true or false? In fact, this price had a great impact on Shi Xiaodao. His brother-in-law was too generous. Of course it is true. Uncle Quan looked at the bottle and continued, the bottle of this wine is inlaid with more than 3,000 diamonds. It is called liquid diamond. Also, the production process of this wine is very complicated and luxurious. This. Looking at the cool and luxurious bottle, Shi Mingyan was stunned. One bottle is 30 million, so these 4 bottles are 120 million. At this point, Shi Mingyan couldn't help but take a breath, and her eyes changed when she looked at someone. It was just a family dinner, but such an expensive gift, is it too much? 120 million. Looking at the 4 bottles of billionaire, even Shi's father was stunned for a moment. This cheap son-in-law was quite generous. Quick. Seeing this, Shi Xiaodao narrowed his eyes and said, Uncle Quan's brocade box must be a gift for my mother. Open it and take a look. Shi Xiaodao said this impatiently, and Shi Mingyan glared at him. This brat would die if he didn't speak. Joke. Although I don't know what's in the brocade box, considering it's a gift for my dad, I'm afraid the gift in the box is definitely not simple. Hateful. Let that guy steal the show again. Haha, okay. Uncle Quan smiled slightly and opened another gift with curiosity. As for Yixian, he also had no idea what the butcher had prepared. As he was speaking, the brocade box opened. The Ring of Heaven jade bracelet. Shi Lingfeng was stunned when he saw the gift in the brocade box. Is this the item from the Magic City auction? Dad, is this expensive? Seeing his father's astonished look, Shi Xiaodao asked curiously, isn't it just a bracelet? More than valuable. Shi Lingfeng looked at the transparent jade bracelet and said, some time ago, your mother and I attended an auction in Shanghai. This bracelet was sold for a whopping 100 million yuan. I didn't expect it to end up in Xiaoya's hands. Well. After Shi Xiaodao heard this, his eyes changed when he looked at the brocade box and jade bracelet. What, Dad, you said this bracelet is worth 100 million. Hiss. After saying this, Shi Xiaodao couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, has my brother-in-law gone crazy too? The butcher. Listening to Shi's father's words, Yi Xian did not expect that the gift prepared by the butcher was so valuable, but the effect was quite good. That's right. Seeing the two gifts, Yi Xian thought of something and took out a card. Uncle and aunt, there are 2 billion in this card. I'll take this opportunity to repay the debt I owed to the Shi family. Having said this, he then looked at Shi Mingyan, who was in a daze beside him, and said, at the same time, this is also a proposal for Mingyan. Tang. Hearing this, Shi Mingyan was stunned by the sudden words and her face immediately turned red. Yi Xian, what are you doing? What, just propose marriage? In fact, this move caught her off guard. She never thought that this guy would propose marriage the first time he met her parents. How could it be possible? However, that is an ordinary person, and Yi Xian is obviously not one of them. After all, the fact that he has 900 trillion is not just talk. Brother-in-law, awesome. Shi Xiaodao gave his brother-in-law a thumbs up, saying that this was an amazing move. Hee, mommy, shy. When Xiaoxi saw his blushing mother, he smiled unscrupulously, which made Shi Mingyan want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Is this little guy crazy? Ahem, Xiaoya. Father, she coughed dryly and glanced at the 2 gifts on the table. We will accept these 2 gifts. It's just 2 billion, forget it. We are very happy that you have this intention. He paused for a moment and continued, if you hadn't intervened earlier, the current situation of Shi's group would be unimaginable. So, I plan to put these 2 billion in the group, and Xiaoya, how about you hold 30% of the shares? After these words were spoken, Shi Mingyan lost her composure. Dad, you. Before Shi Mingyan finished speaking, she was pulled back by Shi Mushen, who assisted her. Don't get involved in this matter. Seeing this scene, Shi Mingyan was so sad that she could not even cry. She didn't want to get involved, but this was her lifelong event. Uncle, this is not good. Yi Xian was stunned, obviously not expecting his father-in-law to be like this. Haha, it's settled. Shi Lingfeng was in a good mood immediately. It was obvious that the future son-in-law had nothing to say about his daughter, and he also understood what was going on. After all, the situation in Jiangqing is very volatile right now, and it's hard to say when the Shi family will be affected. After hearing this, Shi Mingyan was immediately unhappy. Dad, what do you mean it's settled? It's too hasty. I think we can discuss it further. Shi Mingyan said this as a delaying tactic. If this were true, it would mean that their parents agreed to their marriage. Sister, just obey me. Shi Xiaodao chuckled. He really hoped that his brother-in-law would marry his elder sister, so that he could escape from his elder sister's clutches and gain his freedom as soon as possible. Shut up. A death stare came over, which made Shi Xiaodao shrink his neck. Shi's father and mother were no longer surprised by this. Xiaoyi, come with me to the study room. Shi Lingfeng looked at Yi Xian and spoke after thinking for a moment. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, always feeling that his father-in-law was hiding something from him. A little. When they arrived at the study, Uncle Quan closed the door and then he started coughing violently. His face turned pale and it took him a long time to recover. Xiaoyi, Uncle knows that you are not a simple person. Father, she took a deep breath and looked at the young man in front of him who was hard for him to see through. It can also be seen that you are very good to Mingyan and Xiaoxi. So, I'd like to trouble you to take care of them. Xiaodao will also stay with you for the time being. After pondering for a moment, Shi Lingfeng continued, although the Shi group is well known, it is only a third-rate family in Jiangqing after all. During our trip to the Magic City, your aunt and I encountered a killer. If it weren't for your Uncle Quan's desperate protection, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Father Shi said this, a bitter look appeared on his face. He had struggled for half his life, but in the end he could not match those Jiangqing families with deep roots. Their energy and connections were beyond his imagination. Oh. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Yi Xian was stunned. He obviously didn't expect his father-in-law's family to be in such a situation. Don't worry, Uncle. Yi Xian nodded seriously and continued, with me here, no one can bully Meng Yan and the others. That's right. Yi Xian's eyes then fell on Uncle Quan. Perhaps I can lend a helping hand to Uncle. For example, curing Uncle Quan from the poison. Uncle-in-law is joking. Uncle Quan smiled bitterly. The poison I was poisoned with has already penetrated my internal organs. Isn't that right? Sir, how did you know I was poisoned? Uncle Quan cast an incredulous look at Yi Xian halfway through his words. You know, only he and the master knew that he was poisoned, not even Mother Shi knew. Xiaoye, you. Shi Lingfeng was shocked. The reason why he entrusted his daughter to Yi Xian was, firstly, because he was Xiaoxi's biological father, and secondly, because of his ability. Don't worry, uncle. With me here, it will be hard for Uncle Quan not to recover. As the voice fell, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand. Then, to the shock of his father-in-law, he accurately inserted them into Uncle Quan's acupuncture points. What a brilliant needle technique! As dozens of golden needles penetrated into Uncle Quan's body, it didn't take long for Uncle Quan's face to turn red again. At a certain moment. Phew! A mouthful of black blood spurted out and then splashed onto the ground, corroding holes on the solid tiles, making people feel cold all over, which shows how strong the poison is. Uncle Quan felt the comfortable breathing and body, and looked at Yi Xian with a changed look in his eyes. The poison was cured just like that. Breathing is smooth and I feel in good spirits. Amazing. Uncle Quan stretched his muscles and said in disbelief, I feel better than before I was injured. Haha, by the way, I helped Uncle Quan get rid of the hidden disease that had accumulated over the years. When Uncle Quan heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was solemn. Sir, such a kindness is like a rebirth. Uncle Quan, you're welcome. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled. This was just a matter of convenience for him. We are family, so there is no need to be so formal. Seeing Uncle Quan's poison being cured, Shi Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge rock pressing on his heart finally fell. Xiaoyi, what about you? Indeed, the scene before his eyes was far beyond Shi Lingfeng's cognition. Don't be surprised, uncle. Yi Xian had already thought of an excuse, and continued, in my early years, I once learned medical skills from a hermit master, and now I have achieved some success. I see. After hearing Yi Xian's explanation, Shi Lingfeng also understood. That's right. Yi Xian looked at Shi Lingfeng and said, I see that uncle is seriously exhausted. I'm afraid it's because he worries too much. Moreover, he also has many hidden diseases. Today, I will also help uncle to recover his mind and cure his hidden disease. At the same time, Yi Xian also gave acupuncture to his father-in-law again. Buzz. After a while, Shi Lingfeng felt that his whole body condition was surprisingly good, and even the aura around him was significantly improved. Master, what are you doing? Uncle Quan looked at Father Shi in disbelief, a top third-rate master. My uncle's medical skills are incredible. Afterwards, Uncle Quan looked at Yi Xian with even more respect. It turned out that their son-in-law was much more powerful than they had imagined. In this way, they will also have a better chance of winning when dealing with the upcoming changes in Jiangcheng. Xiaoyi, such a kindness, Shi Lingfeng wanted to say something, but finally sighed, I don't need to thank you for your kindness, uncle will remember it in his heart. You're welcome, uncle. Having successfully won over his father-in-law, Yi Xian's lips curled up. He wondered how his beloved wife would react if she knew. That's right. Thinking of something, Yi Xian wrote down 2 prescriptions and handed them to Uncle Quan and father-in-law respectively. Uncle, these 2 prescriptions can cure your hidden illness. He paused and continued, in addition, this prescription can also be given to trusted subordinates to strengthen their physique and improve their strength. Good. After solemnly taking the prescription, Shi Lingfeng and Uncle Quan looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. If such a prescription were to be auctioned, it would surely fetch an unimaginable price. At least, it would cost 10 billion. Xiaoye, thank you very much. Shi Lingfeng didn't want to owe such a big favor, but the prescription was too important for him to refuse. You know. With these 2 prescriptions, the Shi family's strength will definitely be improved in the shortest time possible. After a while, leave the study. Seeing the two people chatting and laughing, Xi Mingyan was stunned. Judging from the atmosphere, it seemed that they were having a good conversation. What are you talking about? It took so long. Mother She looked at her father-in-law and son-in-law suspiciously, feeling that there was a clear difference from before she entered the study. Nothing. Shi Lingfeng waved his hand and smiled, just chatting about family matters. Yeah. Mother She was obviously a little unconvinced, but then she thought of something and said, it's almost time, let's eat. Good. Father She was in a good mood, and he looked at his son-in-law with increasing satisfaction. Xiao Yi, let's have a couple of drinks later. Quan, open 2 bottles of Billionaire. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Uncle Quan nodded heavily, feeling extremely grateful to his son-in-law. Wow. When Shi Xiaodao heard what his father said, his face was full of disbelief. 2 bottles of Billionaire were worth 60 million. It was such a waste. Brother-in-law, my dad is a heavy drinker. In order to finance her relationship, Shi Xiaodao ruthlessly betrayed her father. You kid. When Shi Lingfeng heard what his son said, he glanced at him and obviously realized that his future son-in-law had a good relationship with Xiaodao, otherwise he would not have protected him so much. Come on, do it. People are in high spirits when they are happy, so Shi's father started drinking with his future son-in-law. Old Shi, take it easy. Shi's mother was persuading them, while Xi Mingyan was looking at the two people drinking together strangely. The scene before her eyes was indeed beyond her imagination. Originally she was planning to watch a good show, but she never expected that instead of watching the good show, someone else would become the center of attention. Mom, are you unhappy? Xiaoxi saw her mother's reaction and asked curiously. When Shi's mother and the others heard this, they all looked over. Xi Mingyan's face flushed. No, how could it be? Even. I don't dare to look at that guy. It would be bad if he knew what I was thinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shi's father finally got drunk and fell on the table. After all, Billionaire is not just talk, the after effect is unprecedentedly strong and people who have never tasted it can never understand it. Mingyan, Xiaoye can drink quite well. When Shi's mother saw Shi's father fall down drunk, she looked at her son-in-law in surprise. You know, there are not many people who can drink more than Shi's father. After all, he has been struggling for half his life, so you can imagine how much he can drink. It's okay. Xi Mingyan glanced at the drunk person and said something unhappily. She obviously didn't expect that he could drink so much. But she didn't know that Yi Xian was just pretending. After all, Yi Xian's god-level drinking ability has made him invincible. Mingyan, help Xiaoye back to his room to rest. Mother Shi glanced at Father Shi and thought to herself that it would be embarrassing when they woke up tomorrow. That's fine. Then, Xi Mingyan helped Yi Xian back to the room, while Xiaoxi played with Shi Xiaodao in the living room. You guys, you drank so much, hurry up and put on your clothes. Ugh. Before Xi Mingyan finished speaking, a French kiss ensued, which made Xi Mingyan's face turn red all the way to the back of her ears, especially the strong smell of alcohol filled the air. After a long time, Xi Mingyan, who had been fighting for a long time, fell asleep in someone's arms. As for Yi Xian, the only remaining trace of alcohol dissipated. My father-in-law is really enthusiastic. Looking at the beauty sleeping in his arms, Yi Xian's lips curled up. He should be able to conquer his father-in-law and mother-in-law now. But at this moment, Yi Xian clearly sensed that there was murderous intent approaching from a distance, and the speed was not slow. With the eyes of perspective, he suddenly discovered the existence of the second-rate master in the lead. This is the Jiangqing Han family. From a god's perspective, Yi Xian was stunned when he learned the identity of this person. Since you are here, then stay. He then sent a message to Fang Zhen, and it was this message that determined the fate of the Han family as cannon fodder on this trip. A massacre was inevitable. The Shi family villa is so deep and far away that I don't know how far or deep the alley is. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field. The leader was none other than Han Xiaotian, the young master of the Han family. There were dozens of people around him, the weakest of whom were all third-rate mid-level masters. In addition, there was a middle-aged man next to him, who exuded the aura of a second-rate master. Uncle, the Shi family is ahead. Han Xiaotian was speaking to the second master of the Han family, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the Shi family villa. The second master of the Han family glanced at the place not far away and said, "The goal this time is just to assassinate Yixian. Remember not to cause any trouble." "Don't worry, uncle." Han Xiaotian smiled, and then his eyes sparkled, "But, is it okay to take Shi Mingyan away with you?" "A woman, whatever you want." The second master of the Han family glanced at Han Xiaotian. He naturally knew that he had been eyeing Shi Mingyan for some time. If Shi Mingyan had not been pregnant before marriage, she would most likely have become the daughter-in-law of their Han family now. "Thank you, second uncle." Han Xiaotian grinned, but before they could continue to act, several figures appeared not far away. "Who?" As the unusual movement was heard, the second master of the Han family narrowed his eyes and looked vigilantly at the opposite side not far away. "You are, huh?" When the second master of the Han family saw the person coming, his face was full of disbelief. "Lin Zitian, how could it be? Didn't you die 8 years ago?" "What?" Han Xiaotian was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the opposite side in shock. "Second uncle, you said he was the second son of the Jiangqing Lin family who was wiped out 8 years ago." "Good." Taking a deep breath, the second master of the Han family said solemnly, "Back then, the Su family used the power behind them to wipe out the Lin family in one fell swoop. That's why the Su family has already stepped half a step into the ranks of first-class families." "Jiangqing Han family?" Lin Zitian frowned when he saw the person coming. "Hanifeng, since you have made a move, then just stay here." "Haha, I didn't expect you to submit to that brat." Hanifeng was not stupid either, and he quickly guessed the relationship. "Kill them all, leaving no one behind." Lin Zitian didn't waste time talking nonsense and directly ordered his men to take action. Snort. Seeing this, Hanifeng snorted coldly. "I want to see how you, a remnant of a wiped-out family, can stop me." Bang. The two fists collided, Hanifeng's attack was blocked, and Lin Zitian took several steps back. A third-rate top expert. After one blow, Hanifeng felt Lin Zitian's strength and was a little bit unbelievable. "Good boy. He's less than 30 years old, but his fighting ability is already comparable to that of a second-rate expert. How is it possible?" Han Xiaotian looked at Lin Zitian opposite him in shock. That guy was less than 30 years old but already as good as his second uncle. But that's all. Hanifeng took out a dagger and attacked Lin Zitian at high speed, intending to kill him with one blow. Not good. Lin Zitian's face changed drastically, obviously underestimating Hanifeng's strength. "Haha, now I know I'm scared." Hanifeng narrowed his eyes, feeling it was a pity that such a genius died in his hands. "No one can save you today." With a cold smile, Hanifeng's mouth corner already curled up with sarcasm, while Han Xiaotian's face was full of excitement. So what if he was a genius? He was still killed by his second uncle. Yeah. But at this moment, an attack came from somewhere in the dark and landed on Hanifeng's dagger, which was coming at him at an extremely fast speed. Zheng. The sound of weapons clashing was heard, and the next moment Hanifeng was chopped away by the huge force. A man suddenly appeared in front of Lin Zitian, and it was Fang Zhen. Middle third rate. Feeling the strength of the person on the other side, Hanifeng's face was full of disbelief. "You, how is it possible?" In fact, Hanifeng couldn't believe that he, a second-rate master, was injured so badly by a third-rate middle-level guy. "Anyone who attacks master, you will die." As the voice fell, Fang Zhen had already disappeared from the spot, so fast that Lin Zitian had to swallow his saliva. This guy is really not simple. Sniff. Before Hanifeng could come to his senses, a knife flashed across his neck and blood gushed out. Until his death, he could not believe that the guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. Kill. Fang Zhen glanced at the people around him, and then Lin Zitian led his men to start a slaughter mode, but the eyes looking at Fang Zhen had completely changed. After a while, all the members of the Han family were killed. Ha! Looking at the dead bodies scattered all over the alley, Lin Zitian breathed a sigh of relief. "Lao Fang, you are so amazing." "Good." Fang Zhen smiled slightly, which made Lin Zitian's mouth twitch. Damn it. With his mid-third-rate strength, he could kill a second-rate master instantly. That's okay, but in that case, isn't his strength no different from that of a waste? Ahem, retreat. Lin Zitian coughed dryly and left with his men. As for the bodies of the Han family, he was too lazy to deal with them. In the villa room. Not bad. Yi Xian looked at the scene from a god's perspective. Although the people from the Jiangqing Han family have been killed, keeping them alive is still a hidden danger. Why not try your beast control ability? At a certain moment, Yi Xian thought of something and looked towards the Han family in Jiangqing with deep meaning. I hope the Han family will like this gift. Buzz. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly released his god-level beast controlling ability, and then issued an order. That's it. An unprecedented riot started from this moment, centered at the Han family in Jiangqing. At the same time, in the jungle behind the Han family in Jiangqing. Hiss. Countless and tens of thousands of poisonous snakes emerged from their nests, including some pythons that were nearly 10 meters long. Hurry up, the king has given orders. Kill everyone in the villa. A torrent of poisonous snakes emerged from all directions towards the Han family villa with a devastating force. If an outsider saw this scene, he would be scared to death. Soon, the end of the Han family came. Ah. The sudden sneak attack killed 5 or 6 Han family masters in secret on the spot, and then the army of venomous snakes overwhelmed them. Not good. How can there be so many poisonous snakes? The Han family's secret masters appeared in front of the villa one after another. Looking at the endless swarm of poisonous snakes, their scalps tingled. No. How so? Accompanied by shrill screams, one by one the Han family masters were overwhelmed by the poisonous snakes. Even though they were very powerful, there were too many of them. Phew. Puff. Just like this, about a quarter of an hour later, the entire Han family was filled with densely packed poisonous snakes. As for the people of the Han family, all of them were poisoned to death by the snakes, without exception. Hiss. At this moment, one of the pythons, which was nearly 10 meters long, narrowed its eyes and scanned the surroundings like a king, as if it was looking for anyone alive from the Han family. Mission accomplished. Retreat quickly and don't cause trouble for the king. Feeling the king's order, the dense army of well-trained venomous snakes dispersed in all directions and quickly disappeared from the villa as if nothing had happened. Only the bloody smell and the dead bodies of venomous snakes in the Han family villa showed that a fierce battle had just occurred here. At this point, the Han family, which had dominated Jiangqing for more than a decade, was tragically wiped out, and the murderer was Yi Xian. 10 minutes later. Swish. One figure after another appeared in the field, and the one leading the group was dressed in Japanese clothes, with an aura of a third-rate elite surging around him. This person was none other than Mitsui Murakami's confidant. Kill the Lord in the wild, and no one in the Han family of Jiangqing will survive. As soon as these words came out, Watanabe Yesha looked at the strong smell of blood in the field and said, "The poisonous snake killed the whole family, how strange. What a pity, a chess piece is wasted like this." Looking at the scene in front of him, Watanabe no Sama frowned slightly. What a waste. It seems that we need to think long and hard to test that boy. Withdraw. With an order, Watanabe no Saza and his group disappeared on the spot. This place really made them feel uneasy. You must know. Even though the Jiangqing Han family is not taken seriously by the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, it is still a second-rate family with no less than several second-rate masters in charge. In this case, their entire family was wiped out. If those poisonous snakes came back, it would be a disaster for him. It seems that this matter needs to be reported to the president immediately. The next day, at the Shi family villa. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw a beautiful girl's face. Feeling the slender waist in his arms, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This girl must be exhausted. Thinking about yesterday's trouble, Yi Xian smiled, but this was also because his acupuncture helped Qi Mingyan improve her physical fitness, otherwise she would not have been able to last that long. Overall, the effect is pretty good. System, exchange skills. While feeling comfortable, Yi Xian sent out a thought. Soon, the system responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the piano ability to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, under this ability, the host's piano attainments have reached the pinnacle and reached the highest level. God level piano. As he murmured, Yi Xian's mind suddenly filled with piano-related experience and skills, and he could play all the famous songs with ease. Yi Xian. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. After she came back to her senses, Xi Mingyan woke up at some point. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it? Xi Mingyan looked at someone strangely. She had called him several times but this guy didn't respond. Is there? Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian curved his head and said, "Of course I am thinking about my baby Meng Yan. Let me see if my wife misses me." Puffed. Who misses you? I don't. Hearing the teasing words from that guy, Xi Mingyan's face turned red and she glared at that guy. After being together for a while, the two came out of the room. Morning, brother-in-law. When Xi Xiaodao saw his brother-in-law and elder sister coming out, he greeted them warmly and ignored his elder sister without leaving any trace. Dad, Mom, wake up. When Xiaoxi saw his parents, his face was full of joy. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, and then Xiaoxi started whispering to Xi Mingyan. Morning, uncle, aunt. Seeing Xi's father and mother, Yi Xian smiled. Ahem, Xiaoye can drink quite well. Father, she coughed dryly. He didn't know how to get back to his room yesterday, and that was also one of the few times he got drunk. Xiaoye, have breakfast. Mother, she greeted her future son-in-law and waved to the maids, try auntie's cooking. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly and had a warm breakfast like this. Dad, where are we going? Watching Grandpa and Mom go to the group, Xiaoxi looked at Dad curiously. This. Yi Xian pondered for a moment after hearing this. Xi's mother beside him thought of something and said, Oh, Xiao Yi. Xiao, she said earlier that she likes playing the piano. There happens to be an exhibition today, why not go and take a look? Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Yi Xian looked at the little guy in surprise. Sure enough, the abilities given by the system did not come out of nowhere. So he was just waiting here. Okay. Seeing Xiaoxi's expectant look, Yi Xian rubbed her little head lovingly and drove the extended supercar to the piano exhibition. Xiaoye. While running, Xi's mother took out a notebook and said, Hey. This is the household registration booklet. Mingyan, you guys can go get the certificate when you have time. The mother-in-law came to the rescue and directly gave the household registration booklet to her future son-in-law. I wonder how Xi Mingyan would feel if she knew about this. What do you mean by getting the marriage certificate? Did she agree to it? The exhibition has arrived in a pleasant atmosphere. Wow. When entering the exhibition, what caught Xiaoxi's eyes was a dazzling array of high-end pianos in various fashionable styles, which made her extremely excited. Daddy, that crystal piano is so beautiful. And this. The little guy looked around happily, and the pleasant voice sounded like a lark, which was extremely healing. By the way, Xiaoye. Mother, she looked at her handsome son-in-law and asked curiously, how is your piano? SOSO. Yi Xian said with a smile. Xi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law suspiciously. His brother-in-law said that generally speaking, it was very impressive to others. Dad, you can play the piano. After hearing this, Xiaoxi looked at her father excitedly, as if she had heard the happiest thing. Excuse me, everyone. At this time, the person in charge of the exhibition apologized. The piano master Mr. Vic, who was originally scheduled to be invited, has something urgent and cannot come to play for you. I would like to express my deepest apologies here. What? When these words were spoken, the people around were stunned, and then disappointment appeared in their eyes. Many of them came here for Mr. Vic. But the person in charge smiled apologetically and said, any gentleman or lady here who wants to play can give it a try. In order to liven up the atmosphere, the person in charge had no choice but to try to smooth things over. Dad, why don't you try it? At this moment, a voice came from not far away, and then everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. The person in charge's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian. The young man was very handsome. If there is a beginning, it doesn't matter even if the conversation doesn't go very well. Brother-in-law, come on. Xiaodao raised his fist to encourage his brother-in-law, while Xi's mother smiled, naturally happy to see her son-in-law play the piano. Well, all right. Yixian also felt a little itchy and came to the piano. Under the light, the girls around him were excited. From their perspective, Yixian was super handsome. It completely meets all their expectations for their significant other. At a certain moment, the sound of piano rang out. The noisy place suddenly became silent. Then the notes were like strings of pearls, gently jumping in the air, each of which was shining with gentle light. The piano sound seemed to come from a distant dream, with a hazy beauty that made people feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. This piece of music is none other than the famous piano piece, Wedding in a Dream, from the previous life, which is also the youthful dream of countless people. Oh. When Xiaodao heard her brother-in-law playing the piano, her eyes widened. My brother-in-law plays the piano so well, right? Daddy is great. Xiaoxi looked at the handsome dad playing the piano, her eyes were full of love, and she knew that her dad was super good. The song ended and everyone fell silent. This lasted for about 10 seconds before everyone came back to their senses. Pa 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 pa. Warm applause then rang out in the hall. The person in charge of the exhibition fixed his eyes on the scene, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Sharp. This young man's piano skills are better than those of all the piano masters they invited. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect your piano skills to be so high. Xi's mother looked at her son-in-law, and she was so satisfied at this moment. To be honest, if they had known that their son-in-law was so capable, how could they not agree? I don't know what that girl Mingyan is thinking. Let's go. After a brief trial, Yixian felt it was pretty good and rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly. Wow. Not long after walking, Xiaoxi was attracted by a piano. Daddy, look, it's so beautiful. Looking around, I suddenly saw a luxurious piano placed not far away. It was obviously worth a lot just by looking at it. Do you like it? Seeing the little guy's happy look, Yixian asked with a smile. Xiaoxi nodded its head like a little chicken pecking at rice. Xiaodao's eyes fell on the price and he was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. I bought it. Yixian smiled slightly and looked at the staff who was displaying it. How much is this? Ahem. The staff member coughed dryly, obviously not expecting anyone to ask. Sir, this piano is a global limited edition, called the Swishton Diamond Piano, with 11,608 pure black and pure white diamonds inlaid on the top. The piano cover is made of 32 kilograms of platinum, and the speakers are made of 22 carats of white diamonds. Hiss. Listening to the staff's introduction, Xi's mother took a deep breath. Indeed, the configuration of the piano was beyond her imagination. Just from these materials, it was clear that this piano was absolutely priced sky-high. 210 million. Before the staff member finished speaking, Xiaodao's voice of disbelief was heard, and then everyone looked over. Good. The staff nodded heavily. Sir, this piano is indeed 210 million renminbi, but it is definitely worth the money, and it was designed by an internationally renowned piano designer who took 3 years to design it. Swipe the card. Looking at the diamond piano in front of him, Yixian handed a black card to the staff. That's okay, sir. The staff member took a deep breath, and then felt delighted, because he could get a huge sum of money just in commission. Xiaoyi, this is too expensive. Mother Xi looked at the luxurious diamond piano and wondered if spending 210 million to buy a piano was a bit too much. At the same time, Xi Group. Master. Xiaoli came to the office with a contract in his hand. The equity transfer contract has been drafted. Xi Lingfeng glanced at it for a few seconds, then nodded. Go down. Hey. Seeing Xiaoli leaving, Xi Lingfeng handed the contract to his daughter. Give the contract to Xiaoyi later. That's okay. After pondering for a moment, Xi Mingyan took the contract with mixed feelings. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, Xi's father's cell phone rang. Hello. What did you say? Upon hearing the news from the other side, Father Xi stood up from his seat. The Han family in Jiangqing was destroyed. Okay, I got it. After a while, after hanging up the phone, Shi Lingfeng could no longer remain calm. What's wrong? Seeing her father's face change drastically, Shi Mingyan asked doubtfully. It was the first time she saw her father react like this. Something big has happened. Taking a deep breath, Father Shi looked towards the direction of the Han family in Jiangqing. The Han family in Jiangqing was wiped out by the poisonous snake, and no one survived. What? After hearing these words, Shi Mingyan's face was full of disbelief. The Han family was wiped out by the venomous snake. How could it be possible? Indeed, this situation was somewhat unbelievable. It was understandable that a poisonous snake could kill an ordinary person, but the Han family was a second-rate family in Jiangqing. Indeed. After a pause, Shi Lingfeng continued, according to the information we received, a venomous snake riot occurred around the Han family yesterday. Countless poisonous snakes swarmed into the Han family, which led to the tragedy of annihilation of the entire family. Having said that, I couldn't help but sigh. First it was the Song family, and now it's the Han family. I'm afraid Jiangqing Tian is about to change. However, fortunately, their Shi family has a capable son-in-law, who can better protect themselves when dealing with the upcoming changes in Jiangqing. It is. If he knew that the Song and Han families were all ruined by him, their good son-in-law, I wonder how Shi Lingfeng would react. This. Hearing her father's words, Shi Mingyan was a little stunned. Dad, what did you say? The Song family was also destroyed. In fact, Shi Mingyan has not paid attention to many things these days. Good. Father Shi nodded. It happened some time ago, and the news was well blocked and not made public. So that's how it is. Looking at his daughter beside him, Father Shi thought of something. Oh, Mingyan. What's wrong? Hearing her father calling her, Shi Mingyan looked over. Father Shi nodded and continued, Xiaoyi has done a great favor to our family. You must repay him well. Dad, what did you say? Hearing what Shi's father said, Shi Mingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at her dad, and her face couldn't help but turn red. How could she repay that guy? Hadn't she been taken advantage of enough by that guy? What else can I say? Father Shi glanced at his daughter and said, Xiaoyi is so outstanding, there will be many people pursuing him in the future. You need some snacks. It would be best if we could have a son next year. After hearing what Shi's father said, Shi Mingyan's forehead was full of black lines. What was going on? What did he mean by giving birth to a son? Weren't they talking about the situation in Jiangqing? Why did they end up talking about this? Ahem. Dad, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. With a dry cough, Shi Mingyan really didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that her father would say something unexpected and vicious. This child. Father Shi wanted to give more instructions, but when he saw that his daughter was no longer in the room, he couldn't help but shook his head. Forget it, let the young people handle their own affairs. After a while, Shi's father left the group by car. Drive onto the road less traveled. Bang. Without any warning, a bullet came rapidly from a distance, blowing out the front tire of the car on the spot. The car then lost balance and screeched to a stop in the middle of the field. Get started. Not far away, dozens of killers appeared on the scene. Master, this is not good. Uncle Quan sensed the people around him and said solemnly, these are the killers from last time. An assassination thus began. Kill. Arriving at the scene, dozens of killers with cold faces rushed forward. Bang. With one strike, the leading man flashed his sword and attacked Shi Lingfeng. His speed was so fast that he was obviously a second-rate master, but Uncle Quan took the attack. The killer leader's attack was blocked, and he took several steps back. Huh. The assassin leader narrowed his eyes and looked at Uncle Quan in surprise. Your poison has been cured. In fact, this scene was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, the poison came from a top-ranked assassin in Hades Palace. It was so toxic that even a top-ranking third-rate assassin would not be able to withstand it. But the person in front of me. Not only was the poison removed, but his strength was even stronger than last time, and he was barely able to compete with him. Snort. So what? Both of you must die today. With a sneer, the assassin leader of the Hades Palace had a fierce look in his eyes. Go to hell. Squeak. But at this moment, several cars stopped not far away and surrounded everyone in the field. The leader of the Hades assassins frowned, and then dozens of people surrounded the scene. Who are you? The leader of the assassins felt uneasy, and Shi Lingfeng and the others naturally recognized the person who came first. It was Tu Yi, the bully of Jiangcheng. Warning you. The assassin leader narrowed his eyes and said, we are from the Underworld Palace. Have you ever thought about the consequences of interfering in the affairs of the Underworld Palace? Haha, really? Master Tu smiled slightly, and naturally he would not take the Hades Palace, which he had never heard of, seriously. I don't care what palace you belong to, if you dare to attack the young lady's family, you will die. Kill. During this period, under the prescription given by Yi Xian, the strength of Tu Ye's men has been greatly improved, and they are determined to do something big. Now. How could they miss such a good opportunity? How dare you? Bang. Before the leader of the assassins could finish his words, he saw Tu Yi had already taken action and slapped him in the face. The leader of the assassins was completely unable to react to this sudden scene. By the time he came to his senses, he had already been slapped away. Wow. Master Tu looked at his slap. Yi Xiao's prescription was so effective that not only did it greatly increase his strength, but also his speed. Although he is only an early-stage second-rate expert now, his strength is comparable to that of a mid-stage second-rate expert. You. Impossible. The second-rate killer from Hades Palace had a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't believe that the guy, who had the same strength as him, was so much stronger than him. Haha, nothing is impossible. Master Tu was very excited. His strength had greatly increased, and now he was protecting Yi Xiao's father-in-law, which was a great achievement. Come, come. Let your butcher see how powerful your underworld palace is. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment Tu Yi had already punched the killer leader in the abdomen. There was a sound of bone cracking, and countless ribs were broken. All the internal organs were seriously damaged and he was seriously injured on the spot. Phew. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the killer leader's face turned pale as paper. As for more than a dozen of his men, they had already turned into corpses and lay on the ground. The Hades Palace killer is nothing more than that. Butcher sneered, the blade in his hand flashed, and then blood oozed from the killer leader's neck. Before he died, his eyes widened. Hee, you dare to kill me, you're dead. Plop. After he finished speaking, the assassin leader turned into a cold corpse and fell to the ground, and the scene was filled with deathly silence. Indeed. Even before his death, the leader of the assassins couldn't believe that the man actually attacked them from the Hades Palace without even thinking about it. The Underworld. He is the supreme being, the uncrowned king of the killer organizations in North America. Bullshit. Master Tu glanced at the assassin leader, his eyes showing contempt and ridicule without disguising at all. What the hell is the Underworld Palace? I've never even heard of it. Haha, Patriarch Shi, long time no see. Then, Master Tu greeted him with a smile. The man in front of him was young Master Yi's father-in-law and he dared not neglect him in the slightest. Thanks for your help. Shi Lingfeng did not dare to be arrogant when he met Master Tuesday. After all, the butcher's power in Jiangcheng was enough to make third-rate families wary, naturally including the Shi family. What's more, he just came to the rescue. Master Shi is too polite. The butcher bowed hurriedly and said respectfully, you are the elder of Master Yi, and it is my duty to protect you. After hearing this, Uncle Quan looked at Master Tu suspiciously. Young Master Yi, could it be Yi Xian? Haha, that's right. Master Tu said with a chuckle, and seeing his admission, Shi Lingfeng and Uncle Quan looked at each other, and both saw the other's astonishment. You know. The butcher is a ruthless character and few people dare to make enemies with him. One can imagine how powerful he is if he can subdue such a man. I see. Father Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that his son-in-law was much more mysterious than he imagined. These people. Shi Lingfeng looked at the killer in the field. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. After all, he was also a public figure. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely have a bad impact on the group. That's easy. The butcher looked at the scene and said with a smile, "You go first, I will handle it." Time passed quickly and night fell. Mama. When Xiaoxi heard the sound of the supercar stopping, she hurried out of the villa, followed by the barking Xiaobai. "Miss me." Holding the little guy, Xi Mingyan's face showed a beautiful curve. Fang Shihan and others were envious of such a scene. To be honest, as girls, they couldn't help but like it. Indeed, the young lady is so beautiful. Aha. The chicken pecked at the rice and nodded its head. The two of them stayed together for a long time. Soon, a truck drove over from a distance and finally stopped in front of the villa. Then the car door opened. Suddenly, a piano inlaid with diamonds appeared. When Qi Xiaodao came out of the villa and saw it, his eyes lit up. "Oh, the piano my brother-in-law bought has arrived." Piano? Everyone looked over there, and Xi Mingyan was stunned when she saw it. This was definitely a piano and not a work of art. "Xiaodao, you said your brother-in-law bought this." In fact, Xi Mingyan was a little stunned. After all, judging from the appearance alone, this piano was definitely priced sky-high. Of course. "This is what my brother-in-law bought for Xiaoxi." Qi Xiaodao looked at his niece with envy and said sourly, "Sister, don't you know that this piano cost 210 million? What?" When Fang Shihan and the maids heard the price, their eyes changed when they looked at the diamond piano. 210 million. Is this true? It's just a piano, but this is too expensive. That guy. Listening to her brother's words, Xi Mingyan's forehead was full of black lines. Is he going crazy to spoil the little guy to the sky? A little villa balcony. At this moment, the two of them were looking at Xiaoxi playing in the brightly lit living room, and the extremely eye-catching diamond piano. You dote on Xiaoxi too much. Although there is nothing wrong in educating children, the investment is too huge. Yeah. Yi Xian didn't care, too much favor. I still think it's not enough. Well. Someone's words made Xi Mingyan roll her eyes. Does this guy know what he is talking about? A piano worth 210 million is not enough. It's crazy. Originally, she thought she was a little too doting on Xiaoxi, but who would have thought that she was nothing compared to this guy? I don't want to bother with you. Feeling that it was impossible to communicate with this guy, Xi Mingyan gave up the idea. Since he wanted to pamper his daughter like crazy, she just let him be. How? Holding her slender waist, he said softly, "Is my wife Mengyan jealous?" Puffed. What nonsense are you talking about? Only a ghost would be jealous. Someone's sudden words made Xi Mingyan's face turn red. This guy was acting naughty again. That's right. At a certain moment, Xi Mingyan thought of something and took out a contract from the side. Hey. My dad asked me to give it to you. Xi Mingyan handed the contract to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian looked at it suspiciously. My father-in-law gave it to me. This is the equity transfer contract. After seeing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect his father-in-law to be so fast. Satisfied. She rolled her eyes at someone. This guy directly owned 30% of Xi Group's shares, much more than her. How come? He threw the contract aside and pinched the beautiful lady's face. I'm not interested in the contract. My husband is interested in baby Mingyan. Snort. Listening to what a certain guy said, Xi Mingyan felt sweet in her heart for some reason. That guy was talking nonsense again, but why did she feel so sweet? I won't pay attention to you. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Xi Mingyan really didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that the guy would lose control and eat her up until there was nothing left. And there are so many people watching, it's really scary. Just like that. He took a step forward and rolled his eyes, then started playing with the two little guys. However, when his eyes fell on the diamond piano, he couldn't help but sigh. Was he really not envious at all? That guy really has no bottom line in spoiling his daughter. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, Zidong. The caller was Zhang Zidong, the person in charge of Rongqing Wanjin auction. Master Yi. After a pause, Zhang Zidong coughed and said, "Well, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. What's up?" Looking at the warm scene in the living room, Yixian smiled. "That's right." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Zidong continued, "I have acquired a lot of antiques recently. I am going to hold an auction in Jiangqing tomorrow. I wonder if Master Yi has time to attend." Jiangqing is holding an auction. Yixian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. This was a good idea. It was just the right time for some things to appear. For example, prescriptions and refined weapons. The next day, early morning. The first ray of golden morning sun poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Against the backdrop of the morning light, a beautiful face appeared before us. Gulp. Looking at this face, Yixian couldn't help swallowing and taking a sip. Feels pretty good. Seeing the beauty in his arms move her body, change into a comfortable position and fall asleep again, Yixian's mouth curved up. I have nothing to do, so I exchanged for a skill and tried it out. Soon, the system responded to the thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the treasure appraisal ability to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, no one in the world can match the treasure appraisal ability. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective, God-level medicine, God-level beast taming, God-level gaming, God-level refining, God-level piano, God-level treasure appraisal. Wealth, 8999990269981112, Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 34. Not bad. Looking at the wealth value on the attribute panel, Yixian's mouth curled up. Faced with such a huge fortune, he really didn't know when he could spend it all. It's no exaggeration to say. If he spends all this wealth, he will probably become the man who owns the whole world. What are you thinking about, pervert? At this moment, a voice sounded from the side, and the owner of the voice was Xi Mingyan. Of course I'm thinking about my precious wife. Yixian smiled slightly and said jokingly, lifting the chin of the beautiful woman. Go. What nonsense are you talking about? Xi Mingyan glanced at someone with a pouty look. This guy was always rude and she seemed to have gotten used to it. She didn't know why she fell in love with him. After breakfast, Yixian drove his family away from the villa. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Shi Xiaodao looked at the direction of travel suspiciously and asked curiously. Yeah, Dad. Xiaoxi agreed as she looked at the scenery flying backwards outside the window. I'll take you to the auction today. Auction. After hearing this, Xi Mingyan couldn't help but look at Yixian. For a moment she couldn't figure out what this guy was up to. He suddenly wanted to go to that kind of place. But let me say this first. Thinking of past practices, Xi Mingyan reminded, don't show off at the auction. Rest assured. Yixian smiled slightly. Naturally, he would not bid for anything at this auction. As they were talking, the $1 million auction was approaching. Squeak. As the car stopped, Zhang Zidong and the auction's senior executives had been waiting for a long time. Boss, you're here. After getting off the car, Zhang Zidong and his group of people from the auction greeted them warmly, not daring to be careless at all. Brother-in-law, they call you boss. Shi Xiaodao looked at the Wanjin auction curiously, and then looked at his brother-in-law suspiciously. Of course. Zhang Zidong patiently explained, Wanjin auction is owned by Master Yi, so naturally we have to call him the boss. What? As soon as these words came out, Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened, and he looked at Yixian in disbelief. Brother-in-law, did I hear it right? This $1 million auction is yours. Indeed, the sudden information had a great impact on him. Even Xi Mingyan was surprised. This luxuriously decorated auction turned out to be this guy's property. Was he crazy? But, when did this happen? Why didn't she know anything about it? Boss, this is the boss lady, right? Zhang Zidong had already figured out his boss's background and spoke with great insight. Yi Xian nodded calmly, while Xi Mingyan's face flushed. "Hello, Madam Boss." Zhang Zidong was very good at assisting, and Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes at someone without leaving any trace. "Hello. What a joke that girl is." She just admitted and promised something blindly. How could she be the boss's wife? However, I still responded for some unknown reason. After all, it is impolite not to respond when someone greets me. If it doesn't work, I'll explain it later. You guys go to the box first, I'll be right back. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and spoke to Xi Mingyan. Xi Mingyan nodded obediently. She was eager to leave the scene. Shi Xiaodao looked at this scene with a smile on his face. His brother-in-law was so powerful. His sister was completely under his control. "Dad, you need to hurry up." Xiaoxi waved to remind her father, and Yi Xian smiled dotingly. "Master Yi, what do you want?" Zhang Zidong bowed with fear, not daring to be arrogant in the slightest. "It's not an order." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then took out a prescription and several weapons. "This is..." Zhang Zidong was stunned, looking at a prescription and several weapons emitting cold light. It was obvious that they were not ordinary things. The added bonus of an auction. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued. "This prescription can improve one's physical fitness and speed if taken for a long time, and can also increase the speed of martial arts training." "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Zidong's pupils widened and he looked at the prescription in disbelief. "Master Yi, is this true?" "Certainly." Then Yi Xian looked at the weapons. "These swords are so sharp that they can cut through iron like mud. I think the photographers will be very satisfied." "Huh." Others may not know, but Zhang Zidong knows that his own Master Yi is of extraordinary status. Since this thing was said by him, its effect must be good. Very good. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. "I was originally worried that the auction wouldn't attract those people, now it's all good. If we have a few items from young Master Yi, the auction will surely become famous." After a few words, Zhang Zidong sent Yi Xian to the auction area, while he arranged several items for auction. Crack! The door of the box opened and Yi Xian came into the box. "Brother-in-law, what have you been doing for so long?" Shi Xiaodao looked around the box boredly, then looked at the auction hall. "Brother-in-law, when did you hold an auction for something like this?" "It was purchased a few days ago, not long ago." Yi Xian waved his hand and said proudly, "If you like anything, just shoot it. Anyway, the auction is ours." Well. When Xi Mingyan heard what someone said, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was not afraid of being hacked to death. Dear guests, welcome to the first Wanjin auction. After a while, Zhang Zidong appeared at the auction stage, warming up the audience. However, people in the surrounding boxes had different expressions. After all, the Wanjin auction was considered a force outside Jiangcheng. Now that they have just arrived, many people come here with a tentative mindset. No more talking. After a few words of warming up, Zhang Zidong looked towards the box where young Master Yi was and took a deep breath. "Next, let's proceed to the first item." A mysterious prescription. Then, a prescription suddenly appeared on the big screen, but only half of the medicinal ingredients were included. It was obvious that Zhang Zidong had done it on purpose. This prescription was commissioned by a master to be auctioned at an auction. This prescription has infinite uses. Long-term use can improve physical fitness and increase the speed of martial arts training. For half of the prescriptions here, you can contact people you know to verify them. Zhang Zidong has full confidence in Yi Xiao, and this can also make everyone feel at ease. After all, with the power behind them, it is easy to verify. Soon, the aura floating in the boxes on all sides explained everything. Mitsui Trading Company. Is the prescription real? Watanabe Yesha looked at the auction table and took a deep breath. "The president orders that this prescription must be auctioned." "Master Yesha, is this prescription really that magical?" Watanabe Nosaku cast his sharp eyes at his subordinates. "Are you doubting the president's decision?" "I dare not." Taking a deep breath, the subordinate was almost scared to death. He could not afford to take the blame. Humph. Watanabe no Saku snorted coldly, sensing the eagerness of the people around him to try. It seems that there are many people who are interested in the prescription. This 10,000 gold auction is quite interesting. 100 million. 200 million. Soon, bidders from all sides came in to bid, and the whole scene became very lively. 1 billion. At a certain moment, Watanabe no Sha sneered and quoted a price. The last thing their Mitsui Chamber of Commerce lacked was money. Everyone, give my Mitsui Chamber of Commerce a favor. Immediately afterwards, Watanabe no Sama's voice was heard, and all the boxes that were originally about to bid fell silent. After all, outsiders may not know how powerful Mitsui Corporation is, but they know it very well. Behind it is the Fuso Mitsui Zaibatsu, and it has been entrenched in Jiangqing for many years, so its influence is quite large. Although they are a powerful family in Jiangqing, there is still a big gap between them and Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Mitsui Company bid 1 billion, Zhang Zidong took a deep breath and said, "Congratulations to Mitsui Company for winning the mysterious prescription. Now, let's start the second lot." Just like that, the auction went on very smoothly afterwards, and even those who wanted to cause trouble restrained themselves. Until the finale of the auction, several swords that could cut through iron like mud were put on the market. This caused another uproar at the scene, and the boxes on all sides were ready to take action. But soon, Watanabe no Sama and others returned empty-handed. After all, the previous prescription was already considered to be a courtesy to Mitsui Company, but now these swords that could cut through iron like mud were no longer acceptable, and Watanabe no Sha couldn't say anything about it. However, they obviously have other channels. "Master Yesha, we found it." The men beside Watanabe no Saku narrowed their eyes and said, "Those items are all placed in the transaction waiting area, and there are no experts guarding them." Very good. Watanabe no Sha's eyes sparkled when he heard this. God is helping me. It seems that the Wanjin auction is just a facade. Bring your men with you and follow me to rob the Wanjin auction house. After a pause, Watanabe no Saku said maliciously, "Wait a minute, I'll see how it ends." Your Excellency is wise. Watanabe no Sha's men all sold their farts, suddenly unaware of how stupid their actions were. Snort. In Jiangqing, no one dares to offend the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Watanabe Yesha was extremely confident and said proudly, "It seems that this time, we will return with a full load, especially those swords, which will definitely greatly increase the speed of our Chamber of Commerce's secret research." However, it was Watanabe's act of killing that brought disaster to Mitsui Company, but that is a story for later. Time flies and the auction ends. Brother-in-law, this is wonderful. Shi Xiaodao took a deep breath. Today, several items were auctioned at sky-high prices, especially the prescription, which was auctioned for 1 billion. Big profit. Knowing that her brother-in-law was the owner of the auction, Shi Xiaodao was extremely excited. It was too easy to make money here. Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then he saw the sneaky Watanabe no Saga and his group under his eyes of clairvoyance and smiled meaningfully. "Let's go." You. Shi Mingyan looked at the scene. Who knows how much money this guy made from today's auction? Although, I don't know how this guy acquired such an auction. Only. This pervert has so many secrets that I don't know about. It seems I must dig deeper tonight. At the same time, the auction items are stored in the area. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field, and the leader was none other than Watanabe Yesha, and beside him were more than a dozen third-rate masters, each of whom was capable of taking on 10 enemies at once. Haha, there wasn't even an alarm. Watanabe no Sama came to the venue, looked at the many auction items, and smiled sarcastically. "Master Yesha, this time it's all easy for us." Watanabe killed one of his men and said excitedly, "But it's better for us to leave as soon as possible." Hearing his men's words, Watanabe no Sama nodded. "Find the thing, then retreat. Then, take advantage of this opportunity to blackmail me." Yeah. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the field. The sudden scene frightened Watanabe Yesha. This person was Fang Zhen. When he saw the person coming, Watanabe no Sha narrowed his eyes. "Middle stage third rate, you are looking for death." "Lord Yesha, I'm here to destroy him." At this time, one of Watanabe Yesha's men volunteered and looked at Fang Zhen jokingly. You know, he is also in the middle stage of the third rate, but his strength is stronger than his realm. Be neat. Hey, don't worry. The subordinate grinned, and then his eyes fell on Fang Zhen, a mere third-rate mid-level expert. This auction is really useless. Die. Sniff. The next moment, without Fang Zhen making a move, the third-rate mid-stage Fuso master died on the spot, so fast that Watanabe Nosha didn't even notice how he did it. Leave no one behind. Following Fang Zhen's order, Lin Zitian and his men arrived at the scene and started a massacre. In less than 10 seconds, all of Watanabe and his group were killed without a single survivor. Even. From beginning to end, these people from Mitsui Corporation didn't even have time to scream. Gulp. Zhang Zidong came to the scene and was stunned when he saw the people arranged by Yi Xiao. He did not expect that Mitsui Chamber of Commerce would take action directly, and he did not expect that Mitsui Masao's confidants would be killed by Yi Xiao's men. This time, a mortal enemy was created. Mitsui Corporation is not a simple company. Even Jiang Xiao, who was behind him before, did not dare to offend it easily. Thank you, everyone, for your help. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zidong expressed his gratitude solemnly. That's right. Fang Zhen thought of something, and then said, Young Master Yi said that the prescription bought by Mitsui Chamber of Commerce will be given to the previous owner of Wanjin Auction. Well. After these words came out, Zhang Zidong's expression was complicated, and then his old face turned red. Zhang Zidong is unworthy of this. You, take care of yourself. Fang Zhen glanced at Zhang Zidong, then left the field with Lin Zitian and others, leaving Zhang Zidong alone in the air. As expected, Master Yi has a keen eye. After a while, Zhang Zidong came to a private room. Young Master Jiang. After arriving at the box, Zhang Zidong sighed and bowed. What's wrong? Jiang Buchan looked at Zhang Zidong in front of him, questioning suspiciously. This prescription was given to you by Master Yi. And. He paused for a moment and continued, his men told me to fend for myself. This. After Jiang Buchan heard this, his expression changed significantly. It seems that my presence makes Yi Xian a little unhappy. That's right. It was I who was abrupt. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Buchan continued, Zhang Zidong, from now on you should assist Yi Xian well. After this prescription, our relationship ends. At this point, Jiang Buchan said, you and I don't have to contact each other from now on. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Zidong was speaking, and he naturally realized the seriousness of the matter. Night falls in the villa. Ding-a-ling. Not long after Shi Mingyan fell asleep, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, butcher. After answering the call, Yi Xian frowned slightly. After all, making a phone call at this time was definitely not a trivial matter. Master Yi. The butcher opposite pondered for a moment, then continued, I heard earlier that you had a conflict with Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. There's something I think it's best to tell you. Oh. Listening to the butcher's words, Yi Xian asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Ahem, that's it. After a dry cough, the butcher continued, over the years, there have been several missing persons cases in Jiangqing every once in a while. I got the news that the disappearance of these people is related to Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, and... At this point, the butcher said solemnly, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has existed in Jiangqing for a long time. It is said that it is secretly conducting some unknown research, but no one knows what it is. This is strange, so I thought it would be best to tell you. Yeah. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flickered, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian looked towards the direction of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. This Mitsui Chamber of Commerce seems to have a good affinity with me. Is it a secret research that is unknown to the public? Whatever. Then go and take a look, maybe. Whispering to this point, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with interest. There is an unexpected discovery. Swish. Then, Yi Xian disappeared from the room and came to an unknown distance outside the villa. People are missing, hundreds of missing persons. Mitsui Shokai. About a quarter of an hour later, Mitsui Company was already in sight. If the outside world knew about this, they would be shocked. After all, even if a supercar was driven at full speed, it would take half an hour to get here. Stop. Who is here? Leave immediately. Two Mitsui Chamber of Commerce guards looked at the sneaky figure in night clothes. Bang. With one slap, the two guards in front were killed without even having time to scream. Hearing the noise, several people soon walked out from the Chamber of Commerce. Shoo. The blade flashed, and the next moment several people were stabbed in the throat, cleanly and efficiently. Just like that. Under the eyes of perspective, Mitsui Corporation and its unknown secrets were exposed, and some things about live experiments were also discovered, which made Yixuan feel cold. In particular, seeing dozens of people being dissected for live experiments shocked Yixuan greatly. It turned out that all Japanese dogs are bad. Beep beep. Immediately afterwards, a scarlet alarm sounded throughout the Chamber of Commerce, and figures emerged from the depths. Oh no, enemy attack. Soon, everyone found the bodies of several of their companions with gloomy faces. Try to find. Make sure to find the person who came. A confidant of Mitsui Masao had a fierce look in his eyes. Once discovered, kill them on the spot. Yes, Master Feitian. Taking a deep breath, everyone left one after another. Okamura Hida was one of the few second-rate masters under Mitsui Masao and also his most trusted subordinate. At that moment, the Chamber of Commerce was turned upside down. On the other side, Yixuan had passed through layers of obstacles and arrived at the core area. Then, Yixuan looked at the metal exoskeleton arm similar to a crab claw that he was studying, and with his refining ability, this technology had actually been completed by 90%. If this continues, it won't be long before the technology is successful. In addition, there are other exoskeletons placed nearby, but they are all high-level failed products. If that's the case, then destroy it. Sniff. Dozens of golden rays flashed by, and the next moment, many research results were blasted into pieces by the golden needles, and the entire scene was in a mess. The unusual noise also attracted the attention of patrolmen not far away, and their faces changed drastically when they arrived. What? All the research results are ruined. Damn it. You know, this is the result of their several years of research. Now that it has been destroyed, all their years of hard work will be wasted. What's wrong? Gongsun Feitian came closer, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was so angry that his lungs exploded. Master Feitian, something happened. But at this moment, a staggering figure came to the scene with sweat on his forehead. The exoskeleton technology chip has been stolen. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Gongsun Feitian's mind went blank. What did you say? The exoskeleton technology chip was stolen. How is that possible? Indeed, this information made Gongsun Feitian's face change drastically. The technical chip is the most important thing, and the consequences of losing it are unimaginable. Close all entrances. Gongsun Feitian immediately said with a serious face, search for me, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find that person. Outside Mitsui Company. Swish. A figure appeared not far away, looking at the chaotic Chamber of Commerce with a smile on his face. This should be considered as getting rid of harm for the people. As for what happens next, it is not his concern. Half an hour later. Squeak. There was a sudden brake sound and the black business car stopped. Judging from its appearance, it was worth a lot of money. At this moment, Gongsun Feitian had been waiting for a long time. President. Taking a deep breath, Gongsun Feitian looked guilty. My subordinates failed in their duties. The exoskeleton technology chip was stolen. Asshole. Mitsui Masao slapped Gongsun Feitian on the face. At this moment, he wanted to kill him, a bunch of rubbish. Have you checked the surveillance? This, cough. Gongsun Feitian coughed dryly. I checked, but didn't find anything unusual. That person avoided all surveillance. Mitsui Masao narrowed his eyes. Avoiding all surveillance, is there a traitor? You know. Their Chamber of Commerce has a lot of secret surveillance, and non-core personnel have no way of knowing about it. Swish. Then, several figures flew over from a distance and then came to the scene. If the outside world knew about these figures, they would be shocked because they were all first-class masters. With so many top-notch masters, even Jiangqing can be swept away. How? Mitsui Masao frowned and asked several people. Master, there is no suspicious person within a 10-mile radius. Taking a deep breath, the leader pondered for a moment, unless that person is an ordinary person, or his strength is far beyond ours. Impossible. Mitsui Masao narrowed his eyes and said, how could such a small Jiangqing have a top-notch expert? Keep checking. The next day, early morning. Slurp. The sun was shining brightly. Xiaoxi ate a mouthful of noodle soup happily. Wow, it's delicious. Aha. Shi Xiaodao was pecking at rice and nodding his head at the side, saying that his brother-in-law's cooking skills were impeccable. It's delicious, just eat more. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but at this moment Shi Mingyan, who was eating noodle soup, retched. Huh. Seeing her mother's appearance, Xiaoxi was curious. It's obviously delicious, what's wrong with her? Sister, are you okay? Shi Xiaodao was standing by and asked with concern. I'm fine. After heaving a sigh of relief and calming down a little, Shi Mingyan tried to dry heave again but failed. Nizi, let me take a look. After saying that, Yi Xian took Shi Mingyan's pulse, and then his expression became strange. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian frowning, Shi Mingyan suddenly felt uneasy. After all, this situation had been going on for several days and she hadn't taken it seriously before. Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and Fang Shihan and the maid beside him also looked over. Well, you might be pregnant. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Mingyan's mind buzzed, and Fang Shihan and others' eyes widened with surprise. What? Madam, are you pregnant? Oh my God. In other words, is the villa going to have a new member? Ha. Shi Mingyan was also stunned, her face immediately turned red, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Certainly. Yi Xian knocked on Shi Mingyan. How could I be wrong? And judging by the pulse, it's a boy, as expected. This. Shi Mingyan's face immediately turned even redder. She knew very well how good that guy's medical skills were, and he would not joke about such things. What should I do? Shi Mingyan couldn't help but panic. You idiot, it's all your fault. No wonder none of her relatives came these days. It turned out she won the prize. Daddy, is Xiaoxi going to have a younger brother? Xiaoxi listened to the conversation between her parents as if she understood it, and asked with her innocent and curious eyes blinking. Of course. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Are you happy, Xiaoxi? Hee, of course I'm happy. Daddy is so awesome. When Xiaoxi heard this, she couldn't stop clapping her hands excitedly. The maids felt so warm watching this scene. They thought the young lady was pregnant again. So envious, what should I do? How great it would be if I was the one who was pregnant. When Shi Xiaodao heard this, it was as if he had heard a huge secret. His eyes rolled around. As expected of my brother-in-law, this operation is amazing. Hey, if my parents knew, they would be so happy. Thinking of this, some scenes have emerged in my mind. It's quite exciting to talk about it. Ding-a-ling. As she was sighing, Shi Mingyan's cell phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, her beautiful eyes paused, because the caller was Shi's mother. Sister, why didn't you answer Mom's call? Shi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister and smiled, saying that his mother was going to have a grandson soon. Shut up. Shi Mingyan's face turned red. She was already nervous and glared at her unscrupulous brother. After taking a deep breath, he finally answered the call. Hello, Mom. After answering the phone, Shi Mingyan greeted warmly. Soon, Shi's mother's voice came from the other end. Mingyan, what are you doing taking so long to answer the phone? No. Shi Mingyan blushed with guilt, fearing that her mother would find out about her pregnancy. That's right, my phone is not with me. I see. Mother, she didn't think much about it and didn't care. I thought you were hiding something and deliberately didn't answer the phone. Well. Listening to her mother's words, Shi Mingyan's face flushed, spreading to her neck. How could it be? Mom, what are you thinking about? Shi Mingyan said this with gritted teeth, while Shi Xiaodao beside her laughed, as if he had caught something on her. That's right. After chatting for a while, Shi's mother reminded, don't forget your grandfather's birthday party tonight. Ah. Hearing her mother's reminder, Shi Mingyan was stunned and almost forgot that today was her grandfather's birthday party. By the way, bring Xiaoye to meet your grandpa. After saying this, Shi's mother hung up the phone skillfully, without giving Shi Mingyan any time to react. No, Mom, hey. When Shi Mingyan reacted, she found that the call had been hung up, which made her forehead full of black lines. What did she mean by, did her grandfather discuss this with her? What's wrong? Seeing Shi Mingyan's expression, Yi Xian asked suspiciously. My mom called to remind me that my grandpa's birthday party is tonight. He paused and coughed dryly. I also said that I would take you with me tonight. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Is your grandpa's birthday party tonight? At this point, Shi Mingyan said a little embarrassedly, I should have told you earlier, but I was too busy recently and forgot. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, then he thought of something, I heard that there are many treasures in the antique street recently. Why not go and take a look? Maybe you can come across something good. Shi Xiaodao was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, are we going to the antique street? Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiaoxi and Shi Xiaodao looked at each other. Yes. Long live Dad, we can finally go out and play again. For a moment, the maids were so excited and envious of Xiaoxi's cute appearance. They also wanted to have such a lovely daughter. What should they do? Pity. They could only watch. After all, they didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone a daughter. Master, Madam, goodbye. After breakfast, the maids said goodbye to the young master's family in front of the villa. Looking at the heartwarming scene, they couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if their future husbands were their own young master. I envy the young lady so much. Yes, the young master dotes on me too much. As the chirping sounds were heard, Fang Shihan's lips curved up. The more she came into contact with Yi Xiao, the more charming he became. It wasn't long before they arrived at the antique street. Wow. After getting off the car, Shi Xiaodao looked around curiously. This is the antique street, it's quite lively. This is my first time here. He looked around, then took Xiaoxi's hand and said, Xiaoxi, come on, uncle will take you for a walk. Hee, okay. Just like this, the two little guys happily wandered around the stalls. Slow down. Shi Mingyan saw how excited the two were and reminded them with concern. Let them go. They can't be lost. Yi Xuanhuan said nonchalantly. After all, he had the ability of X-ray vision, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. You have such a big heart. Boom. Before Shi Mingyan could continue to complain, she was hit on the smooth and white forehead. Shi Mingyan felt a pain as her head exploded. She looked at someone indignantly and said, why did you hit me? Not you. Who told you to talk nonsense? Glancing at the girl beside him, he continued, I didn't see you send them away. Does your man want to spend some time alone with you? Puffed. World, you big-head ghost. Shi Mingyan couldn't stand being teased by this guy. She really didn't know how many girls this guy had teased before. Before joking, Yi Xian glanced around. No surprise. They are all fakes, which shows that the possibility of finding a bargain in this antique street is almost zero. You should know that even those treasure appraisal masters have suffered a lot of losses in the antique street. At a certain moment, Yi Xian discovered a golden light among the gray fakes, and he was the only one who could see the golden light. That's dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. Seeing the calligraphy and painting, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and with his ability to appraise treasures, Yi Xian knew that this calligraphy and painting was worth at least 1 billion. And if it were put up for auction and met by big collectors, its value would probably increase significantly. This is not. The gift for the birthday party hasn't arrived yet. As he spoke, Yi Xian walked towards the stall, where there was another antique of good quality. 3-legged jar with string pattern. That's right. It was a wine bottle, and it was well preserved. Interesting. It seems that I have found a big bargain today. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be a shame if he didn't take such a valuable item. Did you find anything good? Xi Mingyan glanced at someone. She knew from the previous charity banquet that this guy was good at appraising treasures. With a slight nod and without saying anything else, the two of them came to the stall. Boss, what do you want? When the stall owner saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up, knowing that business was coming. And judging from the way Yi Xian and the other men were dressed, they must be wealthy people, and the vendors like people like this kind of people with a lot of money the most. As for the reason, it's very simple. First, he is rich, and second, he is easy to cheat. Yi Xian picked up the painting and asked, how much is this? This. The stall owner glanced at the calligraphy and painting, and then said, Boss, this painting is the treasure of our stall. It is said to be from the hands of a famous artist. If you can buy this painting, you will definitely get a good price. He boasted without blushing or beating his heart, and his acting skills were comparable to those of an award-winning actor. However, Yi Xian smiled slightly at this. As for him suffering a loss, it would only be the end of the world. I want it. Yi Xian listened to the boasting and didn't care. How much? This. When the stall owner heard this, his eyes sparkled with joy. Meeting his fate, I won't lie. 100,000. Only 100,000 yuan, and you can take this painting. When the vendors around heard his words, their eyelids twitched wildly. Is this guy crazy? This is too cruel. No one would agree to this unless he is a fool. 100,000. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. This stall owner had a big appetite. After all, in his opinion, this painting was probably worthless. He then looked at the dark wine bottle beside him and took it. Well, I'll take this wine bottle as well. How about a total of 100,000? A plain voice sounded, and Xi Mingyan was stunned. What was that guy doing? He wanted to spend 100,000 for a shabby painting and a wine jar. Sure. The stall owner was stunned for a moment. He had originally thought of various excuses, such as good quality and low price, and fair to everyone, but now he had no chance to use them. However, he would naturally be happy to sell it at a higher price. Soon, the money and goods were settled. The stall owner narrowed his eyes and said, Boss, these two antiques are yours. I wish you great fortune. He said this with a smile on his face, but he was laughing in his heart. It would be good enough if he could make a fortune without losing everything. But that was not what he cared about. Anyway, as long as he makes money, that's enough. He. Sure enough, this guy is an amateur. He is stupid and has a lot of money. It would be great if there were more people like him who are kind and charitable. Old Chen, you can do this. We just opened today and a fat sheep came, wow. The colleagues in the surrounding stalls were laughing, and the stall owner Chen said, Hush, you are crazy, don't let that kid hear it. Don't worry, it's my treat tonight. Mr. Chen, the stall owner, said this proudly, and the people around him nodded in comfort. It was not bad to have a free meal. Brother-in-law, you spent 100,000 yuan to buy these two things. Shi Xiaodao couldn't help but frown when he saw the two antiques in his brother-in-law's hands. It was obvious that he couldn't see what was so special about these two ugly things. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiaoxi blinked his eyes curiously. Are you sure it's worth the money? Xi Mingyan saw a certain guy's calm expression. Although she didn't know whether the two antiques were real or fake, there was definitely something fishy about his expression. As expected. Soon, his guess was confirmed. This little friend. Before they had walked far, a voice was heard not far away. The person who came was actually an old man, but a middle-aged man next to him had a very strong aura. Obviously, this old man is of extraordinary status. I wonder if you could lend me the wine bottle in your hand to take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around looked over, even Lao Chen and others at the stall cast their eyes over. That wine bottle. For some reason, when he saw the old man with an extraordinary temperament, Mr. Chen, the stall owner, had a bad feeling in his heart. It's impossible. It's not easy. Thinking of this, old Chen at the stall recalled Yi Xian's calm behavior just now. It was so strange, as if he was eager to buy it. And there is also a wine bottle. Really? The old man narrowed his eyes, then stared at the wine jar with a bright light. My friend, can you sell this wine jar to me? Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, old Chen at the stall had an idea in his mind. It was obvious at first glance that the old man was not an ordinary person. So, the old man was afraid that Yi Xian would not agree, so he continued, 5 million, no. 8 million. The old man directly quoted a price far higher than that of the wine jar, because he particularly liked wine jars in his antique collection. What? Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened, and his expression changed as he looked at the wine bottle in his brother-in-law's hand. 8 million. Sister, I am not dreaming. In fact, the impact of this news on him was unprecedented. Ahem, I guess, right. Shi Mingyan coughed dryly, then looked at someone with a complicated expression. This guy was indeed not one to suffer any loss. Every time it behaves out of character, there must be something fishy. If you don't know this guy in advance, even a fool wouldn't believe it. The stall owners around the stall owner, Chen, were all stunned and looked at the distance in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? The old man actually offered 8 million for that ugly-looking wine jar. Authentic. The wine bottle turned out to be genuine. My dear old Chen lost everything now. Plop. Mr. Chen at the stall felt his legs go limp and he fell to the ground with a deathly pale face, staring into the distance with empty eyes. 8 million. My God, he will never make that much money in his entire life. Bang. At one point, the stall owner, Lao Chen, slapped himself in the face. It hurts, it's real. The crazy old Chen slapped himself in the face. Seeing this scene, his companions couldn't help but sigh. If this happened to them, they would probably want to die. Of course you can. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the old man was overjoyed when he saw this. Thank you, little friend. You're welcome, sir. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then the transaction ended. As expected, Yi Xian made 8 million by trying his best. Let's go. The old man looked at Yi Xian leaving with a smile, the corners of his mouth curved. Lao Gan, that little guy is not simple. The middle-aged man next to him looked at Yi Xian. Judging from the reaction of the stall owner not far away, it seems that the little guy just bought this thing. I'll sell it to you for 8 million. And after pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man frowned and said, that little guy actually makes me feel extremely dangerous. Oh. As soon as he said this, Mr. Chen looked at Yi Xian. You are already a first-class master, you can do this. This little guy is a bit interesting. Find some time and have someone check it out. After a pause, Gan Lao said, however, remember not to let it notice. Rest assured. The middle-aged man nodded in response, he naturally knew this. Daddy, great. After leaving the field, Xiaoxi looked at her daddy with admiration in her eyes, and she fell in love with her father more and more. Of course. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, while Shi Xiaodao clicked his tongue at the side. This brother-in-law is so versatile that he can even identify treasures. I found the treasure. Right. Shi Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the painting in her hand. Isn't this painting simple too? I guess so. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at the painting. We're having a birthday party for your grandfather tonight, this will be your birthday gift. Isn't this a bit too expensive? Shi Mingyan frowned for a moment and looked at the painting. Although she didn't know what kind of painting it was, judging from the wine jar just now, the value of this painting might be even higher than that of the wine jar. How come? It's the first time I meet my precious Mingyan's grandpa, so the gift can't be bad. Listening to someone's nonsense, Shi Mingyan rolled her eyes, unaware of what happened at the birthday party tonight.